Practically another world reincarnation. I slept for 2,000 years, and the world had changed. Part 3. PRA Chapter 45.151. The veiled beauty flexed her new, faintly creaking arm as if to test it, and then quietly sipped her coffee. I, seated across from her, likewise acted as though everything was normal, downing the pitch-black liquid, reserved only for clergy, with practiced ease before silently returning the cup to its saucer. "It's tasteless," I remarked. "Please stop." "I was just thinking the same thing," she replied. That, in a nutshell, was our shared opinion of the tea served in the reception chamber. No, but really, it was just so unsatisfying. It had that unmistakable taste of something cheaply made, like it was brewed specifically for soldiers with dulled palates. Bland, flat, lacking that richness, that depth. The bitterness just dominated everything else. Humans really are easily corruptible creatures. I should have never touched the drink in that virtual reality. With a sigh, the Archbishop, no, the newly appointed Cardinal Assistant, Lady Aurelia, returned her cup to the table, the artificial arm I had gifted her clicking softly as she moved. She clearly had no intention of drinking any more. "So, how does it feel to use?" "It's frustratingly better, more dexterous than my original arm, and less straining than my old leg." The prosthetic we'd given her, after she lost her left arm and leg while directing evacuations from the front line, was directly linked to her subbrain, thanks to her having a terminal. Integrated with advanced software, it even provided pseudo-haptic feedback. Thanks to that, it seemed she was able to return to normal everyday life without any problems, which was a relief. Still, I wondered if that really was enough for her. If she had asked, we could have added a scatter-type cold gun, or a super-hard blade to her arm. Heck, there was even space in the leg to embed grenades. I mean, she held high status. Having a few self-defense options couldn't hurt in a crisis, right? "Speaking of comfort, how's yours treating you?" Lady Aurelia asked. "Not bad. We recovered your torso, just so you know." Fast forward a bit, to the day after I got my new body. Peeling a sobingulator off me had been a bit of a struggle, but the fitting and calibration went smoothly, and I was finally able to show myself in public again. My outfit was the usual, work overalls with a first line around the waist. I came unarmed, though, because really, the only ones who could take me down barehanded were Magiaskier knights in full armor, and even then, they need to outmatch me in close combat. I had my mono-atomic blade and other gear returned, but as a gesture of courtesy, I kept them stowed. "Oh wow, it's still intact? That thing surviving all that is nothing short of a miracle." "Well, the issue is what comes after recovering it." "Ah, don't worry about it. It's just a regular flesh body. You can bury it with the rest of the corpses." I bid farewell to my previous body without a second thought. Lady Aurelia, however, seemed unsure how to process that, brow furrowing beneath her veil. "I mean, yes, Celine spent a long time reconstructing that frame for me, but once it was completely wrecked, what was the point in keeping it? It's not like I'm a child clinging to a lost baby tooth." "Well, if that's your wish. However, there's been talk among some of the preachers about enshrining it as a relic, given that it was part of a saint." Seriously? That left me genuinely dumbfounded. "I mean, I'm right here, still alive. And I read through the scriptures Giletta gave me, there wasn't a single saint's resurrection legend in there. Why were they so eager to venerate something like that?" "Why?" I asked in broken speech, and she gave a troubled glance downward, likely at the city sprawling below. "People need something to cling to. A symbol to worship in times of crisis. Wasn't that what the still-standing Titan II outside the city was for? Worshipping a decapitated corpse just screams cult vibes." "Please stop." "Fine. Say it's necessary for my complete resurrection and confiscate it. I'll dispose of it myself later." "That would be a great help." She really had her hands full. Half the manpower was gone, the city had to be rebuilt, and she was only 39. This was a lot for anyone. "So, how is your investigation on the Forbidden Zone?" "We've gathered most of the data. It seems the divine ancestors really didn't want you to have excessive technology." "And the reasoning?" "Apparently, having easy access to a machine that dispenses infinite food is unhealthy." Even through her veil, I could tell her jaw had dropped. But hey, when you boil it down, that's basically their intentions. Since then, We dug deep into the core zones to try and understand what the people they called the divine ancestors had actually wanted, without Gilita, of course, since we didn't want to crack her faith. We collected all the data we could. And the result? We mostly just ended up more confusions in our hands. More confusions, huh? Yeah. I'm sorry it's vague, but the more we found, the less clear it all became. Why this ship was abandoned, why propagation was allowed on Terra 16. It's still all a mystery. The effects of the network hazard on Inanna 12 weren't as severe as on Tiamat 25, but they were still significant, so the data was fragmentary. Even so, a few things were certain. For starters, their historical records were surprisingly accurate. If we take the onset of the network hazard as time X, then given Inanna 12's link to the fleet's network, it was compromised within 10 seconds of that point. At the time, the ship was adjusting the planet's tidal forces by manipulating the moon. Logs confirmed this, making the account credible. Here's where things diverge between us and them. Despite the infection, the crew's bodies, only slightly enhanced versions of old human, weren't affected as severely as mechanized humans or mathematical consciousnesses. So why leave Inanna 12 adrift for so long? Well, the culprit was thorough. Even non-Federation humans were targeted. The ship's control AI wasn't destroyed outright, just crippled. Then it was fed a fake emergency broadcast claiming the fleet flagship Nagato 7's black hole reactor had suffered a catastrophic reactor failure. I can't imagine using such a terrifying thing as a power source. Just so you know, as a quasi-satellite class ship, Inanna 12 had 3 of those reactors. At that, she stood up with a clatter and began looking nervously at the floor beneath her. The fact that she even understood what a black hole reactor was said a lot about how detailed the Apocrypha must be. Well, you may as well forget about them. If one of those things goes critical, there's nothing anyone can do. Now I understand why it is only mentioned in the Apocrypha. I never imagined 3 of them were under our feet all this time. Relax. There's never been a single accident. Even when a ship goes down, the black hole dissipates immediately. It's safe enough that they used it on flagships carrying over 200 crew. They wouldn't have adopted it otherwise. Anyway, Nagato 7 was a monster of a ship, planet class, with 7 reactors, serving as the supreme flagship of the integrated space force. If even one of its cores cracked, it could spawn a new galaxy. That's why the AI aboard Inanna 12, even in its corrupted state, went into full panic mode and evacuated the crew. Realistically, if a black hole did form, there'd be nowhere to run. But maybe, just maybe, a rapid jump or some other emergency measure might offer a sliver of hope. Or maybe that's just what it had been programmed to do. In any case, the crew entered called the stasis pods, essentially advanced cryosleep chambers that reduced metabolic activity to nearly zero, placing the body in suspended animation. Every last crew member clung to the hope of a miracle. Of course, Nagato 7 hadn't suffered any real meltdown. The AI had just been tricked. Unable to leave the system, it continued to drift, slowly spiraling toward Terra 16 under the pull of gravity. And the divine ancestors? They were only awakened when it was already too late, stirred from stasis by the AI under orders from unknown source. PRA Chapter 45.2. Of course, the AI aboard the Inanna 12 wasn't stupid. Though it had been corrupted and could no longer respond properly, it still tried to fire its thrusters and hold its position. But the ship didn't carry an infinite supply of propellant capable of keeping a quasi-satellite class interstellar vessel out of a gravity well forever. Eventually, gravity won. When it became clear that disaster was unavoidable, the crew was forcefully brought out of stasis. At the same time, the ship began a self-destruct sequence to minimize damage to the planet, soft landing onto the surface as best it could. The crew, woken abruptly, probably had no idea what was going on. They had gone into cryosleep praying not to be caught in what looked like the first ever black hole reactor accident. And yet, somehow, they woke up to find their ship abandoned on Terra 16, mere minutes away from impact. It had to be completely incomprehensible whether the AI managed to pull through despite the corruption, or whether a captain made a bold call. The logs were too jumbled and corrupted to tell. But in an effort to minimize planetary damage, The Inanna 12 jettisoned its blocks one by one and crash-landed on the surface. Thanks to the anti-gravity units, it didn't cause extinction-level damage like the dinosaurs had suffered, but the impact was enough to trigger a mini ice age as it touched down. So that's the truth behind the Holy City's origin myth? Yep. Want to add it to the Apocrypha? Let's not. No offense. But it sounds kind of ridiculous. Well, can't blame her. Spacefarers couldn't exactly feel space. All we could do was trust the machines and follow what the instruments tell us. And then, once they were on the surface, they started to think, just like I did, that no matter how much time passed, they still wanted to go home. And so, to preserve the ship and in hopes that rescue would one day come, they used their own genetic material to create all of you. In that moment, they held onto a single sliver of hope, that the ship might still be able to transmit a rescue signal when help finally arrived. But then they noticed something strange. Even if their analog clocks were a little off, they weren't broken, and those clocks told them that over 1,000 years had passed since the accident. At the same time, they realized that the ship and its equipment, clearly well beyond their intended service lives, were still functioning. No matter how massive the ship was, capable of commanding several expeditionary fleets, it should not have survived for over a millennium without maintenance. Standard protocol required a full maintenance cycle every 80 years, with a complete overhaul every 200 years. Even with all that care, its maximum service life was projected at around 800 years. A ship just drifting in orbit, completely untouched, should never have lasted this long. Stacking assumption upon assumption, they eventually arrived at one conclusion: this planet, or perhaps this entire star system, was hiding some kind of mystery. And it was that mystery, they believed, that had kept them alive. Eventually, through all their experimentation and searching, they created the holy religion, along with those fashionably stylized corpse mutilation, which were, in reality, just our skulls. Honestly, for people who'd lived in an age of science to sincerely believe that the planet cast a spell on us is a little hard to swallow. But when faced with something that defies all reason, I get why they'd want to believe in something. And so, to keep the prayers flowing toward the ship, they created us and then returned to their stasis pods. Sadly, most of the people from the Ecliptic Republic Union were still baseline humans. Even with genetic treatments and mechanical augmentation, a lifespan of 300 years was already pushing it. The only way they had a shot at setting foot on their homeworld again was to go back into cryosleep and wait for rescue. So they left everything to the beings they'd spent a century quietly building up, or more accurately, they dumped everything on them without even explaining it all, and went back to sleep. How? It sounds irresponsible, but they were just doing the best they could. So the divine ancestors, the crew, I mean, what happened to them? That's the thing. Unfortunately, it seems the planet's magic only worked on machines. Because they pushed their luck and went into stasis a second time, all of them ended up freeze-dried, basically, mummified. No amount of rehydration's going to bring them back. They barely survived the first round of stasis, but the second one did them in. I went there all excited, thinking I'd find hundreds of fellow drifters. But they were all gone. The stasis pods were still intact, but the people inside, because they went back into cryosleep too soon, had their cells irreparably damaged. It's a horribly tragic end, but what else could they have done? No one had ever tested what would happen if humans stayed in stasis for over 1,000 years. Even back when the stasis pods were still experimental, the longest human trial had only lasted about 100 years. From the very beginning, the theoretical upper limit was maybe 500 years at best. They'd only adopted the pods because they were safer and more reliable than conventional cryosleep. But 2,000 years? No one had ever even considered that. So yeah, that's about all I found out regarding the divine ancestors. I suppose the one small comfort is it reinforces my conviction that the machine god truly exists. Seeing her kneel in prayer, hands pressed against her forehead, I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. But hey, she asked me to tell her everything I found out, so it's not like I did anything wrong. Right? And yet, there's still one thing I just can't figure out. One thing? There's no record whatsoever of you guys having photon crystals. They weren't even part of the original design. I'm sorry to drop that bombshell while she's so shocked, but honestly, I'm the most surprised here. I'd figured the Ecliptic Republic Union had somehow modified them to develop photon crystals naturally through reproduction. But no. Turns out they just randomly appeared somehow. Who the hell could have seen that coming? Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Stasis pods, a type of artificial cryogenic sleep device that drastically slows down metabolism, allowing for long-term preservation of the human body. Compared to traditional cryogenic methods, stasis pods allow for longer storage durations and significantly reduce disorientation upon waking. As such, they were standard emergency equipment aboard ships crewed by old humans. However, the guaranteed safe stasis period is no longer than 500 years, and re-entering stasis a second time is not officially supported. PRA Chapter 46.152 The photon crystals floating inside our heads, inside our brain shells, were, barring physical destruction, a semi-permanent memory medium where information didn't volatilize. Or at least, it was considered the most superior memory storage medium by standards from 2,000 years ago. Its production, however, required an environment so extreme that even light couldn't escape, a location perilously close to a black hole's event horizon. Only under those conditions could the crystallization process begin. In other words, the requirements for both environment and technology were staggeringly specific, so much so that no human should ever have been born with one to begin with. And yet, for better or worse, most humanoid life forms on Terra 16 came equipped with one. As for the Sylvanians, the details were still unclear, but considering they also used machines to varying degrees, it was likely they housed some internally too. They simply didn't actively use their terminals, and perhaps due to their worship of Tissi, they lacked much curiosity about their own bodies. Then, the holy terminals were not gifts from the divine ancestor? That's where it gets complicated. I don't know which generation it started with, but it seems your kind just suddenly gave birth to individuals who manifested the talent to possess photon crystals and terminals. Otherwise, a lot of things just wouldn't add up. Leaning slightly against the armrest of my chair, I let out a deep sigh, a bit rude. The crew of the Inanna 12 had probably been just as shocked. After all, this phenomenon wasn't part of their original design specs. Something had emerged completely unaccounted for. That said, I still didn't quite understand the mindset that led them to just shrug and go, well, okay then. And start designing gear armors and gear calibers that worked without external power. I mean, come on. That's straight up horror material. When things start sprouting out of nowhere against design intent, we'd normally spend centuries digging into the root cause, and freeze the entire project until we understood it. Honestly, this is why I could never deal with the slapdash attitude of old humans. Then, Machine God must, indeed, exist. If that explanation brings you peace, I won't stop you. Aulia, hands clasped in prayer, had perhaps lost her faith in the divine ancestors, but in exchange, she seemed to be placing even deeper trust in the Machine God. Honestly, I was starting to believe a little myself. I hadn't yet found a convincing explanation that satisfied me otherwise. Let's end the report on your origins here. Any further, and I might start glitching. This isn't the sort of thing we can add to the Apocrypha. Perhaps this should be something that is passed down orally only to cardinals. After we both sighed, I handed her a terminal. At a glance, it looked like a sleek paperweight, but in truth, it was a spatial projection tablet used by old human. Once powered on, holograms visible to the naked eye floated into space. From there, you could either connect directly or manipulate it via touch, making it intuitive to operate. It wasn't used by us, since it required the inefficient step of physically moving your body, but with the crew of Inanna 12 having left so many behind, we decided to make use of them. Oh? This device is quite similar to the original Holy Scriptures. You can connect directly, use voice control, or touch input. Start by pulling up the map. Aulia seemed familiar with similar devices. She plugged in a direct connect cable and instantly pulled up a map. The lower half was grayed out, a lost block, and within the full schematic of Inanna 12, a few sections blinked white. Within the Forbidden Zone, I've opened up this route. It only connects to the food production and power supply facilities. That's a great help. Now the people below won't starve. What I had opened were basic food production and power transmission facilities. This was our way of delivering aid to the city recovering from the dragon disaster. They granted us covert and peaceful access to the holy machines, plus allowed us to repurpose some facilities, so it was just a fair exchange. The food production facilities could produce tens of thousands of military rations per hour. A bit dystopian, maybe, but they didn't taste half bad. And with access to large-scale batteries, even a city with a severed power grid could limp back to life, at least partially. Well, this should get us through the immediate crisis. The real challenge lies in long-term planning. For that, she handed me a sheet of plant-based paper, clean and elegant. The names printed on it were done in a neat font, probably from a printer. Honestly, parchment would have suited the atmosphere better, but that stuff was costly. This wasn't a VR game, where resources were effectively infinite, and I couldn't exactly demand that she tan sheep leather just for aesthetics. This is a list of the excommunicated, and those who have vanished. Whoa. Quite the list. Apparently, many of the excommunicated followed those who fled. There's concern they may be plotting something unsavory in the regional areas. I couldn't help but think that perhaps they should have just dealt with them beforehand, but in a city already teetering on the edge, such actions could plunge us into the nightmare of a reign of terror. So, Virgil got away after all. He was efficient about it, took much of his assets, tools, and tech and disappeared. No one knows where he is now, but he's likely up north, where his local influence is strong. The northern region of the Celestial Canopy Holy City was a fertile plain, the largest grain-producing region. It consisted of 4 domains and 1 frontier margraviate. Virgil hailed from the largest domain among them, a Magius-gear knight who had risen to command the East Garden Knights. And yet, even with that prestige, he still extended his schemes southward to line his own pockets. Truly, human greed knew no bounds. In the end, what was he after? He probably aimed to become a major political force among the Magius-gear Knights. After the previous Grand Knight passed away from illness, and with the sudden dragon attack, there wasn't time for an election. He likely intended to seize the role by default. So, at least that part of him was your classic villain. In fact, he'd actually managed to become acting Grand Knight from what I'd heard. Seems like he had some skills. Well, if it weren't for me, an irregular element, things probably would have gone his way. Which also means, if I hadn't been around, the holy city would have been doomed. I flipped through the list, memorizing its contents and mentally linking names to faces before handing it back. Aulia seemed surprised. You've memorized it already? But for us, unless we intentionally deleted data, forgetting was the harder task. A mere glance at a list of names was enough to remember them forever. Also, there are rumors among the priests that you've regained human form. Already? Galata wouldn't have spread the word, so someone must have seen me. They seem hopeful that you might do the same for them. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Even for you, Aulia. I cut her off firmly, but not out of cruelty. The Inanna 12 was a vessel brought by the Ecliptic Republic Union to build a frontier development base on the planet after planetary terraforming had finished. It may have been sold off by the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation, but its interior structure was completely different. Sure, the interior had been customized to suit them, but all unnecessary equipment had been stripped. Like, say, advanced mechanization systems. We're genetically optimized for mechanization from birth, and converting the consciousness into binary requires far larger, more specialized equipment. Most critically, to fully mechanize someone, you have to start logging them from the moment of birth. PRA Chapter 46.2. We're genetically optimized for mechanization from birth, and converting the consciousness into binary requires far larger, more specialized equipment. Most critically, to fully mechanize someone, you have to start logging them from the moment of birth. If that weren't the case, we wouldn't proudly claim to have binarized our consciousnesses. And yet, we still called ourselves human because we were confident in the continuity of ourselves. To perfectly binarize one's consciousness, we would have had to start recording their data from birth, as in, the very moment of delivery. While it was possible to binarize the consciousness from a specific point in time, it inevitably meant that the continuity would be broken somewhere. From our perspective, That would be nothing more than a well-made clone. But you said we have the same crystals, she said. That's just a sub-device, something called a sub-brain, to link with machines and acts as a kind of bypass to assist the brain. They store memory data, but they don't preserve consciousness data. Binarizing the entire neural network was an extraordinarily advanced task, something far beyond what a regular 3D printing facility could handle. It required two key components: a supercomputer made of parallelized photon-based processors capable of unbelievably complex operations, and a consciousness scanner. Only with both could the process even begin. It wasn't something one could simply whip up. If it could be done at all, it might be possible with Izanami no Mikoto 29, which should still be stationed at Lagrange point 4 of this planetary system. But that would only result in an uncertain binarization, one that would force the subject to grapple with doubts about the continuity of their own consciousness. I remotely switched the display to a star map and made one of the Lagrange points blink. That spot served as the frontline base and main headquarters for this planetary development mission. It was where our 29th Izanami-class planet-grade mothership was docked. With its facilities capable of mass-producing even standard battleships, it naturally came packaged with systems for consciousness data duplication. If that equipment were used, the people of the Holy City, whose biological makeup was similar to Type D synthetic bodies, might be able to become mechanized humans as well. If their minds could endure the process of having their old flesh burned away, that is. Well, before we even get to that, there's the bigger problem: we don't know how to get there. I see. Then I'll make sure the priests understand. She looked a little disappointed, though not because she couldn't become a mechanized human herself. Rather, she seemed more concerned about how she was going to convince her followers. Leadership sure is tough. I was perfectly content staying a career lieutenant and never returned to the military academy's command track. I even turned down promotions. But being the head of a city with 1 million residents, that's got to be a hell of a mental burden. Appease one side and the other flares up. Put out a fire and a hostile faction complains. It must feel like playing an endless game of whack-a-mole. Kinda pitiful, really. Maybe I should gift her a few units of AI for administrative support next time. A dozen or so to act as her staff. Also, there's one more issue that's come up. What is it? Another petition for me? I'd like to start wrapping things up so I can go back and expand the facilities. There's a suggestion that she should select a holy maiden to attend you. A holy maiden? I tilted my head, confused. Aulia explained that it referred to a young woman from a noble background within the Gear Priests, one who had high aptitude for first-class terminals. Currently, 5 such women were recognized as holy maidens, and apparently, Aulia herself had once held that title. So that's how it works. I've already got Gilita. She's enough. Knight Gilita? But she's the 4th daughter of a marquis, her lineage isn't high enough. She also lacks the talent to wield gear spells. Wouldn't she just be a burden? So she was from a good family. That explained why she made a point of introducing herself simply as Gilita when we first met. I'm heading into battle, you know? I'm not about to drag along some high-born, demure maiden. Gilita is all the company I need. Sigh. That's just going to provoke even more complaints. Don't forget how many people are just waiting for a chance to cozy up to you. I'll be careful. Besides, bribes don't work on me, and that's a fact. Rest easy. Feeling I had said everything that needed saying, I finished my coffee. But then, she pulled out a map. Apparently, there was one more favor she had to ask. Turns out the dragons weren't the only ones threatening the holy city. Abominations were too. To make matters worse, Aulia said, we're approaching the time for their periodic attacks. Unless we neutralize this threat soon, there's a high chance the people will flee the city. Even if they're under the protection of the Guardian God, even the Guardian God will struggle against these enemies. Oh? I raised an eyebrow and gestured for her to continue. Apparently, there was a specific place where the same kind of abominations that had once threatened the tech gobs emerged. It was not only designated an undevelopable zone, but it was also known to occasionally flood the holy city with massive numbers of abominations. It was so feared that they had constructed 6 layers of defensive outposts around it. That region fell under the jurisdiction of the North Garden Knights, an expeditionary force, but they'd been forced into a reckless direct confrontation with the dragons during the recent attack. As a result, they were now in shambles, basically useless. Hence, they were now formally petitioning the guardian god me, to sortie. So they're saying I shouldn't wait for the fight to come to the city, but go out there and crush it first. I understand it's a great imposition, but the people are terrified of that land, and of the undead horde that rises from it. Ordinarily, I'd tell them to figure out how to defend their own damn outposts, but this place piqued my interest. Valley of Death, as they called it, matched the coordinates of development base 5689 from my old map records. If abominations were leaking out from there, the Higher Federation couldn't claim to be uninvolved. Worse, or perhaps better, there was a chance I could capture another of the same entities as that degenerate god. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Holy Maiden, an honorific for women with exceptionally high aptitude as gear priests. They are elite candidates selected for future roles as priests or archbishops. From there, a further screening narrows the pool to those who actually ascend in rank. Aulia, once the chief among them, was a darling of high society, but her strong faith has kept her single to this day. PRA Chapter 47.153. Let me tell you the story about a young woman. The woman pacing like a bear that missed its hibernation in front of a certain man's room was named Gilita Dodge, the youngest daughter of the Marquis family of Dodge, with 5 sons and 4 daughters total. She stood out even within the ranks of her noble household. An unplanned child, significantly younger than her sisters, she bore honey-colored skin that hinted at strong traits from a great-grandparent, likely inherited through atavism. There was even a time when people whispered she might be illegitimate. Because of that, she had always loathed her family. The moment she realized she had a talent of her own, she ran away from home. She volunteered for the Magiaskier Knights, a military corps that frequently left the cities in the name of protecting national peace and the people's welfare. Fortunately, Gilita possessed the rare ability to communicate with machine spirits. The Night Order, always in need of capable defenders for the Celestial Canopy Holy City constantly under siege, gladly welcomed her, though perhaps they were also hoping to secure a connection to the Marquis family. She was even granted the honor of joining the North Garden Knights, a prestigious unit reserved for those most adept at piloting gear calibers. There, Gilita spent several blissful years, surrounded by trusted comrades and mentored by a strict yet kind superior. It was the first time in her life she felt like she was being treated as a person. But that happiness didn't last. Her much-anticipated first battle ended in catastrophe due to the sudden onslaught of a nameless monster. Her comrades, her superior officer, her pride as a knight, everything she thought she had finally earned by her own hands was utterly shattered. As she lay in a daze atop a cart pulled by tech gobs, Gilita cursed fate. Why hadn't it let her die with her companions? If she had fallen there, she could have held her head high and declared she had died fighting under the eyes of the machine god, not as Gilita the Marquis's daughter, but as Gilita the knight. To survive as a disgraced remnant. It felt too cruel. She had wept, thinking heaven's judgment was too harsh. And yet, fate did not only glare down at her, it smiled, too. Now, here she was, nervously pacing in front of a certain someone's door, trying to figure out how to buzz the intercom, until the door suddenly slid open, as if to say she was being a nuisance. Hiya, please stop wandering around in front of the room and constantly triggering the sensors. The door hadn't opened on its own. Someone inside had opened it. When Gilita cautiously peeked inside, she found herself in a grand, luxurious room fit for an archbishop. There, sitting in an oversized chair with legs swinging lazily and fiddling with some kind of device, was a distinctly non-human figure. The smooth, black sheen of its skin was nothing like Gilita's. It was metallic, gleaming like polished obsidian. Coupled with its stark white bangs trimmed neatly across its forehead and falling to the bridge of its nose, it exuded an otherworldly aura rarely seen in the Celestial Canopy Holy City. Its limbs, lacking visible knee or ankle joints, ended in heel-like feet and teardrop-shaped forearms extending into 5 fingers. Cables protruded from various parts of its body, connecting it to an array of devices, just like the machine spirits from old storybooks. Oh machine spirit. May I come in? As I've told you before, I was given a lovely name by Lieutenant Ozomu, Please call me Celine. It just feels too sacred to say so casually. Sigh. Well, better than having you loitering outside all day. Come in, then. Invited inside, Galata stepped in shyly and sat before the modified nanny drone that had introduced itself as Celine. So, what are you doing, oh machine fairy? I was upgrading the lieutenant's equipment. As she spoke, a large device sitting in front of her hissed and released a puff of nitrogen stored for preservation, then slowly opened. Inside sat a newly crafted railgun, produced by a compact 3D printer. Unlike previous coal guns, this railgun had its own power supply integrated into the main body. It could now be operated with a battery, though barely. Still, it was a hastily assembled, energy-efficient model with an absurd design. In its normal mode, the entire cylinder storing the fuse and projectile, as well as the grip, functioned as a battery. Even in its overcharge mode, where energy efficiency was completely ignored, the output only maxed at around 12,000 joules. However, to any soldiers on a planet's surface, the weapon would have looked like a blessing from the divines. So this is Nozoma's new gun. The previous weaponry couldn't penetrate the armor of the Magiusgear Knights, so I prepared this for future battles. I thought he was doing just fine killing them. That brought back a vivid memory, one that still made her shiver. It was then that Galata had seen him for the first time, with a cold, merciless expression. He looked like he could kill with a glance. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and eliminated the knights about to assault her. If he hadn't shown up at that exact moment, if fate hadn't smiled on her that day, she was certain she would have been assaulted and then killed. The thought alone sent a chill down her spine. Maybe that was why those ice-cold eyes had stirred something strange inside her, something like a thrill. He always wore an unreadable expression, somewhere between a smile and a blank mask. The only times his face truly came to life were in battle, or when Galata asked him for something. The realization that he could show emotions beyond a gentle smile, and that he had such a ruthless side, left her heart pounding in ways she still didn't fully understand. It wasn't powerful enough to penetrate knights in armor with extra plates, Celine explained. And now that the lieutenant's body has been upgraded, I thought this should match. You're amazing. Machine spirit, you can do anything. Was that sarcasm? Galata blinked in confusion. The small body of the mathematical consciousness slumped its shoulders as if sighing in exasperation. With this body, all I'm good for is chatting with the lieutenant, really. But you just made a gun. If I had my original frame, well, I doubt you'd understand if I explained. The small body slumped again in a tired gesture, then asked Galata to move the gun from the 3D printer. It was too heavy for her lightweight frame to carry. Despite its compact size, the gun still weighed 7 kilograms, far too much for a repurposed nanny drone frame to lift. Galata picked up the weapon, which was heavy enough to strain her wrist slightly, and examined its strange, triggerless structure. Tilting her head, she mimicked aiming it like Nozoma would. The weapon's weight was heavily front-loaded, making it difficult to handle. Just like all his other guns, it amazed her how Nozoma could shoot something like this with pinpoint accuracy every time. Celine, who had allowed her to play with it since there was no ammunition loaded, said nothing, but couldn't help feeling a vague discomfort. Though she technically lacked a smell sensor, something in her system picked up a bittersweet trace in the air that made her feel annoyed. So, Celine said at last, was there a reason you came all the way here? The lieutenant is currently in a meeting with the cardinal's aide. Yeah, I just thought he might be tired, maybe. Chapter 47.2. At Celine's words, Galata finally opened the box she'd been restlessly carrying around. Inside was a small cake. It didn't look like the work of a master patissier, but rather the best effort of an earnest amateur. Simple in appearance, it looked like a cheesecake. Along with the humans responsible for maintaining the canopy, the crew of Inner 12 had also produced a large number of livestock to ensure that no one would want for food or clothing. Of all the animals, cattle were by far the most common. Ideal for heavy labor, milk, and meat alike, cows were full of practical benefits. Though they were costly to raise per unit area, their usefulness more than made up for it, and so many had been cloned and sent down. As a result, cheese had become a staple food in the Holy City. People spread cream cheese on bread, nibbled it on its own, melted it to dip meat. Cheese in all forms was an everyday presence on their tables. This one, most likely, was a souffle cheesecake made with cream cheese. Though clumsily homemade, it was fluffy and soft. Celine stared at it for a long moment, then suddenly jabbed a cable into it. Something sweet would be best when you're tired, so I figured. Wait, Lady Spirit. Sugar content, density, component analysis. I'm not the kind of person who'd poison someone. No, but the lieutenant is quite picky about food, so I thought I'd grade it in advance. Picky? When he eats those things. By those things, she meant Osamu's usual eating habits. He never ate real meals, just chewed on high-calorie nutritional tablets, each one worth 400 kilocalories. Even for hydration, he only drank from a mysterious canteen that never ran dry. Even after arriving in the holy city, he declined all invitations to formal meals or banquets, and since changing bodies, he didn't even chew the tablets anymore. He claimed his mechanical body didn't need food, but to Gulliver, who only saw him as human, his body actually made to be perceived that way. It was concerning. She had hoped he might eat just a little, so she came, sharing her humble hobby. Exactly because he doesn't usually eat, Celine said. The lieutenant's food ratings are absurdly harsh. Still, it was just a hobby. Gulliver had no business in a kitchen by her status, but taking advantage of her family's indifference, she'd snuck in and taught herself by watching others. Her skills were nowhere near professional. Even this souffle cheesecake only turned out because the ingredients were easy to get in the current holy city and the oven temperature was relatively manageable. After she'd made it, she began second-guessing herself. Wasn't it disrespectful to offer such a thing? And had been wandering nervously in front of the room. Besides, he was a saint. Surely before long, he'd be granted a servant from among the holy maidens themselves. Someone closer to the seat of God. That thought made Gulliver's chest tighten painfully, her breath catching in her throat. She knew she couldn't compete with the machine spirit. When she'd learned that Celine had been given a name directly by an Osamu, and had been with him since practically forever, it had struck her, I can't win. Saints were beings blessed by the machine god. They returned even from death, even after losing their physical forms, to save the people. For such a being to have a machine spirit by his side was as natural as a beautiful pond glowing beneath the moonlight. But if the rival were another human, maybe because her heart was aching, she barely registered the synthesized voice that sounded like a faint, exasperated click of the tongue. It's a simple but pleasant flavor, Celine commented. And the boo-soaked raisins give it extra points, at least by the lieutenant's standards. Really, Lady Spirit? Yes, well, it's still not as good as something I could synthesize. Oblivious to Celine's subtle irritation, Gulliver beamed with pure joy. She was glad she'd made it. Gulliver? If I'd known you were coming, I would have at least brewed some coffee. At that moment, Osamu returned, holding a binder stuffed with papers, likely a sign of another new task he'd picked up. Osamu, I'm glad. If you'd called me Lord Saint again, I'd have died from the loneliness. He sat down next to Gulliver with practiced ease, tossed the binder aside, and immediately spotted the cake. Oh, is this for me? Why yeah, we haven't had much chance to cook anything during our journey, and I figured since you haven't eaten at all since getting that body, so how thoughtful of you. Cheesecake is my favorite. And souffle too. The texture just melts in your mouth. Delighted, Osamu hurried to get out plates for all three of them and began slicing the cake, clearly overjoyed by the unexpected treat. Gulliver couldn't help but wonder, if something this simple made him this happy, maybe that story about not touching a single dish at the formal dinner wasn't true. Those feasts were said to be extravagant even by high-rank noble standards. Well then, let's dig in. Lady Spirit will have some too? I can't eat right now, but it's the thought that counts. Osamu quickly sliced the cake for the three of them, then took a bite, and a blissful smile spread across his face. The lips that were usually pressed in an unreadable line loosened, and his eyes softened with the same warm smile he always directed at Gulliver. Her heart leapt, and tightened. It was a strange sensation. At 23, having lived solely as a knight, Gulliver still didn't know how to process love. Osamu had a fusion reactor for main power, so the small organic conversion unit in his body was mostly unused. But today, for the first time in this new body, He enjoyed a meal, the light tang of sweet cheese, the fluffy texture that vanished the moment it met his palate. Sure, he could experience all of this in VR, but enjoying it in the real world, with all the effort that entailed, made it an even more precious luxury. This is delicious. I'm so glad. Galata sighed in relief. Their little party for three went on for a while, and just as it was winding down, Nozomu quietly picked up the binder again. There's something I want to talk about. I'd like you to come with me somewhere again. Me? Are you sure? I mean, there are so many holy maidens. How could I possibly go without you? Nozomu looked confused, as though he didn't understand what Galata had just said. She felt a sudden ski in her chest, almost jerking backward from the shock. This is exactly what I don't like about you, Lieutenant, Celine muttered. Huh? Celine, did I say something wrong? No, not really. I just think it's a bit much to keep feeding the fish after you've already caught it. I didn't catch any fish. The mechanized man insisted, but the mathematical consciousness only responded with a cold sneer. And the fish in question couldn't help thinking, if this is what it feels like, maybe being caught isn't so bad after all. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Though they no longer need to eat, mechanized humans often retain a hobby-like joy for the act of eating. For that reason, nearly all synthetic bodies are built to be capable of consumption. The tiny organic conversion units in their bodies, too small to even serve as emergency backups if the main reactor fails, are never considered a waste. That, perhaps, is one last trace of their remaining humanity. PRA Chapter 48.1 Shout out to John Veenstra for becoming a patron. 5-4. As expected, the food supplies from the various regions to the Holy City had stopped. News of the Holy City being attacked by dragons had spread far and wide. But it seemed not many people knew that reconstruction had already begun. When I was told that if we didn't get the food production plants running again, our reserves would run out in 2 months and the entire population, from top to bottom, would be starving, I went pale. The largest city in the world, as far as I knew, on the verge of a famine disaster, that wasn't something to laugh about. And if the regional powers started throwing a rebellion festival just because the central government's grip had loosened, I'd really have to hold my head in my hands. You've made another strange contraption, haven't you, Lord Nozomu? Just wanted to hasten our journey back. To resolve this very unfunny situation, I decided to begin mass production of gear calibers at the newly activated 3D printing factories, and at the same time, I would gift the Holy City a means of long-distance, large-scale transport, which their divine ancestors had withheld. What stood before me was a massive 6-legged, beetle-like vehicle. Measuring 8.2 meters in length, 3.1 meters in width, and weighing in at 35 tons, this monster machine was the Ecliptic Republic Union's mainline APC, the dichotomous 4 Type C. The section resembling the head of an insect housed the cockpit and various sensors. The body, formed by merging a pair of trapezoidal chest and abdomen sections, was where cargo and troops could be loaded. 6 legs extended from underneath. The tips of the legs were wheels that could transform into 3-toed hooves, just like the pack wolves, and since there were also 6 tires beneath the body, the vehicle was built to handle both flat and rough terrain. It could even climb inclines up to 65 degrees. Quite an impressive machine. It could carry up to 15 fully equipped infantry, but if lightly equipped, it could probably hold 20. If we were talking about smaller tech gobs or Sylvanians, we could fit even more. Hey, with this, transporting troops would become way easier, and stress-free to boot. Sure, the pack wolves were rideable, but given their posture, it wasn't exactly a comfortable trip. This baby had a payload well over 2.5 tons. More than 4 times that of a single pack wolf. If I took 5 of these along with 16 pack wolves for scouts, we'd be unstoppable. Not only that, this vehicle came equipped with twin anti-armor cold guns on its head, and a chain cold gun for anti-personnel use mounted in the gunner's seat above. Unlike our previous transports, this one was armed, which meant it could suppress enemy zones just by being present, and even take on larger opponents. A real powerhouse. The reason the divine ancestors never gave their creations something like this was likely because they didn't want them to have the range to move freely across vast areas. After all, humans have a tendency toward conquest. If they'd had free rein to race across long distances, they might have ditched the holy city entirely and launched their own invasion campaigns. That was probably part of their calculations when they designed the original gear calibers. Their dried fish reasoning had a point when thinking about their own self-interest, but it was still a pretty messed up decision. Anyway, I decided to provide 5 of these a month, unarmed, of course, to the knights. Their job would be to restore order in the various regions. Something about Virgil, who had apparently fled north, smelled fishy. He hadn't come to plead for mercy. Instead, he'd seized the region with the largest grain supply and was deliberately holding back shipments, just enough to be an annoyance. There had to be a reason for that. Maybe he was holding on to a trump card, or maybe he just couldn't bring himself to admit defeat and was trying to hold out. Personally, I hoped it was the latter. Lieutenant. Oh, Celine. How are you feeling? It lacks elegance, but I'd say the performance is more than sufficient. The one calling out to me as I stood in the hangar with Peter, observing the pre-production model of the Dichotomous 4, was another Dichotomous 4 unit. However, this one had a large radar mounted instead of a machine gun. It was the Type I, an electronic warfare model piloted remotely by Celine. The radome housed a miniature anti-grav unit that would detach during use, functioning as a powerful radar system, a fitting feature for our resident fairy of the cyber world. She didn't seem thrilled about the rugged, purely utilitarian design that lacked even a hint of elegance, but given its performance far exceeded any drone we had, she'd just have to live with it. Compared to the drones, this thing's combat and support capabilities were like the difference between a wolf and a puppy. Personally, I was delighted that my trusted partner had gotten her hands on such formidable gear. Still, even with all this equipment, we couldn't take on another giant dragon without the Titan II. That remained a problem. If only we could mass-produce the Titan II, that'd solve everything. Ideally, along with a Type A cyber warfare frame as well. Nothing we can do about it. The manufacturing facilities were at the bottom of the ship and got purged. All we can do is hope that one is intact and go search for it later. Besides, this was already the limit of what we could produce in the Holy City. The ship's combat weapon manufacturing blocks were concentrated at the bottom, and they'd been purged during descent, scattered who knows where. So we couldn't track them down. We did have enough raw materials in the superstructure to equip the Knights with Titans in bulk, if only we still had the factory and data to make use of it. Right now, the only Titan II we had was the one I had used to battle the massive dragon, which, freakishly, had almost fully repaired itself after being left alone. Terrifying. We couldn't take it back, and Development Base 5689 teamed with small abominations, so we had to leave it behind. And we had to get the Canopy's production line fully set up again. Once we could deploy the strongest ground weapon on the planet in full army formations, nothing would be able to touch us. But first, I had to collect the missing pieces of the puzzle. The fact that abominations spawned here meant something like the degenerate god had taken root in what used to be one of our bases of operation, right? This time, I would capture it alive. I'd decipher those maddening codes with mixed ternary and quindecimal systems. And I'd make those bastards pay for killing thousands of our comrades from us. If you underestimate us, you die. The true warrior's creed, honed since the age of the old civilization, was still alive and well to this day. PRA Chapter 48.2. Still, Celine said, looking from this frame, you appear rather small, Lieutenant. Not a bad feeling once in a while. Spare me. I'll be crushed under this thing. Dichotomous 4 nuzzled against me like a cat begging for attention, so I played along with some half-hearted resistance. But seriously, this thing weighed 35 tons while my maximum carry weight barely scratched 1 ton, cut me some slack. I didn't think she'd ever mishandle the controls, but getting crushed and having to switch bodies again wasn't exactly my idea of fun. Well, if I have to be inside one, I guess it's better than clinging outside. What's this? A believer of Tissy afraid of speed? That thing is too fast. Peter flattened his ears looking at a pack wolf. Apparently, even a Sylvanian, capable of running up to 80 kilometers per hour, found it hard to stomach the idea of riding something that could tear across terrain at 220 kilometers per hour. I briefly wondered what would happen if I let him ride a Type A scout unit, which could reach nearly 600 kilometers per hour, but quickly decided against it. Even I had trouble handling that wild beast. Better not. After all, that machine was practically custom-built for the elite recon squads. At 600 kilometers per hour, that's about 166 meters per second. Blink, and you're already 200 meters down the road. Anyone who could not only survive but actively fight while skimming through enemy lines at that speed had to be missing a few screws. Probably got high on the speed and left their consciousness binary trailing somewhere behind the light horizon. The tech gobs seem to love them, though they are a bit reckless by nature, after all. Nozomu. Just as we were talking, Galata entered the hangar. Her simplified Type C exosuit that we'd created for her back at Tiamat 25 and had been confiscated by the cathedral had been fully restored using the Inanna 12 facilities. It was more practical than her old gear armor, so she opted to wear it instead. Following behind her were 5 Magius Gear Knights. Hey, Galata. These must be them? Yes, sir. We are a select squad granted the honor of guarding your person by the Cardinal Assistant herself. We swear by the name of the machine god to protect you with all we are. Before Galata could even introduce them, one of the men, clearly the team leader, snapped his heels together and gave a flawless salute. He looked young, though. Clean-shaven, barely out of school by mechanized human standards. Honestly, it felt more like they'd scraped together whoever was expendable enough. But I couldn't blame them. The North and West Garden Knights had been wiped out from reckless deployment. The East Garden Knights had been taken by Virgil. At this point, only the South and Central Garden Knights were still functioning in the Holy City. And that just meant 2 squads with a combined force of maybe 220 knights, including auxiliaries. They were trying to put together a civilian militia, but there simply weren't enough troops to defend a city of 1 million. Magius Gear Knights were practically one-man armies, sure, but even then, I had to wonder how they'd managed to hold the city together this long. Aurelia was apparently trying to recall the troops stationed in the regional areas, but I'd heard that even the southern frontier only had a single company. That wouldn't even put a dent in the problem. Let's just hope the city don't collapse from rebellion or worse while we're gone. That said, we had our own responsibilities, like checking in on the Sylvanians' kingdom and Rustigas. Couldn't stay away too long or they'd start worrying. Anyway, might as well use this return journey to let these knights get used to our way of doing things. What are your names? They responded with crisp salutes, starting with a cheerful Falkenshank. The remaining 4 introduced themselves in turn, all of them nobles. It seemed more than a sign of Aurelia's consideration, it looked like a political move from within the Knight Order. I wasn't asking for top-tier elites, but still, they didn't need to make the political angle so obvious. Got it. I expect you all to serve faithfully. Each of you will be assigned a packwolf. They're not much different from gear calibers, so you should pick it up fast. Yes, sir. We will strive to ensure we never burden the saint. Well, they certainly had enthusiasm. Good enough. If they could handle a gear caliber, they'd be just fine with a packwolf. Don't worry, even if you pass out from the top speed, the onboard AI will handle the controls so you won't die. Hey, I've been officially appointed as the detachment commander and your personal retainer, Nozomu. I'll be giving orders on your behalf. Great. I'm counting on you, Galata. Lead them well. I raised a fist, and she smiled awkwardly as she bumped hers against mine. Yeah, even if it was technically a civilian model, a proper synthetic body sure was good. The fact that it didn't even budge when hitting knuckles with an exosuit gave me a satisfying sense of security, like I was finally wearing a body I could trust. Well then, let's go. Time to head home. Time to return with our heads held high. Can't say we accomplished much, but a giant dragon's head counted for something, right? They'd even let us bring back a scale as a trophy. The tech gobs, with their love of battle, would be thrilled. Besides, it meant I got to return the favor for the humiliation I'd suffered down south. With a faint, wicked smile, I summoned my packwolf. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Dichotomous 4 Type C, Standard APC of the Ecliptic Republic Union. The C denotes a revised model, boasting improved maintainability and ease of mass production compared to the earlier A and B types. That said, its origins as a monkey model exported from the integrated military are obvious. Its railgun had been downgraded to a coal gun, and its main engine output was slashed to around 50 gigawatts. The cost cutting was hard to ignore. Still, it remained wildly popular among private security companies. PRA Chapter 49.155 Exiled? Yeah, the peace revocation sentence. I couldn't help but wonder, why did saying those words feel like setting off a death flag on myself? With that odd sensation lingering in the back of my mind, I tossed the official document at Margrave Exile with a calm demeanor. Originally, there was a proposal for your execution in the council, but the merciful Lady Aurelia graciously commuted it to the peace revocation sentence, even allowing you to keep a cartload of your family fortune. It can't be. At least let me explain. You held a blade to my throat. I have no interest in your excuses. Before me groveled the now former Margrave Exile, his once grand title now reduced to a memory. His plump, overindulged body and thick white beard trembled as he pleaded pathetically for mercy. But it was too late. He had been stripped of his position and sentenced. The peace revocation sentence was, in essence, a form of exile. Within the reach of the Holy City's authority, it amounted to a complete loss of rights. Half a step removed from a death sentence. First, take a good look at your own actions. Can you name even one accomplishment you're proud of? Frankly, it was no surprise. Despite claiming poor harvests and begging the Holy City for tax relief, he had been extorting his people with near tyrannical rates, close to a 70-30 split. He'd even gone as far as seizing manpower and essential winter supplies under the pretense of supporting the war against the dragons, though in reality, he'd sent nothing at all. Just what sort of excuse did he think could make up for all that? Let me speak with Lord Virgil. He'll understand, I know he will. Regrettably, he tucked tail and ran from the dragons, deserted his post, and was excommunicated. Excommunicated? And naturally, you, too, are excommunicated now that you've been sentenced. He collapsed to his knees, shaking uncontrollably. It seemed he had placed great faith in his connections to the Holy City. Too bad. Those ties had been thoroughly severed. Also, where is the High Priest of the Exile Cathedral? He's attending a memorial service. He's excommunicated as well. According to Cardinal Assistant Aurelia, there's no need for a vulgar cleric who demands payment for prayers that should be freely given. Aurelia? That little girl is a Cardinal Assistant? His last glimmer of hope snuffed out. The aging Margrave crumpled to the floor, utterly motionless. Apparently, his brain couldn't keep up with it all and simply shut down. Someone, carry the former Margrave out of here. At once. At my command, Falcon grabbed him by the arms and dragged him out without much care. He was definitely going to have sore knees later. Meanwhile, I turned to the middle-aged man beside me and handed him a document. Starting today, you are the new Margrave of Exile. I accept this duty with humility and gratitude. Since we were heading south anyway, I'd brought along replacements with me. By now, the new Margrave's men were surely already stationed throughout the estate, rounding up the former Margrave's followers. They collect evidence of wrongdoing and report everything to the central government as planned. A thorough purge of the corrupt nobles and rotten clergy. With that, peace had finally been restored to the southern frontier. If this were a VR game, I'd say we just cleared a mid-tier side quest. Your Holiness, shall we begin the feast to celebrate your arrival and the new Margrave's appointment? No need. The blessings of the machine god are already with you. Focus on restoring order and comforting the people of each manor. That is what pleases the god. He was eager to impress me, clearly. But I didn't have time for ceremonies. Back in the Holy City, they wouldn't stop trying to assign me some holy women or whatever, but that only left me at a complete loss for how to respond. Sure, if I were just playing a game, unlocking a romance route could be fun. But right now, even as a defeated soldier, I was on a mission to rejoin my original unit. No time for distractions. I brushed off the invitation and left the castle. The streets were already alive with celebration. Huge APCs, far bigger than anything the locals had seen, were speeding through the town, and rumors were flying that the saint had returned after slaying dragons. Of course the people were ecstatic. Yeah, this was enough for me. Nozama? Nozama? Oh, Frederick. You're safe. As I rode through the city atop a pack wolf, the crowd surged forward like they were hoping to touch me for a blessing. Luckily, The tech gobs and Sylvanians, clad in exosuits, were holding them back. Then I spotted a familiar face calling out to me. Wasn't that the young man from the first manor I helped? I was worried, thought you'd get executed just for supporting me. They told us to disband, but that was it. And hey, turns out you really were someone amazing. Hey. That's no way to address the saint. One of my Magisk knights tried to scold him for his casual tone, but I grabbed the knight by the collar and held him back. No need to get worked up. He's just a countryside lad who never had the chance for formal education. And his people have gone 3 generations without receiving the blessings of a gear priest. Let it go. If that is your will, your holiness. Titles were useful tools, I'd give them that. But still, being called saint or your holiness made me feel restless. Sure, I may have descended from the stars like some kind of god, but I was nowhere near omnipotent, or even omniscient. Just a person, like anyone else. Before long, a gear priest will be assigned to Brucht Manor. Enjoy a warm winter this year. Awesome. Praise the machine god. The saint's blessings are upon us. With him practically leaping for joy, I gave a wave and moved on, leading the procession out of the city amid the jubilant cheers of those thrilled by the dragon-slaying rumors. Even outside the city, a crowd had gathered, gazing in awe at the dichotomous four. But since it was the Magisk Knight's vehicle, no one was foolish enough to try touching it. 3 days from the holy city, full speed the whole way, we'd made good time. A few of the gear priests and Magisk Knights I'd brought as replacements had gotten carsick and kept throwing up the whole way, but now they were already blending into their new surroundings. They'd do their jobs well enough, I was sure. PRA Chapter 49.2. Now then, cleaning up worldly corruption was one thing, but the real work was just beginning. When we got back, I'd need to overhaul the Tiamat 25 and upgrade the 3D printing machines, and since we were planning on another dungeon run, I'd definitely want more suitable weapons. Celine had seemed dissatisfied that the brand new chain cold gun she'd just finished hadn't really had a chance to shine, and she was already talking about building a new one optimized for close quarters combat. Knowing her, it was bound to be something outrageous. I was actually looking forward to seeing what she'd cook up this time. She always acted like a stiff, proper type. Her words, her manner. But when it came to weapons, she had a bizarre streak. I wouldn't be surprised if she pulled out something like a lever action next. Just like on the way here, people wanted to follow us back. But we couldn't afford to leave the holy city in a vulnerable state for too long, so we apologized and blasted straight through without stopping. The Great Mother, Reincarnation, sitting in the gunner's seat, shouted at the top of his lungs. Switching dichotomous 4 from autopilot to manual control and linking to its visual sensors, I saw her, the Great Mother, rising above the horizon. But she looked very different from when we left. Of course, it had been a whole season since we'd been gone. Where once the Great Mother had stood weathered and desolate, she was now completely draped in vibrant cloth. Colorful fabrics, likely flags, fluttered in the wind. Some of them had designs I remembered seeing at the feast, while others were completely new to me. The whole thing gave off a joyful energy. Still, how had they managed such high-altitude work? Climbing all the way to the top and hanging those must have been a massive effort. They'd done a damn good job. Then again, religious monuments tended to be like that, lavishly decorated even at the risk of life. If someone died in the process, it was seen as an honor. That was just how it had always been, historically speaking. Quite the grand display. It's an old custom. Before the tribes scattered, the Great Mother was always dressed up like this in the banners of all the clans. So, how does it feel to reunite with your bride after so long, chieftain? Quit calling me her husband without my consent. Even as I protested, Reincarnation just laughed and refused to back down. So I tapped the brakes just enough to jostle the gunner's seat a bit. He still didn't take the hint, he just laughed harder. Rustigaz's warrior chief was as incorrigible as ever. Maybe he was just that happy to finally return, from the open plains back to the familiar forest, and to the reclaimed Great Mother. Lieutenant, Celine's voice came through. Don't take Reincarnation's jokes too seriously, Celine. No, that's not it. At this speed, we're going to plow straight through the trees. Ah, right. This forest was protected by the tech gobs. While some level of deforestation was acceptable, I couldn't exactly let Dichotomous 4's massive frame go stomping through unrestrained. Using my authority as team leader, I issued deceleration orders to the other 4 remotely operated vehicles, though technically, each had a tech gob and Sylvanian sitting in the driver's seat, and brought us all to a gentle halt at the forest's edge. Celine, map out the sparsest areas of the forest. I want to avoid damaging the ecosystem as much as possible. I already anticipated that and mapped it out in advance. Of course you did. That's why you're my partner. I switched from wheeled armor mode to multi-legged mode, carefully advancing in a way that wouldn't flatten the trees. As I moved, a call came in from Falcon. Your Holiness. This forest is dangerous. I can't recommend slowing down here. First, let's clarify a few things, Knight Falcon. Who's your direct superior? That would be Knight Gilita. Then follow the proper chain of command. Offering unsolicited advice to a superior officer is a serious breach, unless it's a true emergency. My apologies. He really ought to be apologizing to Gilita. Damn Aurelia. I know troops are in short supply, but did she really have to send me a hatchling with eggshells still stuck to his rear? I was going to have to drill this one hard before he got anyone killed. And Gilita had better not still be in rookie mode either. She was due for some extra training as well. I may be a perpetual lieutenant, but I've trained plenty of NCOs in my time. By the time prep was over, I'd have these 2 shaped up into proper officers and soldiers. This time, I'll let it slide, I said. We've already eliminated all threats in the forest. Look, our welcoming party's already here. Huh? W.O.? The surprised voice on the com must have meant Falcon had only just noticed the tech gob perched in the treetop with a camouflaged cold gun aimed our way. Our sensors had picked up the heat signature a full 130 seconds ago, so it hadn't been an issue. If that had been an enemy, Falcon would have been dead 10 times over by now. Thanks for coming to meet us! I knew it was you, Rustiges. When I saw you riding that weird contraption, I almost thought you were enemies again. Sorry for the mix-up. Got this thing as a reward for taking the dragon's head at the holy city. Fancy stuff. All right, I'll lead you through. Follow me. I didn't know which tribe he belonged to, but the warrior dashed through the trees with incredible agility, showing us the route. Looking closer, I noticed a karambit-like blade in his left hand. He was using it to hook and stab into key spots on the trees to maneuver with such agility. Unbelievable. The saint has even tamed the gobs. Knight Falcon, you're mix on an open channel. And watch your words, they're my allies. Sorry, sir. Chiding the knight who clearly hadn't adjusted to life outside the holy city, we continued forward, returning at last to the foot of the Great Mother. This time, I'd recruit more warriors and produce more gear. Then I'd make the holy city owe me more debts and get more spoils from them. Though first, there was probably going to be another feast. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The currently issued communicators are mass-produced tier cuff models. Due to the low number of users, they still allow for communication outside the formal command structure. However, plans are in place to switch to throat-mounted models that will be modified to prevent unauthorized transmission over the chain of command. PRA Chapter 50.1, 5-6. The welcoming feast was larger in scale than the last one, or rather, I was surprised by how many more children there were. When I asked what had happened, I was told that recovering the Great Mother had made it possible to produce children again using the photon crystals left behind by their ancestors. They had been working hard to rebuild their population while making sure they could feed everyone. It seemed these children had also been manufactured aboard Tiamat 25. After cleaning out the abomination production pods, they were apparently able to start producing children using the genetic data stored in the photon crystals. So it's not cloning, then? It might be more accurate to call it technical heredity. I skimmed the logs, and only the technical memories stored in the sub-brain were copied. They sure had pulled off something incredible. Without making a big deal about it, we could upload basic skills into our brains using software, or in my case, many of us preferred to learn manually via VR, but these tech ops were being born with copied technical knowledge inherited from their ancestors. It made sense they want the Great Mother back even if they could reproduce without her. A lot of technology must have been lost over the past 200 years, and by the time this new generation grows up, the tech gobs will probably be thriving more than ever. Oh, look! Wild boar piglets, they're adorable. It appears they've started livestock farming as well. Truly a remarkable species. Inside the settlement built around the base of the Great Mother, a new livestock shed had been constructed. Inside were multiple Urobo, young wild boars, being raised. Back before the abominations first appeared, they must have managed to domesticate the wild species. Still, I wondered what they did during mating season. Wild boars were much fiercer and stronger than pigs, but maybe the tech gob's physical strength made it manageable. We walked through the steadily developing settlement until we finally reached the base of Rustiges. It was situated conveniently close to the foot of Tiamat 25, where the morning sun shone brightly, yet by summer, the intense sunlight would be blocked by the ship's hull, an ideal location. There, rows of boxy prefab houses made of composite boards stood. When Riad Elboldi shouted that the chieftain had returned, the residents came crawling out one by one. Yeah, everyone looked healthier now, with better skin tone. Their warriors' armor gleamed, clearly well maintained, and they looked more muscular than before. It made me proud to think it was the result of good food and daily training. Did anything serious happen while I was away? No, chieftain. Everyone lived peacefully and contentedly. I asked the old man who had once led the Glavgulb tribe and was now overseeing things in my absence. His single green eye softened with a gentle smile. The harshness from his time as a worn-out fugitive had completely faded, and with a baby orphan in his arms, he looked every bit the image of fulfillment. That's good to hear. And the hunt, how did the warriors fare? Thanks to the guns you left us, very well. And with the armor, we can run fast enough to catch deer. It's made things so much easier. One of the warriors, his exosuit decorated with 4 deer skulls, presumably trophies, held up a well-worn cold gun with pride. Right, since it's a lightweight exosuit, they could reach high speeds. Even if they were spotted, they could close the distance quickly and fire at close range. To pull off hunts like that against deer, animals known for both their speed and stamina, was genuinely impressive. Now that I thought about it, some manors had been troubled by deer-related crop damage. Maybe we could form a multi-tribe hunting association and dispatch them over there. That would not only help solve the problem but also foster goodwill between different races. A win-win, right? I'd casually propose the idea to the Margrave next time. They'd surely want the bounty of the forest as well. After all, animal protein was precious. Chieftain. Welcome back, chieftain. It's the chieftain. The children swarmed around me, so I humored them with some high tosses as we made our way to my home. But I couldn't help noticing the disapproving glares from the knights, excluding Gilita. Was this discrimination against the tech gobs, or contempt for me, someone openly friendly with another species? I'd have to get to the bottom of that later. My house was a large structure built with a 3D printer, spacious, despite being a single story, since it also functioned as a community hall. The entrance, which doubled as the main hall, featured a long table and gave off a bit of a Viking longhouse vibe, especially with the cold gun I'd used during the Great Mother recapture mounted on the wall. It could probably hold about 50 people seated. If we removed the tables for a standing event, maybe up to 100. At the far end was a raised platform with the chieftain's seat, and beyond a door behind that lay the storage area and my private quarters. I sat down in the chieftain's seat, trying to appear as dignified as possible. The elders and the warrior chief in training who had followed me in began giving their reports on daily life and harvests. This summer alone, we caught 7 wild boars and 24 deer. Thanks to the electromagnetic traps, we've lost count of the smaller game. The elders and children processed the catch, and we used it in trade. We got good results, iron and relic fragments from the rabbits, and dairy products from a nearby manor, which we then shared with other tribes. There have been no injuries or illnesses. Everyone is healthy and well fed. It seemed Rustiges had been thriving even in my absence. We distributed simple machines, manual sewing devices, tanning tools, and durable blades for handcrafting, so even children and the elderly could contribute. I realized that the elders' vitality likely came from their sense of purpose. No longer discarded as burdens, they now had a place in the new tribe. Excellent. The Great Mother, too, will surely be pleased with your devotion and these days of peace. It is an honor beyond words." The elder, wearing the same muscle suit I had gifted to the Sylvanian elder, bowed deeply. Their warrior beside him knelt in respect. Satisfied that I had heard all I needed, I dismissed the assembly and told everyone they could rest. Just then, Falcon, who had remained nearby, looked like he had something to say. I beckoned him over and let him whisper in my ear. Saint. Are you controlling the tech gobs? I've told you to be careful with your words. I'm merely the honorary chieftain of the Rustigis tribe, not the leader of all tribes." When I added, "Besides, they're smart," he still seemed unconvinced. Well, I couldn't blame him. He'd been raised to believe that all holy machines were creations of the machine god and rightfully theirs. To suddenly be told the tech gobs were just as intelligent, and that Tiamat 25 was an entirely separate ship, must have been hard to accept. The gobs are clever. They've got blacksmithing skills too. And what you'd call gear spell in the holy city, they can wield that as well. But according to the texts, they were described as savages who scavenged every last relic they could find. That's prejudice, Night Falcon. PRA Chapter 50.2 That's prejudice, Night Falcon. She must have overheard our whispered conversation. Gulliver, indignant, stepped between us and pointed toward Riedelpoldi, who had been standing by as a guard. They generously gave us all the information they had without hesitation when we, the expeditionary force, said we'd reclaim the Great Mother. Even when we were routed and forced to flee, they treated our wounds and led us to Nozomu. When it came time to fight, they charged into the enemy without fear for their lives, and when defending, not one of them yielded an inch from their post. I won't tolerate anyone speaking of them like they're savages. My apologies, Knight Gillita scolded. The man shrank back awkwardly. It looked like we were going to have a tough time bridging the gap between their knowledge and the reality. Well, I supposed we'd start their education after the joint training, teach them their place first. That evening, a feast was held to welcome us back with new technology and tools to enrich the Great Mother. The Magius Gear Knights, as guests, were also warmly received, but they didn't seem to be enjoying themselves much. Unlike the formal banquets they were used to, Tech Gobs style had food laid out buffet style for the taking, and once the drinks started flowing, Tech Gobs broke into wrestling matches and sumo-like games all over the place. That must have been a bit too alien for their tastes. Instead, they stayed by my side, asking about the operation to recapture Tiamat 25, so I gathered the Tech Gobs and Sylvanians who had been in the assault team and had them tell the story in full. As knights themselves, they seemed to have an interest in tales of battle. They listened, visibly excited, to the exaggerated accounts of my swordsmanship and the monstrous enemies we faced, and they showed honest awe when presented with an abomination skull taken as a trophy. Perhaps this was the best angle to break the ice. So the next morning, just before dawn, I barged into the knight's tent and banged a pot and ladle together, rousing everyone with a racket. What's going on? Are we under attack? How long are you going to lie around like that? The borrowed kitchen pot made a fine noise, enough to snap the dozing knights out of their slumber with just a few strikes. Judging by their reactions, these nobles had probably never experienced a proper Spartan-style wake-up call. Saint? What's happening? You call yourselves knights? Wake with the sunrise and train your bodies. Look at Knight Gillita. I pointed outside the tent, where Gillita was doing planks with a weight on her back. Though her jumpsuit hid her figure, sweat had soaked through it in places, drawing attention to the curves of her muscles. The sight was oddly captivating. Oh, you're all awake. Knight Gillita, what are you? After I was defeated by the nameless monster, I was ashamed of my weakness. Nozomu agreed to train me. Her muscles swelled beneath the fabric, making the slightly loose jumpsuit look ready to burst. Even without movement, anyone could tell she was under immense strain. That plank wasn't just core work, it engaged every muscle from head to toe, and was incredibly efficient as a full-body exercise. Of course, the more you got used to it, the more brutal it became. Alright, we'll start with stretching. Match my posture. 2 minutes later, I had them all changed into jumpsuits and lined up. We did a round of radio calisthenics. Technically, I didn't need to stretch. This synthetic body's joints were moved by actuators, but I figured they needed a model to follow. And don't underestimate radio calisthenics. If you take them seriously, you'll definitely work up a sweat. Okay. Now let's build some stamina. Follow me. Yes, sir. Leading the already sweat-drenched knights, I took them on 5 laps around the Great Mother. It was a massive ship, so 1 lap made for a decent long-distance run, perfect for a morning warm-up. Some early rising warriors mistook the jog for some kind of prayer ritual and joined in, forming a long procession, but that just added to the fun. And ha. The knights were completely out of breath. This had to be it, the so-called exosuit syndrome. Saint. What's the point of all this? If you can't handle this without an exosuit, what makes you think you're worth wearing it? It wasn't an official diagnosis. We mechanized humans use the term to mockingly refer to a condition that plagued the old humans. It described the atrophy that came from relying too heavily on powered exosuits. Humans already prone to osteoporosis in space would often wear exosuits for too long, and end up too weak to function without them. We called it an illness, half in jest, half in warning. They called themselves knights, but they clearly hadn't trained their bodies enough. Sure, strength and speed could be evened out by an exosuit, and no matter how tough the body was, it wouldn't win in a raw power contest against an exosuit. But stamina? It was a whole different story. Once you were exhausted in your exosuit, you were as good as dead. You'd either got riddled with coal gunfire until you passed out or carved up by a mono-atomic blade. Well, that depended on your opponent. But I wasn't about to entrust my protection to half-trained amateurs like that. Since you were chosen to guard me, you'd better become the best Magius Gear Knights in the world. Which means I'm going to break you down and rebuild you until you are, got it? That's answer me. Their pitiful, wavering response made me sigh. It was going to take a lot of work before I could recognize them as proper soldiers. Training non-mechanized humans took patience. If they were mechanized humans, it'd just be a matter of skill and grit. Shove them into VR combat space, crush them for a few thousand compressed hours, and they'd come out with the eyes of a real killer. But our time was short, and the road ahead was long. It was troubling. Next. Strength training. Match Gilata's form. Hold it for 30 seconds. As one of the new recruits whimpered in fear, I gave their rear a literal kick, and for the first time in ages, I took up the role of a demon drill sergeant, ready to whip them into shape. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Even while wearing synthetic bodies, soldiers of the integrated military are subjected to thousands of hours of VR training, configured deliberately to simulate fatigue and suffering. Only those who can endure such conditions are allowed to serve as full-time soldiers. PRA Chapter 51.157. A loud, painful crash rang out. It was the sound of Falcon being yanked to the ground, exosuit and all. I could see him groaning in pain, crushed under his own weight and the heaviness of his armor. That's enough for today. Thank you. Very much. He barely managed to get the words out before going completely still. Looked like he'd passed out. Come on now, that's pathetic. Fainting just from being thrown 2 or 3 times? This is the bare minimum for anti-armor combat training. Lieutenant, the physiology of the old humans isn't built to withstand instantaneous impacts of 7G. That may be true, Celine, but even old-world fighter jets could pull 9Gs. And pros don't just throw you, they slam you into the ground for added shock. If he was blacking out from a basic hip throw or shoulder toss, even with an exosuit on, he wouldn't last in a real fight. Besides, this body was a Type C Model 2, it was not even designed for combat. A Type A body could crush someone like a tin can the moment they were grabbed. That's exactly why he needed to hone his swordsmanship so he didn't get grabbed in the first place. That was pretty brutal. How many throws was that? 3. Though to be fair, he's doing a lot better than on day 1. The crisp morning air hung over the training ground as Riedelpoldi, also clad in exosuit and dripping with sweat, walked over. Judging from the mud smeared on various parts of his gear, he'd been doing close quarters drills too. Still, you're one hell of a monster, you know that? Tossing around a guy in full armor with your bare hands. And he was using real sword, too. If that's enough to scare you, you've got no business being a soldier. My job used to be storming enemy anti-air emplacements through barrages of gunfire and blades. That sounds completely insane. Most people would call that a suicide mission. It was a standard MO in the integrated military. We dropped mobile weapons from high altitudes and high speeds where interception was tough, then tear through the anti-air defenses. Once we'd secured air superiority, we moved on to mop up. It was a near-guaranteed win pattern, feared and respected. What was even scarier were the transport pilots who got us there. They were called kamikaze cowboys and held in the highest regard among pilots for their reckless evasive maneuvers and plunge trajectories. Their casualty rate, well, technically, they were not dead, since their brain shells got recovered, was pretty damn high. Compared to them, we mobile weapon pilots were relatively safe. We had reinforced armor, and even if the transport got blown to bits, we were still shielded inside mobile weapons. Lieutenant, sorry to interrupt, but the upgrades to the factory section are complete. Please confirm when ready. Thanks, Celine. I'll head over once I'm done here. With a crisp turn of my sweatless body, I yanked the helmets off the unconscious guards and dumped water on them to wake them. Your movements are improving, but you're still too stiff. You're swinging with too much force, you're letting the gear armor control you. Predict the enemy's counterattack and keep your swings tighter. Why yes. Saint Falcon's eyes were still a little dazed, but when I peered into them and scanned him, vitals and brainwaves were normal. Man, having built-in bioscan eyes was super handy, used to need Celine for that. When training against organic life forms, the rule was to leave them just barely alive and not kill them. If it were a VR sim, he'd have died hundreds of times by now, complete with all the pain. So in that sense, I was way kinder than any simulator instructor. Those guys? They actually stabbed you. Stretch out and get a good rest. I'm heading to the Great Mother, Roger. Hey, wake up. Don't die on me. We still got to brag that Lord Saint trained us personally. While the guards tried to wake their comrades, I made my way into the Great Mother with light steps. Compared to when we'd first boarded, the place had been tidied up quite a bit, with the floor stakes reinstalled properly. I climbed up with ease. When I entered the factory section I'd been authorized to use, the extent of the renovations was immediately clear. The input slot for materials had been automated, and the output chute had been enlarged to handle more complex and sizable products. They'd slotted in spare parts manufactured back in the Holy City's factory zone and patched up some of the deactivation measures that Lieutenant Commander Teramoto, captain of the Tiamat 25, had enacted in his final moments to protect sensitive data. Next to it, assembly machines were lined up, forming a production line where rough builds could be assembled inside, then completed outside once deployed through the exit chute. It reminded me of those factory sim VR games my classmate was obsessed with. The guy went full galaxy brain, terraforming planets alone and setting up orbital production chains with increasingly complex machines to produce Part A from Parts B and C, which in turn needed Parts D, E, and F. Come to think of it, he turned that obsession into a career in logistics. I heard it was hell, calculating trade routes and managing supply lines, but I wondered if he was still out there, happily hauling cargo from depot to depot. Whoa, it's huge now. With this, we should be able to manufacture most standard mid-sized integrated military equipment. Still a far cry from what we need to fight the dragons, though. A loud beep rang out as the molding machine's hatch slid open. A conveyor belt extended, carrying out a massive batch of ammunition. These were small caliber rounds for the new Colt gun model. Despite the modest 2,500 joules muzzle energy, the small projectile size allowed each magazine to carry 50 rounds. The guns themselves were already packed in containers, ready for shipment. But still, even for you, this is a pretty eccentric design. There's no room for fun in a submachine gun built for suppression. Not that I've ever designed anything with fun in mind. Even as she said that, the Colt gun I pulled from the container, the submachine gun model, had a pretty distinctive look to it. The T-shaped frame, with the main body extending forward from the grip, was familiar, but it was extremely top-heavy. Likely because of the built-in cooling and shock absorption systems wrapped around the barrel. Instead of the classic banana magazine, it featured a PET bottle-like cylindrical drum, A helical magazine. It was a clever design where bullets were spiraled inside the cylinder, maximizing capacity while minimizing size. The concept came from some old communist bloc idea, preserved only in ancient texts. Back then, it never caught on because of manufacturing complexity and finicky springs that made loading difficult. But in a cold gun, where the feeding mechanism works differently, it turned out to be quite practical. Celine chose it herself. She claimed that with submachine guns, suppression is everything. Precision could be compensated for by sheer volume of fire. Yawa! Another weird yell rang out. When I checked the voice print, it turned out to be Gilita. Curious, I glanced over, and found her in the makeshift shooting range, clutching a submachine gun and growling at the hollow targets. I can't hit anything. This is driving me crazy. Oh, right. Her previous commanding officer had drilled her in close quarters combat so hard she literally pissed blood, so I'd assigned her to shooting practice for morning drills. And now, she'd gone full auto with the cold gun using the helical mag, and missed everything. Let me see that. Wah, Nozomu. PRA Chapter 51.2. Let me see that. Wah, Nozomu. From the side, I smoothly snatched the empty magazine gun and reloaded it. So that top-heavy design must have been adjusted to suit the posture of Sylvanians and tech gobs. They tend to lean forward when they run, so this setup was probably meant to avoid getting in the way during movement. First, extend the stock. The gun had a skeleton-style stock that slid out smoothly from either side of the body, so I extended it and shouldered it. Since it didn't have a fire control system, I had to rely on good old-fashioned focus aiming. But for this kind of target, that should be enough. Hold it steady with the shoulder and elbow. Then fire. The hollow target's head, which had been glowing green, lit up red to indicate a hit. I only fired 3 rounds in semi-auto, but thanks to the gun's weight, the recoil was surprisingly mild. Looks like the design accounted for the comparatively weaker bone structure of Sylvanians. Don't spray all the bullets at once, fire them in short bursts. I released 3 shots per burst, purely by controlling the trigger, hitting the head, chest, abdomen, both shoulders, elbows, and hands. Finally, I aimed between the legs, held down the trigger, and let the recoil guide the shots upward in a sweeping finish. And when you do go full auto, aim a little low and let it rip. The high-pitched buzzing filled the air, and the entire target turned bright red before resetting to its default green. Yep, that'd do. If it had a proper FCS, I could have gone pinpoint with this body, but with just raw focus aiming, there was bound to be a bit of spread. That was amazing, Nozomu. Well, I didn't spend all that time in the military for nothing. I ejected the magazine and checked the chamber to confirm it was empty before handing the cold gun back to Gilita. She took one look and said it wasn't really suitable for her, then picked up the revolver-style cold gun instead. I'm starting to get decent with this one. Mounted shooting is still a disaster, though. Yeah, with all the shaking and the speed of movement. I was about to give her some advice when a thought hit me. This place had the equipment to manufacture replacement parts for synthetic bodies, and Gilita had a sub-brain. Maybe this was a good opportunity for her to open her terminal and get mechanized. Hey, Gilita. Wanna become one with me, huh? She blinked in surprise, and I gently took her hand, looking her straight in the eyes as I made the offer. This was one of those moments, one of those big decisions that took guts, especially for old humans. I had to approach this seriously. It's a really good thing. No hassle, just stare at the ceiling for a bit, and before you know it, it's done. Lieutenant. Ow! A sharp smack to the back of my head jolted me, and I turned to find Celine's doll frame standing there, holding an empty magazine like a weapon. She looked pissed, tapping it into her opposite palm like a warning. Isn't that terrible? Because you were toying with a maiden's heart. Can't you ask someone to mechanize in a normal way? Mechanize? Still, that didn't mean she had to hit me that hard. If I were old human, I might have fractured my skull. I just thought it might be a good idea since this place has the facilities for safe mechanization. Gilita, how about using your sub-brain to install a shooting assist program? It'd boost your accuracy big time. Oh, I see. Why you were talking about mechanization? Wait, you're saying me? Mechanize me? Like a gear priest? It's not a big deal. All it takes is injecting a nanomachine cluster that connects to the nervous system. And maybe install a retinal display or two. GG's, that scared me. I seriously thought you were proposing something else. This early in the morning. She muttered under her breath, but my enhanced auditory sensors caught it. But really, why make such a big deal about mechanization? Time of day didn't matter, only whether it was necessary or not. But is it really okay? Only high-ranking knights in the Magisphere Knights are allowed to open their terminals, you know. You're a guardian of the saint. I doubt anyone will complain. Well then, if it means I can protect you. She closed her eyes for a moment, as if recalling something, and then nodded with resolve. I'll open my terminal. I never want to cradle your severed head in my arms again. Whoa. I didn't know what memory triggered that, but that was some serious determination. Well, she could relax. In some countries, this procedure was no more serious than getting your ears pierced. One painless injector, half a day of rest, and it was done. If you want, we can also reinforce your joints and bones. Switch to malleable titanium alloy. You won't even have to worry about getting run over by a gear caliber. Lieutenant, even if the bones are fine, her organs won't survive that. Yeah, and organ replacements are probably beyond what we can do here, right? I'm not ready to give up that much, okay? Honestly, I'd thought it was a waste all along. She had a perfectly good subbrain and wasn't using it for anything. Like buying a top-tier gaming PC and only playing solitaire. And technically speaking, she was already partially mechanized. Embedding photon crystals in the body qualified as a mid-level modification. Compared to that, terminal installation and software setup were practically nothing. Seriously, I'm counting on you. I'm trusting you with this, okay? I know. You're not gonna wake up with a drill for a hand, I promise. A drill? Why a drill? She kept shouting as I gently pushed her forward by the shoulders, guiding her to the procedure room. I mean, if you're a guy, a pile bunker is way cooler. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Within official regulations, mechanization is considered a high-level modification where gaps in organic function are filled with artificial components. According to old human standards, Galata would already be classified as mechanized. PRA Chapter 52.158. When I showed up at the Sylvanian's kingdom to recruit soldiers, it turned into a full-blown festival. I wasn't the star of the show, Celine was, now that she had her doll-like frame. Lieutenant, please stop them. It's really embarrassing, and I think this is kind of unfair to Tissy. Yeah, she was probably never swallowed up by this much fluff either, I replied casually. Celine was in the middle of a grand welcome, getting completely mobbed by fluffy rabbits. A little god. She must be God's sister. She's so small, she must be the youngest. She's been sent to bless us. With the celebration in full swing like this, I didn't have the heart to interrupt. Celine looked like she was on the verge of being placed on an altar, but she didn't need to worry. The Sylvanians weren't the kind of race to force things. Even I wasn't locked up or anything. They let me walk around freely. Sure, I had to join in some religious ceremonies now and then, but I was never tucked away and treated like some sacred relic. What a most joyous day this is. The god's consort has returned, and now a little god has descended as well. Living a long life certainly has its perks. Next to the elder, who was stomping in place and chanting Namu Namu, I took a sip of the god-awful bitter tea. Yeah, Celine's rival knocked me down a rank in their pecking order. Good thing this synthetic body lets me disable my taste sensors. It made it easy to drink it like it was the finest brew in the world. Tissy still watches over you from the sea of stars. Just as the holy tale says, the stars are filled with gods who watch over and bless us. Let us mark today as a new day of celebration and pass it on for generations to come. Nodding along at the teary-eyed elder's speech, I leaned in and quietly asked through the translator, just loud enough to be heard. So, how's the recruitment going? You said 10 more would be enough, but we have too many volunteers and don't know what to do. Yeah, I figured. The Sylvanians were always high in morale and motivation, but Celine's doll frame had apparently pushed them over the edge. They were eager to come with us. They made excellent scouts, small target profiles, perfect for point work, but they hated wearing helmets, which always made me nervous. I'd already gotten 3 of them killed. Letting that number rise would make it hard for me to face Tissy. But if I kept them away from the front lines, they'd probably resent it. Not exactly an easy situation. God's consort, could you please take more? Not 5 times more, but maybe 30 of us. But we already have 40 Tegob warriors signed up, and the transport's packed. The Tegobs were fired up about the expedition to retake the Valley of Death, formerly Development Base 5689, and a solid number of them had joined our forces. While I was away, they'd held a council and finally chosen a high chief. Turned out to be Gingerges from the Baljingig tribe. Thanks to the unification of their military under one leader and the disappearance of their main enemy, the aberrations, their defensive forces had become a bit redundant. Apparently, their warriors had always been tasked with keeping riffraff away from the Great Mother, and now that the area was secure, there was a growing movement to return to the old-school definition of a warrior. And get this, up until now, about 5% of the Tegob population had been warriors. That's pretty wild. Even if they doubled as hunters, that's far beyond the normal ratio. Ideally, standing military personnel should be less than 1% of the population. It was the kind of number that could strain their economy, but with the aberrations around, they'd been forced to keep those numbers up. Now that the threat was gone, they were looking to rebalance things. Just to be clear, it was not like they asked me to throw these excess warriors into battle so they'd die off and solve the problem. They just wanted their veterans to earn some final glory before retiring or transitioning to hunting roles. Neither I nor the tribes had any intention of wasting them in this fight. If anything, they wanted a chance to go out with honor. That's why I handed out the mass-produced, upgraded Type C Model 2 powered exosuits to everyone, and made sure they were fully stocked with cold guns. Everyone would have a fair shot at glory, but that meant the Dichotomous 4, which only had room for 20, was already maxed out. Adding 30 more Sylvanians on top of that clearly wasn't feasible. We only had one transport vehicle suitable for hauling gear and personnel. It was far from ideal. Plus, the vehicle was armored and meant to charge into the front line via remote control. If it got destroyed, I'd need to think about how we'd retrieve people. Overloading it would only make the return trip even harder. Well, you could have them cling on top or something, the elder suggested. Clinging on top? That's not exactly ideal if we get ambushed. Cute face, brutal ideas. Sure, I'd rode on top of tanks when my legs were destroyed by artillery fire before, but that's a last resort, not a tactic for when everything's going fine. What if the enemy had grenades or mortars? One explosion, and the top of the vehicle would be a paste-covered disaster. No thanks. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Gilita. It was Gilita on the comms, speaking from a distance where she stayed with the other guards. Her mechanization had gone well, and thanks to the software installed in her subbrain, she'd gotten better at handling various machines. Now she could emit compressed radio waves. That said, her brain was still flesh and blood, so all this meant was she could type incredibly fast. She still had to convert and reread responses in text form, so she wasn't as quick as Celine or me in conversation. How about having them draw lots? Did you see their excitement? You think that's going to calm them down? So much fluff. I'm jealous. PRA Chapter 52.2. Also, it was a bit unfortunate that her inner voice sometimes leaked through. Probably because she hadn't quite figured out the filter settings. I had explained how to use it, but it seemed like she still hadn't gotten the hang of it, and at times, it just spilled out completely. Lieutenant, stop fooling around and help me already. There's fur in my joints. Guess the seals on the joints are loose since it's technically just a toy. Alright, I'm on it. I cleared my throat to draw attention, then asked them to let the little god go since she was now covered in fur. The Sylvanians, realizing they'd done something terrible, gently placed Celine back onto the platform and quietly backed away. That it was awful. Didn't you like fluffs too? There are limits. Also, I prefer cats. Oh, right. She did say that before. In any case, now safely seated on the altar, she spent a moment thinking things over. After running some kind of mental calculation, she concluded that we could somehow manage with up to 25 volunteers. That was thanks to the recent refurbishment of the Tiamat 25, which allowed us to field a single multi-legged tank. It was missing key components, like the anti-grav unit and data link pack, so the armor plating had been cut in half, and the main gun output was less than half of spec. It was practically a paper tiger. Still, its output was comparable to that of the nameless monster that once cornered us. And come to think of it, I was starting to suspect that monster had actually been a modified version of this same machine. The Type BMKI multi-legged light tank, scorpion-like in form and equipped with an anti-armor railgun on its tail, was massive and had an equally massive payload capacity. Though technically a lightly armed combat vehicle meant to support rearguards and combat engineers, it could be outfitted with tons of pannier bags to serve as an improvised transport. I figured she was planning to make use of that to free up some space for more troops inside the APC. Granted, loading gear onto the tank so you can cram more people into the armored vehicle did feel a bit backwards, but I trusted she'd done the math and found it feasible. We'll use up the supplies loaded on the tank and toss the empty bags overboard as we go. That should keep the weight manageable. Probably. That's unusually vague for you. I'm exhausted. I think I finally understand how the sacrificial bunnies feel. Then, the thoroughly fluff-worn deity passed her judgment, and so the Sylvanians reluctantly accepted it and began their version of rock-paper-scissors. It involved hopping straight up, with the foot positions determining the result, together for rock, vertical spread for scissors, and horizontal for paper. Watching it was strangely heartwarming. So cute. Yeah, it really is. I nodded in agreement to Gillette's whispered sigh from the combs. She still hadn't had a chance to fluff a Sylvanian herself. Incidentally, for the adult ones, getting fluffed was a serious humiliation. We watched as the tournament progressed and eventually reached a final showdown between two contestants, prompting a modest cheer from the crowd. One was said to be a master of long-range marksmanship, the other a prodigy of fast draws. It warmed my heart that they'd kept up their military training even while we were away, but I also worried they might be taking it a bit too seriously. It wasn't a bad thing, but I hoped they wouldn't lose the idyllic charm that Tissy had so loved in them. After an intense battle that saw them tie 7 times in a row, it turned into a highly tactical exchange of reading each other's moves. The long-range specialist finally came out on top, securing our 25 volunteers. Well, that was a few more than we originally planned, but oh well. More barrels meant more firepower, and with the new batch of submachine guns being well suited to the Sylvanians, I figured it'd work out. We'd probably see plenty of close-quarter combat anyway, and if we couldn't wrap things up topside, they'd get their chance to shine. That said, I really wanted them to wear helmets. Maybe they'd agree if it came from their little god. All right. I'll try negotiating with them. Thanks. If the enemy starts flinging grenades or explosives, it'll be a disaster without head protection. I felt bad asking a completely drained Celine for yet another favor. But we had to do everything we could to bring our fluffy friends back home alive, for Tissy's sake, too. God's consort. Many parents are requesting a blessing for their newborns. A blessing? Well, I guess that's fine. In the holy tale, the god kissed the forehead of the firstborn to bless their birth. You want me to work more? While I'm still swamped with preparations? Celine looked mentally wrecked, and I felt awful pushing this on her, but it was a tradition tied to Tissy. I really wanted her to go along with it. I sent her a bowing on knees emoticon, but all I got in return was a sulky pout. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The Sylvanians' strong fighting spirit stemmed purely from a desire not to lose their gods a second time. Their peaceful instincts remained very much intact. PRA Chapter 53.159. Although it was a whirlwind trip back home, both the Tech Gob and Sylvanian warriors accepted their new gear without complaint. After 10 days of intensive familiarization training, they boarded the transport without protest. Here we go, Gua. During that time, Falcon and the others had also seen a marked improvement in their exosuit syndrome. These days, unless I boosted my mental processing speeds, I couldn't even pull off a proper counterattack against them anymore. So it was safe to say they were fully battle-ready. Your movements are still a bit stiff. If you could change trajectory mid-swing and turned into a surprise thrust, you'd be a lot stronger. But my gear knights weren't meant to fight people in the first place. And you plan to use that excuse when I'm getting attacked by some scumbag in the street? On top of that, they had learned how to take falls in exosuit. They barely blacked out anymore. Short though it was, this intense period of training in full combat gear had transformed them. They were no longer chicks with shells stuck to their butts. They were proper little chicks now, shells off and all. Ugh. My back is killing me. Falcon's groan as he got up was drowned out by the sharp report of gunfire. I turned toward the crack of a sonic boom, an unmistakable sound from the modified Colt gun I used to wield. Over near the woods, Galata was in the middle of target practice. Even on the day of departure, she was tireless in her drills since being mechanized. A good sign. The first shot flipped an empty ration can into the air. The second sent it even higher. Then, with rapid fire, she landed 4 more rounds, launching it far into the distance. I extended my time perception and recorded the footage, zooming in at max magnification. It wasn't quite a one-hole group, but every round hit the can dead on. Not bad, I guess. She tilted her head, clearly dissatisfied, but her marksmanship was excellent. If she pulled that off in VR without aim assist software, people would accuse her of cheating. But in base reality, that kind of skill was no joke. It hadn't even been a full season since she was mechanized. Whether it was sheer talent or what they call the blessings of the machine god, I couldn't tell, but it was damn impressive. Nozomu draws faster and hits more accurately. I mean, I wanted the first shot to launch it perfectly vertical. Muttering to herself, she reloaded and took aim at the next target. The intensity in her stance was almost eerie, and beautiful. But we were out of time. All hands, attention. My voice rang out, and the warriors milling around quickly formed ranks. 40 Tech-Gob volunteers, 25 elite Sylvanians, and 6 Magius Gear Knights. Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd ever commanded this many actual organic subordinates. The largest unit I ever led had 12 mechanized humans, and 90% of the accompanying infantry were drone squads led by grunts. Having every subordinate be organic, it might genuinely be a first for me. Damn, now I was getting nervous. No matter how many times you do this, holding people's lives in your hands always feels like trying to carry water without spilling a single drop. It was nerve-wracking as hell. Pull it together. I made it through worse during the Great Mother recap job. We now head into the battlefield. The journey is short, but a fierce battle awaits. How long had it been since I gave a speech like this? I'd done it in VR to AIs, and of course, during military service, I'd addressed flesh and blood soldiers plenty of times. But after 2,000 years, what the hell do you even say? Some of you will not return to your homelands. Some of you will not come back whole. Ugh. I could feel my words falling flat. Not like I had to sound cool or anything, but this was the job of a commander: to inspire the troops and dull their fear of death before a battle, to whip them into a frenzy. It's a dirty job when you think about it, but memories of this battle will not fade. This fierce struggle will be passed down among Tech-Gobs, Sylvanians, and in the Holy City. When people see the old forts facing the direction the threat once came from, they'll remember. Sure. If I wanted to, I could engage my emotional suppression protocol and completely erase any fear of death. But the warriors didn't have that luxury. And I sure as hell didn't want to start handing out combat stimulants, so words were all I had. If there's a profession more morally fraught than frontline commander, I don't know what it is. Ugly bastards died defending this path. Noble shields shattered into pieces. And someday the rumors will become stories, the stories will become festivals, and the festivals will become eternal. Oh man, I forgot to activate my speech protocol. I was just freestyling now, and I didn't even know what I was saying anymore. But seriously, those protocols were so formulaic they sounded like propaganda. Nobody used them. Hell, I'd even heard soldiers complain they were depressing. That is to say, you will be eternal. Translated through the COM devices, my words reached each warrior in their own language, and each responded in kind. Are you ready to fight? The Tech-Gob warriors slammed their weapons against the ground, letting out a low growl. A war cry ritual meant to stoke courage, and show they were prepared to die. Are you ready to kill? The Sylvanians stomped their right feet, emitting a sharp rhythm that signaled readiness for battle. "Are you ready to die?" And the knights stood tall, weapons in hand, perfectly still, demonstrating to their commander that they were tools, ready to receive orders at any moment. "Then let's move. Mount up." My stomach hurt, and I didn't even have a stomach anymore. No surprise, really. I'd spent 2,000 years in VR, and then stuffed in a Type D synthetic body. A phantom pain or two was par for the course. Well, it was my stomach that hurt, not my limbs, but you get it. Their warriors, armored and armed, disappeared into the beetle-like transports or mounted their pack wolves, preparing to depart. I climbed into the commander's seat of Dichotomous 4, marked with a painted O1, and connected directly to its terminal. The six-legged armored vehicle became an extension of my own body. All vehicles, advance. PRA Chapter 53.2. As soon as we started moving, the scout drones lifted off with a mechanical whir, followed by the pack wolves ridden by the Sylvanians. The APCs and the multi-legged tank, which had already finished their warm-ups, trailed after them. Another group of pack wolves, pulling the remaining supply carts, brought up the rear to guard our flanks. It was going to be a short but grueling journey. Nothing drags on longer than the moments before a battle begins. That old, familiar feeling. The memory of being crammed into a drop pod on a transport ship, seconds before an assault drop. I still remembered how those brief instants, between the moment of separation from the craft and the plunge to the surface, stretched into eternity. I always checked if I had slowed my internal clock as much as possible. Now, that same moment had come again, the kind of time you pray would pass in the blink of an eye. Phew. Get a grip. No use getting jittery now. You've already been through 2 wars since coming here. I tuned into the road noise, rubber on dirt, from the APC's wheels folded under its legs, trying to steady myself. I had software installed to switch into cold-blooded combat mode, but this wasn't the time for that. After all, the troops under my command weren't mechanized humans or mathematical consciousnesses that could return to the front so long as their brain shells were intact. These were organic life forms. If they died, that was it. So I braced myself, and decided to embrace the anxiety and fear that everyone else was surely feeling too. All vehicles and personnel, data link established. Copy that. Confirmed. With Celine's voice, a drone-fed overhead view projected into my processing area. Every unit in our convoy leaving the Sylvanians' kingdom at dawn, every soldier riding aboard, was tagged and displayed with a photo and vital signs. It was a shoddy, hastily built tactical data link that only let us track vitals and positions, but better than nothing. Thanks to the upgraded exosuits we'd issued, we could now monitor everyone's life signs, an advantage that would become vital in the coming battle. The old development base 5689, also known as the Valley of Death, was vast. Sketches left behind by some knights who had been there indicated that some external force, or perhaps tectonic activity, had exposed parts of the original underground facility. From those openings, hordes of abominations seemed to pour forth. Normally, they wandered aimlessly near the facility's perimeter, doing nothing in particular. But once provoked, they wouldn't stop until they'd slaughtered every intruder. I pulled up their anatomical data from the databanks, and felt my facial muscles tense at the grotesque query. What could I even call them? They resembled humans. Barely. Their skulls were gaunt to the extreme, cheekbones and brow ridges jutting out grotesquely, eye sockets sunken deep with embedded camera-like eyes, evoking starved corpses on the brink of death. Yet their bodies stood over 2 meters tall, twisted into lanky parodies of human form. Their arms were absurdly long, hanging below their knees. Their shins were taut, unnaturally tense, exuding a disturbing kind of strength. They looked like some mutated zombie straight out of a VR game. No matter how many you killed, they just kept coming. The Magiusgear Knights of the Holy City called them Nosferatu the Undying, and feared them. Unless their heads were completely destroyed, they would keep fighting, and their minimal intelligence, just enough to handle weapons, inflicted serious casualties every time they surged. I hated to imagine these grotesque parodies of humanity being produced by one of our own lost outposts. But if that was the case, we had to wipe them out. For good. How many were there? Hundreds? Thousands? I'd heard of past outbreaks lasting 5 days and breaching the fourth of 6 fortress walls. We might need to prepare for tens of thousands. And now it was said that these things carried guns. The firepower might bounce off the Magius Knight's armor, but a sustained barrage would eventually dent it, and hurt the one inside. They didn't seem to use tactics, but that didn't mean they could be underestimated. And this time, we couldn't even bring the Titan II with us to counter Dragon's attack. That meant we had no choice but to wage a dirty, boots-on-the-ground battle. That frustrated me more than I wanted to admit. Still, we had our own aces up our sleeves, and plenty of armor to shield the troops. We were an ironclad fist, reinforced and ready. There was nothing we couldn't crush, smash them, crush them, drag them out of their holes, and I would grab hold of any thread that might lead back to the root of this mess. The reason Terra 16 had ended up like this, and use it to find a way home. Come on, Matsuo Ozomu. Steady yourself. Right now, on this planet, you probably have the longest military record of anyone. Don't mess this up with some rookie mistake. Lieutenant, I suggest you not burn yourself out. We're still quite far from the site. You're right. Take the controls. I'll rest a bit. Celine had a point. I let go, shutting down part of my cyber brain to clear out the emotional cache. Too much emotion could cloud judgment. A commander must always be calm, cold, even. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Nosferatu, aberrant creatures that roam the outskirts of the Valley of Death. Their uncanny ability to respawn endlessly after death earned them the name Undying. They possess just enough intelligence to handle tools, and all are armed, either with firearms or melee weapons. A single creature poses no threat to a Magius Gear Knight, but when dozens swarm, they become a formidable and inescapable foe. PRA Chapter 54.1, 510. The Valley of Death stretched roughly 600 meters wide and rose about 20 meters high. It ran so deep and far that the terrain rippled into the horizon, dotted with holes that seemed to lead underground. Lieutenant, scout drone loss rate has exceeded 3%. Their aim is sloppy, but the barrage is intense. Yeah, time to get moving. Nosferatu roamed the wasteland in scattered groups of 5 to 15, spaced tens of meters apart. A dense and wide surveillance net had been cast. Still, how did those lifeless, death-like creatures generate any heat at all? The wasteland was barren, with nothing edible and no signs of proper refueling infrastructure. But then again, that wasn't anything new. Even the chimeras nesting in the Great Mother didn't eat the tech gobs they attacked, they just killed them. Maybe they were powered by miniature reactors or internal batteries. We've gathered enough recon data. Let's give them a taste of something nasty. Do it. Acknowledged. Firing now. At Celine's signal, a sharp sequence of 6 blasts rang out, like the sound of a wine cork popping, only 10 times louder. A few seconds later, the ground erupted. Impact. Confirmed. All shots on target. 65 kills. 24 wounded. Nice work. Lieutenant, that's like complimenting an old human for breathing. We had set up camp roughly 5 kilometers from the mouth of the valley. We'd built a makeshift forward position and began preparations for combat, including a preemptive bombardment. The bombardment came courtesy of 6 light mortars, Type C Model 1s, the kind carried by integrated military light infantry. With a modest 80mm caliber, they weren't meant for destroying armor. These were designed to be lobbed behind enemy lines by infiltrating special forces to cause chaos. But in this case, they were more than enough. The enemy wasn't armored, nor were they Magius Gear Knights. They were frail enough that even conscripts could kill them, and the mortars were turning them into ground meat. All 6 mortars were synced with Celine. Everything was handled by the systems, no manual adjustments. Hydraulic targeting systems between the supports and base plates made constant micro-adjustments, ensuring precision with each shot. They targeted the thickest concentrations of enemies, moments when squads crossed paths, or lobbed rounds into holes. The auto-loading mortars thumped rhythmically, and each time the magazines emptied, Sylvanians in exosuit, who had finally agreed to wear their helmets thanks to Celine's relentless persuasion, hurried to reload. It's like we kicked a hornet's nest. Yeah, they're really coming out now. A beat after the bombardment, Nosferatu surged out of the holes like flash floods. More than 100 per minute spilled out, threatening to blot out the horizon. It's like a tsunami. I wish we had heavy artillery. Keep firing. We've got plenty of ammo in stock. Understood. There were easily more than 1,000, maybe even 10,000. I could see the soldiers in exosuits trembling in the trenches we dug in a semicircle around the artillery position. Alright, time for a morale boost. From the improvised cockpit, this thing wasn't even designed for a human pilot, meant instead to house a brain shell. I linked up with the Type B multi-legged light tank, codenamed Sashigame, and powered up the controls. I connected to the FCS and began charging the main gun. Ammo type, anti-personnel. Output, 60%. Target, leading edge of enemy mass. Moving Sashigame felt like moving my own body. I aligned the barrel growing from its tail toward the enemy, selected ammo via the autoloader, and locked onto the target. Wind was blowing up from the valley, so I adjusted for that. Railguns, in theory, could accelerate rounds to near light speed, but that'd be catastrophic in atmosphere. I dialed it down to just enough to punch through air resistance and fly straight. Preparing 3-round salvo. The heated barrel shimmered with haze. The charge coils whined with building energy, waiting to be unleashed. And then I satisfied that hunger, launching the round along a triangular firing path. Firing. In an instant, the railgun round shot out at multiple times the speed of sound. Right before impact, the casing self-destructed, releasing thousands of sub-munitions. Grape shot, anti-light armor kinetic rounds. Each shell released close to 1,000 child rounds, spraying out in a cone that shredded everything in front of it with a storm of steel. Over 100 unarmored Nosferatu were turned into white mist, and the second and third shots tore the gap even wider. Alright, that must have taken out 500 or so. Yeah? The massive destruction drew cheers from our soldiers. But this was far from over. These enemies could bring the holy city to its knees with brute force alone. Underestimating them would be a mistake. The hole I'd blasted open was quickly filled as more of them surged forward. A disgusting white tide rolled in relentlessly. This was going to be rough. If only we had 2 more Sashigame tanks, we could crush them underfoot. Lieutenant, 4 kilometers until they reach the front line. Alright, all units, advance. Orders were transmitted to the dichotomous 4 units via data link, and the vehicles, previously hidden in dug-in positions, rose up. We'd kept them down in case of hidden enemy artillery, but if this much firepower hadn't provoked a response, then it was probably safe. Advance to 1 kilometer from the enemy. Gun stations, hold fire for now. They were sprinting at around 30 kilometers per hour. Not bad. I could see the tension on the faces of the tech gobs and Sylvanians manning the APC gunner seats, wrestling with fear and adrenaline as the enemy closed in. We'll hit them first with the nose-mounted guns. Hold fire until they're within 500. Celine and I remotely piloted the beetle-like machines forward. Once they reached the designated point, they dug their bellies into the earth for stability. Then, raising their wide heads to chest height, they opened fire with large-caliber coal guns. The 2,600 rounds per minute barrel carved glowing lines through the enemy ranks, turning the white undead back into what they were meant to be, corpses. Each machine swept its designated arc in a fan-shaped pattern. The leading Nosferatu were obliterated, and the shockwaves from the penetrating rounds tore through 2 or 3 more behind them. The ones who tripped over the fallen were crushed by those tumbling after in a domino of death. Still, they pressed on, trampling their dead, scattering them aside, racing forward as if nothing else mattered once they were within range. Man, they were relentless. No rearguard driving them forward either. What kept them going like this? Alright, gun stations, open fire at will. Yawu, ha. I could hit these things with my eyes closed. Once the lead enemies were within 500 meters, I gave the order to unleash the vehicle-mounted machine guns. Slightly larger caliber than the nose guns, they fired at a slower rate, 2,000 rounds per minute, but packed more punch, mowing down even more Nosferatu per volley. As we fired, we began a slow, deliberate retreat. Shooting while falling back, retreat fire, was the best tactic against a massive enemy horde. Alright, cavalry, move up. And for the love of everything, stay out of the firing line. Roger. PRA Chapter 54.2. Alright, cavalry, move up. And for the love of everything, stay out of the firing line. Roger. Well, Thanks to the onboard IFF, there was no risk of friendly fire, but just to be safe, I issued a warning along with the order. At that, the 16 pack wolves leapt into action as if they'd been waiting for the signal. Galata led the charge, followed by the Falcon and the Knights, with the Sylvanians and Tekgobs bringing up the rear. Their steel quadrupeds tore across the wasteland, kicking up dirt as they weaved through the terrain. Just before colliding with the enemy's front line, they scattered. From each of their main bodies, multi-purpose arms launched suitcase-sized containers before the unit started away at full speed. Seconds later, the enemy front line was, quite literally, blown away. It was an octanitrocubane charge. A primitive yet immensely powerful explosive made by bonding nitrohydrogen atoms to a lattice of cubic carbon atoms. The resulting blast was devastating. At ground zero, hundreds of enemies were obliterated without a trace, swept away along with the dust and debris. Even the Nosferatu at the edge were flung into the air in clusters, dozens of them launched skyward along with the dirt, only to crash down like water balloons and burst apart on impact. This was the most effective tactic used by our Higher Federation cavalry units when breaching enemy lines. Suicidal, yes, but brutally efficient against overwhelming enemy numbers. Over 1,000 enemies were shredded all at once, engulfed in a deafening roar and searing heatwave that also consumed the ones behind them. But still, Lieutenant, the reinforcements just keep coming. What kind of production rate is that? That base wasn't supposed to house a factory this large. No matter how many we took down, the Nosferatu just kept pouring out. Mortar rounds, machine gun fire, explosives. It slowed them down, sure, but never stopped them. If they really had an unlimited supply, we'd be overrun in 30 minutes. That would be bad. While our Type C exosuits were tough enough to deflect enemy bullets, the shock-absorbing fluid packed between the armor's composite layers wasn't infinite. Take a few thousand rounds, and someone would definitely go down, which meant we needed to find and eliminate their supple points. Ammo type, armor-piercing. Targeting. Locked. I switched the main cannon to a high-explosive armor-piercing round. These were designed to punch through hard outer shells and detonate inside, shredding internal systems and operators alike. With luck, it could destroy the tunnel feeding in all those Nosferatu. Power at 40% should be enough. Fire. Using topography data gathered by our drones, I calculated the necessary output. Too much force would risk collapsing the entire tunnel system, so I held back slightly and fired. The supersonic shell ripped through the air with a thunderous crack, tore through a group of Nosferatu just emerging from the tunnel, and embedded itself in the ground. A moment later, it exploded, blowing apart part of the ground and sealing the entrance. And just like that, the enemy flow stopped. Whether it was due to the collapse or internal destruction, the mechanism had been disabled. Nice. That did the trick. Let's take out the rest of them. Impressive as always, Lieutenant. I didn't guard Earth for nothing. Didn't the Higher Federation use kinetic impactors in the Second War? And we were both deployed in the Fourth. I'm talking VR. Enemy spawn points being holes in the ground was a staple of those kinds of games. And in real military strategy too, concealed tunnel exits often served the same purpose. We'd clear the front lines only to get ambushed from the rear by tanks or mobile units countless times. So yeah, better to plug those holes while we still could. Prioritize the ones closer to the front. Keep updating the map in real time. Roger. Once we've boxed them in, we advance. Understood. This wasn't a defensive op, we were here to take the enemy base. Once the pressure eased up, it was only natural to push forward and secure ground. Alright, so plugging the holes to stop the flow. But that probably means more enemies still inside. Exactly. If we leave just enough of them to keep a manageable stream out front, assuming we have enough ammo to keep it up. Technically, we were using portable 3D printers to manufacture rounds on site, but I wasn't sure how long our supplies would last. We'd come here with only preliminary recon, so it wasn't like we had hard data. Surely we didn't pack fewer rounds than the enemy had bodies. Right? I could only pray that wasn't the case as I continued firing tank shells, sealing off every tunnel I could find to complete our kill zone. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. OC bombs, Higher Federation standard explosives made from octanitrocubane. Once considered too difficult to synthesize, It became practical thanks to higher Federation 3D printing technology. Now widely used due to its low cost and immense power, it's primarily deployed as large-scale grenades or demolition charges for destroying facilities. PRA Chapter 55.1 5-11. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. It was a well-known line from a famous military manual salvaged from old Earth, and even now, it remained part of standard combat doctrine. But there was more to that saying. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. The eruption has stopped, but 2 hours had passed since then. After a relentless barrage of retreatant fire, artillery strikes, and repeated salvos from our tank's main cannon, we'd routed nearly 10,000 enemy troops and brought their advance to a halt. But what came next was anyone's guess. If it were us, and we couldn't call in satellite strikes, we'd bunker down and wait. Other nations would likely adopt similar strategies, making their plans easier to anticipate. But when you're dealing with a deranged army running on mad code, all bets are off. If they'd simply exhausted themselves and stopped moving, fine. But if they were smarter than expected and had shifted into siege mode, that would mean brutal close-quarters combat. Worse yet, if they were just buying time to resume mass-producing Nosferatu inside, we'd need to launch a swift offensive and seize the facility. It was hard to act decisively when the enemy was so damn crazy that you couldn't tell a thing about what they'd do next. Nozomu? We've finished mopping up the stragglers. The enemy scattered beautifully. The cavalry, who had been racing across the scorched land clearing out enemies like wolves on the hunt, returned. But as I looked at them, splattered white with enemy blood, I was reminded again that these aberrant beings used high-efficiency artificial blood. It confirmed what I'd suspected, they shared a common origin. That said, the tech gobs also bled white, but they had reason and intelligence. What caused the divergence between the two? I needed more data. More examples. We still didn't have a full picture of what the bastards playing with this planet were trying to accomplish. Wait. Scattered, huh? Oh, yeah, they broke formation and lost all cohesion. Looked totally disorganized. We shot every last one of them though. Falcon held up his cold gun proudly, but this wasn't good. Breaking and scattering was a classic tactic to minimize casualties. A disorganized army was one thing, but enemies displaying coordinated behavior like social organisms was another. It meant they'd learned that retreating in a clump only made them easy targets for our precise bombardment. They'd adapted. They'd entered a siege posture, which meant they had enough intelligence to trigger self-defense protocols. Damn it. Things just got a whole lot messier. I squinted at the exposed development base 5689 just over the horizon, unearthed by crustal upheaval. It looked like someone had slapped together a stack of candy boxes. But that was just the result of connecting pre-built architectural units, designed for maximum efficiency with a modular block structure. Inside, it was a maze, built that way on purpose to make defending it easier if it were ever attacked. Charge in without a plan, and you'd get chewed up by defenders who were already dug in and waiting. I didn't know why the thing was exposed on the surface, but charging it head-on would be suicidal. Worst case, they'd seal off the corridors and flood them with quick hardening compound. In that case, tunnel warfare is our best bet. Agreed, Lieutenant. All right. Time to ditch the conventional tactics. Cowardly methods were the way to go here. After all, this structure was supposed to be underground and hard to reach. Now that it was exposed, we'd be fools not to take advantage of it. All personnel, mount up. Advance with full alert status. What about the artillery positions? Leave half behind. The rest move out. Just in case this is a bait and ambush. Now that we knew the enemy had intelligence, we had to proceed carefully. If things went sideways, having artillery support ready could mean the difference between survival and annihilation. That's why I wanted to keep half the guns immediately available. And besides, mortars were easy to move. The packwolves could just grab them with their sub-arms, or even strap them onto the tandem seats for mobile use. We just kept them grounded for better stability. In fact, there were even light mortar models for the packwolves. Infantry, get your shields ready. At my command, the Sylvanians and tech gobs, clad in exosuits, extended two of their sub-arms, 6 was too many for them to handle, and grabbed their physical shields to cover their flanks. After dismounting, maintain combat readiness and standby posture. These shields were the same kind that had given me so much grief back in the Holy City. 2 layers of armor with an impact-absorbing mechanism sandwiched between. The rims were sealed with dampers and gaskets, and the interior was filled with shock-absorbing gel that temporarily hardened on impact. The design theoretically let them absorb up to 10,000 joules without harm, though without an exosuit, your arm would snap. The Nosferatu firearms only packed 3,300 joules, about the same as a rifle round, so a direct hit wasn't something to worry about. Hurry, hurry, these are heavy, I hate them. Quit whining, if we die, both the little god and the god's consort will be so sad. The Sylvanians, ever light on their feet, carried 2 shields each as they hopped into position. The tech gobs kept one hand open for reloading and used a single shield to protect their vitals. These differences in style reflected their species' preferences, and I couldn't help but find it fascinating, even in the middle of a battle. But enough of that. Time to move. With soldiers boarding up and the light cavalry pushing ahead to scout, the tank and APCs rolled out. Predictably, bullets started flying from all directions. Still, it was just squad-sized resistance. The nose guns, turrets, and mortars silenced them in moments. Not much of an ambush, I thought, until the ground on both sides suddenly collapsed into gaping holes. Just as I feared. Full firepower. Infantry, dismount and advance while engaging. I immediately swung the Sashigame's turret around and blasted the left side entrance. At the same time, the remaining dichotomous forraked the enemies, pouring out with its nose gun, turning them into white ground meat. That foul stench, characteristic of artificial blood, filled the air as the dismounted troops hunted down any that slipped through. Dismount, dismount, fire. Fire. I don't want to go forward. It's scary. The Sylvanians used their agility to hold the front line, sweeping through a group trying to flank us. The tech gobs took the rear, picking off enemies trying to sneak into blind spots behind the vehicles. 1 to 4, you're too far ahead. Pull back or you'll get surrounded. 2 to 3, stay close to your squad leader. You can pick up your heads later. 4 to 1, you're falling behind. If you get isolated, they'll tear you apart. PRA Chapter 55.2 1 to 4, you're too far ahead. Pull back or you'll get surrounded. 2 to 3, stay close to your squad leader. You can pick up your heads later. 4 to 1, you're falling behind. If you get isolated, they'll tear you apart. This flawless coordination was only possible because Celine was tracking the current positions of each exosuit and their respective enemies through the integrated command system. The multitasking capabilities of a mathematical consciousness were several tiers above any mechanized human. She effortlessly managed platoon-level control even without a large sub-brain, something I could barely keep up with even when fully focused. I couldn't help but admire my partner again. She really was amazing, as I took out another ambush hole on our right flank. But we hadn't even advanced 40 meters before 2 more holes opened behind us and another one in front. Damn it! What is this? Whack-a-mole? I used to play that as a kid, but I kept losing my 100 yen coins to the machine. Honestly, it kind of traumatized me. Concentrate, fire forward. Tech Gob Squads 2 and the Sashigame will handle the rear. Copy that. First and second squads forward. Third and fourth, cover them. Ape. A Sylvanian dashed forward, its rabbit-ear-shaped audio gear flattened back, serving both as directional mix and dampeners. Since the exosuit enhanced their strength rather than speed, it boosted their jumping power instead. They cleared over 10 meters in a single stride and landing in firing position. They immediately opened fire. The suppressive spray of bullets cleared the enemies, and the squads taking cover leapt into proper support positions, shielded by the advance. They hit my shield. I'm scared. Quit whining. This is easier than when we were retaking the Great Mother. Peter, now a grizzled veteran among them, barked orders at the frontliners while firing his weapon wildly. As the support squads closed in to create a kill zone, they also got in close and yanked the pins on their grenades, tossing them straight into the enemy pits. Those were arc bombs, small, sure, but far more destructive than the hand grenades we used in VR games. They sealed those holes with ease. Man, my kids really were something. Even under a rain of bullets, they kept pushing forward. They might say they were scared, but they never stopped doing their jobs. The integrated military valued soldiers who could laugh while marching into battle, but those who stayed behind to fulfill their duties were just as admirable. Blasting away the rear holes with the main gun, I used the coaxial machine gun and remote-controlled turrets to shred the Nosferatu pouring out. The battlefield was already soaked in white blood, and we were drowning it in even more. Their bullets pinged off our armor, we crushed them before they could get close. What is that thing? It's not like the others. I don't know. Just shoot. Even with my accelerated lock speed, I was struggling to identify and process the new enemy. Meanwhile, the tech gobs acting as support infantry kept exchanging fire and words, until a blast wave swept the battlefield. Suicide bombers? Damn it, so they'd been holding them in reserve? The blast wasn't especially powerful, comparable to an old Earth's plastic explosive, but if they latched onto a joint and detonated, they could still damage key mechanisms. We couldn't let them pull that off again. Celine, priority target selected. My partner responded instantly, scanning the battlefield, marking the suicide bombers in red on everyone's HUD. Thanks to that, our infantry and mobile cavalry spotted and intercepted the threats before anyone could get taken out. Still, fragments from the explosions, or chunks of the terrain, rained down, dirtying our sensors and blurring vision. Annoying, to say the least. Even with cleaning fluid systems installed, it took 0.3 seconds in real time to wipe them clear, leaving soldiers blind during that window. Shit, I lost part of my visual feed. Hey, there's something sticking out of your helmet. It's their bones, goddamn bastards. Some troops even had their sensors scratched by bone shards or weapon fragments. The sensors weren't armored, after all, sensitive and fragile. Couldn't stop everything. TCH. Couldn't really expect more from Type C suits. They weren't built for frontline combat. If they were at least Type B, they'd be protected by transparent composite shielding. Fragments wouldn't even make a scratch. Don't remove your helmets. Just deal with the visual reduction. This is a pain in the ass! Exclamation mark. Less whining, more shooting! Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. The tech gobs kept laying down fire. Their seemingly endless vocabulary of curses flowing freely, it really brought back memories of online VR battles. Those trench line fights, while crammed into slow old human bodies, had been a blast. Real-time clashes between division-scale armies with tens of thousands of players, that game might still be going strong even now, 2,000 years later. I fired off a barrage of explosive slugs, lost in nostalgia. The Nosferatu had given up on brute force charges and were now gathering at the entrance until their numbers grew. I turned them into minced meat with a cluster strike, but then, a red warning window crept into the edge of my vision. Ammo down to 60%? Already? Seriously? The details showed 35 explosive rounds left, and 29 armor-piercing rounds. I'd been too drunk on the firepower of the Sashigame. Its big frame meant huge capacity, but maybe I'd gotten cocky. We still had a long way to go before we even reached the enemy's main base. Celine, the Sashigame got ammo warning. What about the infantry's reserves? Squad 5 is handling distribution. No immediate issue, but stockpile has dropped below 70%. What? Nose gun and turret ammo under 60% too? I get that it was necessary to hold back that horde, but this is brutal. We still had 2 kilometers to go. I'd rationed the infantry's bullets during the first wave to preserve their reserves, so they were fine for now, but the vehicle-mounted weapons were running low. Even after stuffing them full before deployment, it wasn't enough. Should we fall back? We can't resupply this deep in the front. No, we push forward. We don't even know their replenishment rate. If we retreat now, we won't even get good recon data. We had to, at the very least, peek at their deck. See what cards they were hiding. Were they still holding back a huge force? Or were they already at their production limits? Neither of us had even figured out how many cards the other had. If we pulled back now and they still had plenty in reserve, we'd go home having learned nothing. We had to force their hand, at least see 1 or 2 cards. We hadn't taken any casualties yet, but it'd be a waste if we didn't get something out of this. Cease vehicle turret fire if ammo drops below 30%. If infantry ammo drops below 50%, We retreat. Understood. Recalculating distribution and get those 3 support artillery we brought with us to fall back just to the edge of enemy control. I need wide area suppression. I'll have Gilate's squad handle it. Give us 2.5 minutes. 150 seconds? Damn, that's long. But I guess if we wanted them set up in a safe zone where they wouldn't be destroyed immediately, that it was the minimum. It was a necessary cost. We'd move ahead carefully. If we charged in blindly and ran dry on ammo just as another wave of 10,000 enemies burst forth, it'd be a damn catastrophe. We can still go really meant it's already dangerous. It was an old RPG rule, better play it safe. Worst case, we'd need to save just enough ammo to break through and escape, or latch onto the facility. It was a gamble either way, but no need for reckless bets. We could always come back as long as we survived. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Integrated command system, a kind of data link network. However, the version Celine is using this time is a simplified model lacking several components, and its performance is severely limited as a result. Everything beyond that is being compensated for by her own computational power. To fully unlock the system's intended capabilities, she'd need either a few more mathematical consciousness entities or a large sub-brain. PRA Chapter 56.1, 512. I had chosen earth-toned armor this time to take camouflage effects into account, but everyone in the battle line was now completely covered in white. The tech gobs looked like they'd painted on some sort of war paint. In fact, they did draw something in black just before deployment, and the Sylvanians, who had been dashing between terrain features and spraying bullets at close range into the Nosferatu, looked like white rabbits now. Even so, we managed to reach the building without exhausting our ammunition. Deploy the barricades. Aye aye. Hurry you up. At my order, the reserve 5th Squad clambered out of the APC and dragged out the deployable armor plating. Once jammed into the ground, spikes and support legs extended from the base, and the 2-layered front face slid upward to form a tall barrier. We, the Higher Federation, often got called a musclehead nation, but our war doctrine was fundamentally built around victory through fortification. That's why most of our weapons were mounted on high-mobility 4- to 8-legged vehicles, and even our artillery was designed for mobility. We'd establish a permanent position in short order, of course, only after disabling orbital strikes, then drive a wedge deep into enemy territory and hammer it in like a spike-splitting stone, breaking through their lines. That was only possible thanks to our advanced 3D printing tech, our absurd experience stacking up megastructures like ring worlds, and the perfect synchronization enabled by our soldier data links. Right now, we were mostly using non-mechanized soldiers, but Celine's processing capabilities made up for that well enough. As soon as we latched onto the building, we began fortifying it. We stationed the especially durable Sashigame at the most fragile tip of the position, then deployed dichotomous 4 units in a pentagonal formation to form a wall. In the gaps, we slotted in collapsible barricades and, as if she'd been waiting for this exact moment, Celine smugly brought out the light machine guns she had prepared. The machine guns, though classified as coal guns, were quite large and not designed for rapid maneuvering despite their nominal portability. Still, we'd produced just 10 of them with defensive or retreat battles in mind, and now, ironically, they were proving invaluable. Opening fire. Take this. The light machine guns laid down a suppressive barrage that drove back the Nosferatu, who had swarmed toward us in squads to remove us from the exposed structure. The box magazines doubled as large batteries and ammo containers, each one loaded with 500 bearing-type rounds, making them brutally effective for sustained combat. On top of that, they'd been scaled up to hit with rifle-level force. In this kind of situation, they were practically the perfect weapon. Everyone, don't stick your heads out too far from the wall. And keep those suicide bombers away. Understood, but we need ammo redistribution. My cylinder's running dry. Riedelboldi shouted the request almost like a scream while hastily reloading his revolver-style coal gun. Geez, this was the downside of cylinders, bulky, and we couldn't carry too many. Sure, the stopping power was enough to pierce through 2 Nosferatu with a good hit, which was appealing. But maybe we should have switched to magazine-fed models. Then again, the simple construction meant they could be handled roughly without breaking. It was a trade-off. Celine. Can the 5th squad recover the cylinders in time? There's a loader in the vehicle. Give me 5 minutes and I can manage. 5 minutes, huh? In blood-soaked combat, that was a long, precious span of time, but we didn't have much choice. We had to hold this position until the fortifications were complete and the breach team was ready to enter the building. Even if it meant sacrificing efficiency, we had to endure. Once the fortifications are done, have them do it. Also, pick out personnel whose gear is still in good shape. We're forming an assault team to cut inside. Roger. Also, the light cavalry's been getting noisy. They're demanding a new assignment. They're our backup for punching a hole in the enemy line during retreat. Tell them I personally ordered them to sit tight and wait. It was always a pain when allies got too eager. I wanted them to stay calm and hold their ground, but I also understood the urge to fight. That made them hard to manage. But if we failed to breach the interior and had to retreat, we'd need cavalry with breakthrough strength to escape encirclement. Losing them here would be disastrous. We had to make them wait. Ozama? Sorry. Falcon's being super annoying. He insists on helping. What should I do? Tell him those guns are our lifeline, and if he doesn't guard them with his life, I'll knock his lights out. Now even lower-ranking officers were trying to jump the queue with sortie requests. Damn it, Falcon. I thought you'd matured a little, but you're still a damn warhog. If we make it back alive, I'm making you run 10 laps around the Great Mother Monument. Get ready. Lieutenant, fortification progress is at 65%. Also, using the block layout, we've mapped out a rough internal structure of the enemy base. Well done, Celine. Good. We'd bought enough time to secure position, and we were ready to strike the enemy's core. Based on precedent from the Tiamat 25, if we cut off the head, the aberrations would go quiet. Let's get inside, fast. Dismounting. Engage autonomous combat protocol. I have control. Good luck, Lieutenant. I didn't love leaving control to the pseudo-AI, but Celine didn't have enough memory to handle the Sashi game operations too. I had no choice but to disembark. Using the exosuit's jumping power, I leapt down and retrieved a breach charge from one of the transport vehicles. This baby was a ring of arc explosives designed to detonate inward, perfect for blowing through locked doors or walls. It was specialized gear for special forces, used when the enemy structure was exposed like now, or during boarding operations on space vessels. Is the assault team assembled? Just now. Lieutenant, this is too much. Sorry, but that's the battlefield for you. Celine's complaint was valid, but I didn't know any battlefield that wasn't this chaotic. Sure, she didn't have a shared memory cluster now and had to handle electronic warfare, wide area command, and targeting all by herself. But the front line had its own hellish workload, too. Looking back, I'd really had it easy before. Back then, I was responsible for 16 units and a few hundred drones. Orders came down from HQ, a new officer handled all the jamming, and all I had to do was follow orders and raise hell. That counted as doing my job. No wonder my peers were reluctant to get promoted. I'd turned down several offers myself. And if I made it back and the Federation tried to reward me, I'd decline any kind of promotion in the military. Maybe I'd retire with Celine and spend 100 years relaxing before rejoining the local defense corps. Hell, maybe I'd write a book. Came back alive from what was basically an isekai. It was non-fiction, so it'd probably sell. PRA Chapter 56.2. Everyone's assembled, right? Yeah. Ready. 3 midliners from the Tech Gobs and 3 frontliners from the Sylvanians, plus me, made a 7-member breaching squad. On my back, my exosuit's 3 subarms were currently holding the reassembled and serviced Holy Lance. The remaining 3 subarms carried our newly built computers, prepped for cyber warfare. If we could directly link with the degenerate god that was here, there was a chance we could reverse hack it and extract some kind of data. Ride Elpoldi. I'm leaving temp command to you. Follow Celine's instructions. Damn it, chieftain. Stop dumping all the heavy responsibilities on me. Just wrap it up quick. With that half-angry send-off echoing behind us, we launched our dual high-altitude work wires from shoulder-mounted gear toward the towering building that loomed above us. The steel cable tips were fitted with anchors that used Van der Waals forces, yeah, the same principle geckos use to stick to walls, as well as magnetic adhesion systems. They latched on perfectly to the building's weather-worn surface, where the anti-climbing coating had long since deteriorated. After bouncing the anchors a couple of times to confirm their hold, we placed our feet on the wall and activated the winches, beginning our vertical ascent. This was exactly the kind of situation where the standard issue gear of the higher Federation exosuits shined. Infantry operations in urban warfare meant scaling buildings and securing high ground. The gear wasn't just useful, it was essential. And it had more than just one application. The anchor had a range of only 25 meters, so once we reached that height, we embedded pitons into the wall to hold ourselves in place. Then fired off the anchors again toward the rooftop, or what was once called that, though it barely qualified anymore, and kept climbing the next stacked structure, which looked like boxy toy blocks stacked on top of each other. Incoming. We've got incoming fire. Don't freak out, Peter. Keep your shield on your back and you'll be fine. They must have realized what we were doing. Gunfire started coming up from below, but since they were shooting upwards and the weapons weren't that powerful to begin with, it wasn't much of a threat. The armor plating on our suits could deflect the shots easily, and with additional shields, we were even safer. This is it, right, Celine? Yes, Celine. That's the entrance to the shortest breaching route. We slapped bombs all over the wall section marked in red and had everyone back up. I positioned myself above the point where the breach would be made, planning to rappel in right as we knocked. Fix bayonets. Prepare for melee combat. Fix and bayonets. Bayonets fixed. After ensuring everyone was ready and in the safe zone, I blew the wall. A circular chunk of the exterior shot inward, and I heard something inside get crushed through my auditory sensors. So they were packed in there. I kicked off the wall and extended the wire to its ideal length, swinging back like a pendulum. Then I used the counter-swing to launch myself forward and storm inside. The moment I landed, I ramped my processing clock to maximum and had every enemy in my 360-degree vision highlighted. Yup, there they were, all bunched together. A whole mess of Nosferatu. And from the looks of it, these guys were a guard type, clad in armored suits. The ones outside had been cheap knockoffs, but these were the real security force on the inside. Damn, these bastards were smarter than they looked. As I thought that, I drew both railguns from the holsters on my thighs, extended my arms to the sides in my landing stance, and unleashed a burst fire barrage. Given the material quality of their armor, I figured low power mode on the railguns would be more than enough. The FCS locked on and automatically adjusted my aim. Each shot blew the head off the nearest target in sequence. Didn't matter which way I was facing. This Type C synthetic body and my exosuit could see everything through auxiliary monitors. Even with simultaneous fire from both hands, processing power ensured every shot hit its mark. Just like some scene out of an old Earth movie, I held that pose and kept shooting for about 3 seconds. After that, the hallway full of enemies went dead silent. Interior clear. Move in. Entry clear. Once I confirmed the breach team had entered, I reached into the grenade pouch on my chest, pulled out a canister, and tossed it down the corridor opposite of the central control room, its location already visualized for me by Celine. The canister rolled about 10 meters before detonating after a 5-second delay. A frothy, soap-like foam burst out and completely sealed the corridor. It was a foam metal wall grenade, used during shipboard delay combat or to cut off enemy reinforcements. The stuff looked soft and fluffy, but the foam hardened to the strength of steel, fully blocking the path. Unlike a plain plywood wall, the bubble structure meant it was layered and tough. The only way through was either to blow it up, risking hull damage, or slowly chip away at it. Not a pleasant choice. Since we often charged straight for the enemy command core while tossing these things behind us, some less friendly nations had taken to calling it Devil's Foam. Advance. Secure central control at all costs. Once I confirmed the rear was sealed off, I took the lead, stomping through the pale white blood underfoot as I sprinted down the shortest path. In higher Federation operations, the commander always leads from the front. I holstered my railguns, ready for close quarters, and drew my mono-atomic blade, extending it in front of my stomach to keep it ready for a quick draw. No matter what lay ahead, I was ready to carve a path through it, and turned the corner. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. All exosuits come standard equipped for 3-dimensional urban warfare. Because of this, enemy nations have given the Federation ground forces the nickname Geckos. PRA Chapter 57.1 513. The interior was crawling with Nosferatu as well, heavily armored ones at that, making it a proper hellscape. I let out a shriek like a monstrous bird, because, it helped fire me up, and turned my drawn blade into a whirlwind of strikes, cleaving one enemy clean down the middle and unleashing a storm of steel that cut down the rest in rapid succession. The strength difference between a Type D body and my current Type C was on another level entirely. With a serious swing, skillfully applied, the blade didn't even make a sound through the air, and the enemies fell neatly into several beats after the strike. Just as I thought, their central control units were located in their heads. Taking out the head or severing it from the torso immediately shut them down, simple enough. On the flip side, they didn't seem to feel pain, so hacking off limbs had little effect. That meant I had to land clean one-hit kills, which raised the difficulty, and made it all the more fun. Yeah, nothing makes me feel alive like swinging a sword around. VR has its charm, sure, but sometimes letting my synthetic body off the leash to go wild like this was just as satisfying. If I had a Type A body, I could do some really spectacular stuff, even move like a colored blur. But hey, the Type C's plenty good enough. Wow. The God's Consort really is something else. The Chief is freaking terrifying. It took just over 25 seconds to turn the 30-odd Nosferatu crowding the corridor into minced meat. Thanks to the nanomachine's water-repelling feature, I wasn't even stained with blood. Still, I tapped my wrist with my left hand in the motion of shaking off blood, then sheathed my sword. It wasn't for show, it was routine. And routines matter. After carefully sheathing the blade and letting the internal sharpening system regenerate its monoatomic edge, I heard the sound of multiple footsteps echoing from down the corridor. Forward. Prepare to fire. Safety off. My squad deployed to either side of me. The moment the enemy rounded the corner, they were greeted by a barrage from our coal guns. Thanks to the exosuits, the accuracy was dead on. The enemy dropped like puppets with their strings cut, while the return fire either missed entirely or sparked harmlessly against our additional armor. Reloading. Cover me. Too damn many of them. The Sylvanian pointmen pushed forward inch by inch, while the rifleman tech gobs covered them. When they reached the corner, Peter casually pulled out a grenade, tossed it around the bend, crouched, and covered his ears. It was a standard fragmentation grenade, not one with OC explosives. It exploded in the middle of the enemy reinforcements, turning its casing into a storm of metal fragments that swept down the far end of the hall like a hurricane of steel. The armored Nosferatu were shredded in the unprotected areas, their bodies torn apart by ricocheting shrapnel until they were neutralized. All clear. One of the Sylvanians extended a pinky finger past the corner and called out the all clear. Embedded in the fingertip was a small visual sensor linked to a sub-monitor display. It was much safer than using a mirror and gave a wider field of view, making it a standard feature on all exosuits. Corners were always the most dangerous spots. Equipment for that kind of situation had only gotten more refined with time. Well, if we were using Type B exosuits, we'd have dedicated recon drones instead, high mobility types, about the size of a ping-pong ball with dragonfly wings, so you wouldn't even need to risk sticking a finger out. Resume advance. Make sure to finish off any stragglers. We moved through the hallway, stabbing with bayonets to confirm kills. Can't risk a final death spasm. Just 2 more turns to go when heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor. This wasn't a standard security drone, or the usual meat wall type. Those were built for use even inside ships, and kept under 300 kilograms, so they didn't stomp like this. Judging by the sound and my cybernetics analysis, this thing had to be at least 500 kilograms. With a deep thud, claws gripped the corner wall. Reflexively, the pointman opened fire, but the sharp claws deflected the bullets with ease, not even flinching. Its thick flesh must have had incredible shock absorption. Rounds just sank in. The impact deadened, and then dropped harmlessly to the floor. Then the upper body slowly leaned forward and peeked out. Duck. What? Holy crap. Without hesitation, without a hint of emotion, I fired the holy lance and vaporized it. Yeah, I know, it had just shown up. All menacing and boss-like. Sorry for cutting its big entrance short. But my squad's safety came first. I mean, I had the heavy weapons, why wouldn't I use them? Our goal was to make it back alive, all of us. If it's usable, you use it. Still, the thing was huge. Even crouched, it filled the hallway and still stood about 3.5 meters tall. It had the thick mass of 5 standard wiry Nosferatu put together, its muscles forming dense biological armor. The fact that it absorbed all those shots probably meant it had some kind of shock-absorbing gel packed under its skin. If we'd tried to take it on in a head-on fight, we would have suffered serious casualties. Lord Nozomu, sir. At least warn us before you fire the thing. The Holy Lance only causes damage straight ahead, it's fine, really. As Peter scolded me, I stowed the Holy Lance back on my back with my sub-arms, then gave the fallen Nosferatu brute a casual kick with my toe. It felt like a chunk of rubber, like kicking the tire of a giant rover. Definitely glad I hit it first. Maybe the railgun's high-power mode or a mono-atomic blade could cut through it. But short of that? Not likely. Still, why didn't the enemy mass-produce these things? Instead of cranking out endless cannon fodder, if they'd just made 100 of these, the Magius Gear Knights would have been done for. If they had the kind of 3D biofabricators capable of spawning thousands of Nosferatu, surely they could have grown more of this thing too. The Valley of Death had existed as a threat since the founding of the Celestial Canopy Holy City, so it's not like they didn't have the time. So maybe there was a reason. Lieutenant, the rear blast wall is under attack. Whoops. No time for pondering. I just wasted about 2 seconds of baseline reality time. I gave the signal to advance, stepped over the corpse, and moved toward the central control chamber. The access code was long gone, so once again, I used a breach charge to blow the door. Enemy fire came immediately from within. A mounted security call gun, still operational. Surprised it was still alive, I jammed the barrel of my railgun through the opening and blasted it. Just as expected from standard defense layouts. Once the turret was disabled, I slipped through the blasted opening and entered the central control room. What awaited me inside were 2 corpses. And something not quite human. PRA Chapter 57.2. One of the corpses was that of a mechanized human. Their Type A synthetic body had decayed to the point where they were clearly lifeless. The frame they were clutching, shaped in a way preferred by mathematical consciousnesses, was also in a sorry state. Its armor and semi-organic parts had deteriorated badly over time, and they too were unmistakably dead. The IFF automatically displayed our tags. The mechanized human's identity was revealed as Sub-Lieutenant Shizuka Nakai, the supervisor of this base. The one she held in her arms was Michelin 22410. Both had evidently been caught in a network hazard and, just before losing their minds, embraced each other and met their end. And beyond the two of them, clinging desperately to the console, was a figure I had seen before in Tiamat 25, the degenerate god. This was the second time I'd met it. This time, I was going to crush it. Celine, prep for cyber warfare. Command deficiency will drop temporarily. Doesn't matter. Riedelpoldi will handle it. Our formation's solid, and they're just as busy dealing with rampaging Nosferatu outside. I lowered the computer that had been hooked onto my left subarms and deployed it. This time, it'd be fine. Just plugging it in wouldn't cause it to fry. After all, this one was special, a pseudo-quantum computer loaded with raw photon crystals, crystals that the tech gobs had given me. The crystals of fallen heroes. According to their rituals, the dead return to the Great Mother, and from the Great Mother they are born again. Their photon crystals are extracted for this purpose, but each is only used once. Afterward, they are crushed and scattered over the earth. While attending their funeral rites, I'd suggested that I wanted to give those fallen heroes another chance to shine. The tribal chiefs had been delighted and brought out the used crystals. They offered 30 of them, each chosen with care, alongside oral tales of the owner's great adventures from over a century ago. We received them with gratitude, linking them without damaging the memory sectors and converting them into the core of computers. These held no souls to begin with. They were sub-brains by design, shells carrying memory and genetic information. But we understood the respect the tech gobs had for them, and treated them with the utmost care. Each pseudo-quantum computer, crafted by linking close to 10 shards of photon crystals, wasn't perfect, but still reached 15% of Celine's processing capacity, functioning as a powerful support brain. I connected each line, synchronized the computers, and built a pseudo protocol that allowed the 3 computers to run as a single CPU. I then loaded the OS control software. Celine had burned the midnight oil to write and extended a cable from my neck to establish a direct link. Damn, the data load was incredible. I'd never used a subbrain before, so I hadn't known, but having a pseudo-nervous system separate from your own brain felt like this, huh? No wonder the aptitude tests were so strict, and why only high-ranking officials were allowed to use them. I was barely managing not to drown in the flood of information, and my cranial heat dissipation couldn't keep up with the insane increase in processing speed. Ugh, it's hot. Chief? Are you insane? Why are you taking your armor off on the battlefield? Better than being slow roasted. I tore off my sealed helmet and ran a hand through my hair to let out some of the heat. I connected the remaining 2 sub-ports at my neck. All systems go. Right now, I was a compact data fortress. My processing speed had gone beyond 3 times, into the cubic range. Hardcore electronic warfare officers would probably laugh at me, but I wasn't planning to die so easily. Counting down from 3 for direct link. Understood. Preparing cyber warfare support. Don't forget the local lag. Sync deviations at 6.2%, huh? Damn, it's like trying to hit a target 2 kilometers away with a powder rifle using only a lead. But you can do it, can't you, Lieutenant? I still remember those all-nighters in VR games back in our student days. And you forced me to play with you. Yeah, I'll show you how it's done. 3. I established the data link with Celine. Due to the distance and multiple relays in the path, the communication lag was about 10 seconds. Damn it, light's still too slow. I really needed a quantum comms unit. Direct link to firewall complete. Mental barrier deployed. Be prepared to discard zones 13 through 25 as decoys. Roger that. Just keep 1 through 3 and the final firewall in place for me. 2. Once again, I was handling offense, while my reliable partner Celine handled defense. If I let fear or hesitation show now, I'd be disgracing myself. Besides, unlike last time, I had the lingering strength of 30 tech-op heroes watching my back. With blessings that powerful, I was sure they'd guard me alongside the 3 saints. Same as last time, don't expect aggressive or decoy firewalls to hold. This enemy doesn't use viruses or hacks, it'll try to burn us with pure linguistic interface. Yeah, I remember. I'm not that forgetful. I chuckled at my ever-worried partner as I pressed a chord to the grotesque, waterlogged corpse-like form. Last time, we'd been buffered by Tiamat 25, but not this time. This was a direct link, unfiltered. I had no idea how much information would come flooding in. Honestly, if I were still in a Type D body, my hands would probably be shaking. 1. Beginning direct link. Initiating cyber warfare support. Now then, let's find out just who the hell you are. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The Tegobs reproduce not only through physical contact but also via gene samples, supplied by the Great Mother. They deeply believe this is part of a spiritual cycle, where the soul returns to the Great Mother and is reborn again. Over generations, they have worked to refine and preserve superior genetics. PRA Chapter 58.1, 514. Who are you? Hey, who are you? Hey Tilda? The simple question hit me with the sheer weight of information, composed of ternary, quindecimal, and unknown code structures, so overwhelming it turned my vision white for a moment. It felt like a swarm of zombies pounding on the entrance door, one fortified with heavy barriers. Peering through the small viewport, I saw the enemy's code. It looked chaotic at first glance, but I had already caught some fragments during our last battle. Using those, I launched a counter-intrusion into the enemy's entrance. Who the hell are you? The barrage of self-referential queries echoing endlessly, designed to disrupt one's ego, hid among IFF signals, rendering half of my defenses useless. The enemy's code bypassed various quarantine measures, striking directly at the core of our binary-based egos. It was a vicious attack, almost beyond description. But I had already transformed myself into a kind of data fortress. I translated most of the incoming information into binary code, processed it, and adapted to the enemy's identity query, which, while deranged, still followed a certain twisted logic. That's when I realized, the enemy possessed a cyborg brain too, but its structure was fundamentally different from the higher Federation standard. A biological cyber brain. What kind of ancient concept was that? It was a flawed relic once developed by naturalist old humans in a futile attempt to match our computational speed. Most of those who tried ended up insane from the strain on their brain cells. And now, somehow, one of those things was operational and stationed here of all places. Biological cyborg brains didn't rely on CPUs or photon crystals. They manipulated neuron structures to simulate a computing unit, though technically, the brain itself was already a sophisticated CPU for the body. Frankly speaking, it was a junk solution. Trying to become a computer while retaining a fully organic body was a backwards, deranged idea. And yet, somehow this one was functioning. Not only that, but it could destabilize both mechanized humans' minds and mathematical consciousnesses. How the hell was that possible? Regardless, I shrugged off the deluge of insane "who are you?" signals and began probing the enemy's ports for a reverse intrusion. TCH. For something born of madness, its processing speed wasn't half bad. Worse yet, because I was trying to access its ports illicitly, its offensive and decoy firewalls activated to repel me. Meanwhile, half of my own defenses were useless, and yet the enemy retaliated perfectly. What a nasty piece of work. Lieutenant, ports 43 through 56 lead to the decoy firewalls. Please break through via the offensive layer. Don't be ridiculous, Celine. Since it's your consciousness domain under threat, speed is critical. Not good. I've been latched onto by their firewall too. I could feel the wall of my virtual entrance being scraped away. It felt like I was in one of those VR games where you fend off a zombie horde and see how long you can last. But this wasn't a game. In VR, you could respawn after death. Here, if I failed and it breached the main entrance, if it touched my consciousness domain, I'd be overwritten by its corrupted code and lose my sense of self entirely. I had to crack its entrance first, split the data into a format I could understand, or it was game over. TCH. It's running a deception protocol and spreading revivable viruses across the domain. I'm cutting off access to ports 23 through 33, try ports 89 through 111, Captain. The defenses there are relatively weak. The offensive firewall's thick. Purging the damaged sections. I disconnected from the breached computer, forcibly ejecting the photon crystals in the polluted processing area. This let me escape the data contamination without destroying the hardware, but at the cost of reduced performance, a slow bleed. Damn it. We invested so much time and resources into this, and yet this thing, just one squishy brain, was matching us blow for blow. What kind of sick design could pull this off? Who are you? Who are you? Hey, what are you doing? Damn, the nature of the questions had changed. The code had been altered from its original form and was now bypassing the blockers and latching directly onto the firewalls. Several decoy barriers shattered easily. The corrupted queries rampaged through the deception zone, invading even the simulated consciousness areas I'd set up. That was terrifying. If that had been my actual consciousness domain, my binary code would have been scrambled beyond recovery by now. Worse yet, the enemy seemed to feel it had broken something. Maybe it sensed the feedback from corrupting what it thought was my consciousness. It stopped its rampage and started looking for another route. If I don't finish this soon, I'm dead. Sealing ports 115 through 132. Deploying decoy barrier. Alright, it bit. We're not losing in terms of raw computing power, Lieutenant. I'm gonna die of rage before I die in battle. Knowing a lump of meat is keeping pace with the pinnacle of higher Federation intellect. I shut my eyes and focused entirely on converting the insane code, replacing it with something I could read in binary, only to have it rewritten again. It was a back-and-forth war, but I was finally starting to gain the upper hand. Yes, I could read it. Barely, but I could. I'd caught the tail end of its core control system. From here, I could backtrack, construct a decoder for its scrambled code, ram it into its port, and brute force my way in. Who are you? Who are you? Hey, what are you doing? What do you want? Shut up and identify yourself. Declare your affiliation, name, and identification code. I drowned out the barrage of questions with higher Federation IFF codes, forcing the enemy's processing to stall and cutting off its relentless questioning. Even so, it remained hell-bent on finding a way around, refusing to let up despite being pushed back. I detached 2 more photon crystals to avoid corruption. Several of my external firewalls were tainted, turning into incomprehensible, unrecognizable code. Shit, this was revolting. Was it randomizing the base language format? The questions weren't just echoing anymore, non-overlapping noise was blaring from every direction. I wanted to vomit. My synthetic body had no such function, but it felt like something foul was oozing from the photon crystal, pure hallucination. Of course, if this had hit me via an official COM line when I was off guard, I'd have had no chance. No one would. It must have been hell, feeling your own consciousness mutate like that. The fear must have been beyond imagining. I'll take revenge, even if only in a small way. I've cracked the randomization pattern. Increasing number of attacking ports, launching saturation assault. Celine, how's the defense? Decoy firewalls have been bypassed. The enemy must have read our pattern. They're not falling for the consciousness maze or simulated fields anymore. Firewalls 67 through 89 have been scorched. 3 more photon crystals lifted off all at once. Damn it. As I decoded its pattern, it was doing the same to mine. Worse still, the enemy had the advantage, knowing the foundational higher Federation binary format. It didn't need to convert anything. That alone gave it the edge. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly overwrite consciousness domains and drive its targets mad. I could feel the pressure on my cyborg brain entrance intensify. Their zombie-like code pounding on my gate grew more forceful, cracking the virtual barriers I'd deployed, each one turning a sickly, purplish-black before shattering. Just hold on a bit longer. I've taken over several ports. I'm overriding its OS to much hours, locking it down so it can't change it back. Subcomputers at 34% loss. I'm rebooting them and sending them back into the fight, but we're cutting it close. Hang in there a little more, I'm close. I think I can access their library. PRA Chapter 58.2. Our primary objective was intel gathering. Not to incinerate the enemy, but to access its databanks, drag out whatever information was rotting in this filthy excuse for a brain, and use it to get a stranglehold on the bastards who killed so many of our people. Killing was still an option. If necessary, I'd blow its head off physically. Unlike Tiamat 25, this wasn't a place we had to secure at all costs. Efficiency took priority. The goal came first. Just a little more. This void-like task, like digging a hole only for another scoop to fall in every time, was finally about to bear fruit. I was starting to read it. Yes, it was becoming clear now. This insane code hadn't formed naturally. It was a type of information warfare medium, a deliberately decoded form of binary meant to annihilate mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses alike. It was poison gas, in a sense, an invisible weapon that corrupted ordinary data streams and burned away consciousness. The sheer viciousness of it was enough to make me gasp. If your system wasn't hardened against it, it would suffocate you or fry your mind. But I didn't have time to gape. I needed to locate the archive port now. There it is. No time for conversion. I'm dumping the raw data straight through. Barrier sectors 34 through 66 compromised. Initiating auto-sever. Things were really getting dangerous now, but it hadn't yet reached my consciousness domain. The entrance was starting to look like something out of a horror flick, but my fingers had found the archive. Download started. I didn't risk pulling it into my own neural system. Instead, I forced it into the computer's memory area, wary of viruses or mind-shattering code hiding within. That must have tipped the enemy off. It upped the pace of its attacks, and then it started a self-format. Had it lost its mind? Even for the sake of protecting classified intel, how could it do something that was basically cleaning out its own brain? I scrambled to increase the download speed, but the data was disappearing way faster. Worse, it was using what remained of their functioning areas to go out in a blaze of suicidal attacks. The barriers were being shredded. 5 of the Tech Gob's photon crystals severed themselves at once, and the computer's defenses dropped below half. Faster, faster, Damn it, even if it was just 1 gigabyte more, just give me as much as possible, Lieutenant. Disconnect now. It's blowing itself up. Wow. If Celine's warning had come even 1 microsecond later, my neural system would have been roasted right through the download channel. Reflexively yanking the port, I saw my backup barrier node sizzle and blow off in a puff of smoke from the last emergency port at my neck. The grotesque, drowned corpse-looking thing spasmed and went limp, foam bubbling from its mouth. The red-black body turned a sickly, cyanotic blue. Its systems were completely shut down, obviously so. We won. We've secured 70% of the archive data, Lieutenant. Let's exfiltrate and analyze it on a standalone system immediately. Yeah, with this, the Nosferatu threat should be. I trailed off. Something wasn't right. The gunfire hadn't stopped. What the hell? What's going on the ground? Lieutenant, Nosferatu is still active. Combat's still ongoing. What? We should have taken central control. Then why? A chill ran down my spine. If I were the enemy, and I knew there was a risk of infiltration, even after tectonic shifts, would I really leave the fortress at such an exposed spot? And if something had happened here, would I really leave it untouched for 2,000 years? This place had been like this since the founding of the Celestial Canopy Holy City. They'd had plenty of time to remodel. This wasn't like Tiamat 25, where tech gobs still occasionally tried to take it back. This is bad. All units, evacuate. Lord Nozomu, the surface building is just for show. They've expanded underground. I slammed the computers shut, grabbed them with the subarms, and ordered the squad watching the door to get outside immediately. We sprinted across corpses, dropping down from the building using a wire line. What's going on, Chieftain? The enemy's still moving. Riedelboldi asked upon spotting me. We underestimated them. The structure on the surface was a damn decoy. What? All hands aboard. Prep for immediate withdrawal. Leave the barriers behind. As the warriors scrambled to board the vehicles, a deep rumble rolled through the ground. Not enough to knock us over, but the quake was growing, and something was rising from below. Wow! I dove into the cockpit of the Sashigame, plugged into its high-sensitivity sensor system, and what I saw made me yell out. What the hell? One after another, giant Nosferatu, easily 10 meters tall, were slowly emerging from launch bays. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Though the minds of mechanized humans are extremely complex, they aren't completely unreadable. Specialists can create programs capable of deciphering and even contaminating them. There were numerous incidents of people being rendered meaning lost by traps even before the network hazard. PRA Chapter 59.1, 515. Man, I really thought we were going to die. Who would have guessed there'd be mobile weapon class Nosferatu? We didn't have any means to fight something like that head-on, so we turned tail and ran like hell. Thankfully, we managed to get out of there without losing anyone. The enemy must have launched those things on short notice. The Nosferatu hadn't even finished warming up. They moved sluggishly and didn't start walking for a good 5 minutes. That gave us just enough time to escape. I'm really glad they didn't follow us out of the valley. But the fact that no one had seen it until now, does that mean they'd never pushed hard enough to warrant deploying them seriously before? Having them thrown at us in a last-ditch effort like that really knocked the wind out of me. That turned into quite dangerous recon mission. Nobody said they had those things. We did come away with some major intel, but things had definitely taken a turn for the worse. What the hell was I supposed to tell Aulia? Actually, why was the holy city still standing when they had monsters like that lying in wait? Even if a single one wasn't quite on par with the great dragon, especially since it wasn't armed, 5 of them could have easily shattered any defensive line and stormed the city. They could have leveled the city just by throwing buildings around. So why hadn't they? Why had the Nosferatu only ever applied half-hearted pressure and never gone all the way? They'd only sent in mass-produced models, heavily armored types that would be tough for foot soldiers, and big ones even a knight would struggle to handle one-on-one. And then they kept those mobile weapon class monsters in reserve. If they'd committed those, the city could have been flattened in under 10 days. What do you think, Chieftain? Can the Holy Lance take those things down? Riedelboldi, having settled the warriors down, spoke to me, but I shook my head. If I fired it at full output, there might be a chance, especially since they lacked armor plating. But if it had an energy field generator, we were finished. Even assuming I got a clean shot, the Holy Lance was already starting to show signs of wear despite the repairs. After firing, it'd need 300 seconds for cooling and recharge. In that time, they'd easily catch up and stomp us into the ground. So we are pulling out? We have no choice. Charging a foe we can't defeat and getting killed isn't bravery, it's suicide! Looks like the warriors won't be disbanding anytime soon. Just as the warrior chief said, our rest was still a long way off. Still, we weren't returning empty-handed. The fact that we destroyed tens of thousands of Nosferatu was a major win, and now we could finally report the true danger hidden in the Valley of Death. Most importantly, we'd managed to salvage data from the degenerate god. We couldn't analyze it until we got back to our base, but I was sure it would provide valuable intel. Phew, that was way too close, said Gilita, approaching while raking her fingers through her short black hair after removing her helmet. Her sweet, faintly sour scent lingered in the air. She led the breakthrough during our retreat, so I planned to report her actions as first-class merit to Aurelia. No one told me they had Nosferatu as big as the guardian deity. On the other hand, Falcon, who had been loudly demanding to fight earlier, was now completely deflated, staring anxiously toward the horizon like he was expecting them to come after us. Relax. If they weren't chasing us, they must have a reason. Besides, we got better mobility on flat terrain. If we went full speed, we could outrun them. Thank goodness. He sighed in relief. Well, unless they start throwing stuff at us. Then we're screwed, I muttered. Did you just say something terrifying? Nope, not at all. I lied with a straight face, and just like that, we left the Valley of Death behind, quietly, leaving a mountain of corpses in our wake. Later, on the way back to our base for analysis, we stopped by the Holy City, and were stunned by the gloom hanging over the place. What was going on? The southern food supply line had reopened. Meals, even if dystopian in presentation, were at least edible. Reconstruction was progressing. And yet, the mood was oppressively bleak. Puzzled, I parked the tank on the outskirts, couldn't exactly drive it down the main roads, it was too wide, and requested an audience with the cardinal assistant. Surprisingly, we were let through without issue. I was a little irritated when the attendant priest hit us with some casual species-based discrimination, saying non-humans weren't allowed in the celestial canopy. But since the others didn't want to enter either, saying, entering stranger god's belly is scary, I let it slide. Just barely. Still, I remembered the guy's face and name. He'd better not complain when he gets reassigned to some backwater. You're here. How was the Valley of Death? We waited about 15 minutes in the lobby before being shown into the reception chamber. 5 minutes later, Aurelia arrived. She didn't just look tired, she looked downright emaciated. I could tell she'd lost weight even through her veil. That couldn't be a good sign. Well, it's probably faster if you just see for yourself. I handed her a compact device with direct footage and combat reports. Without hesitation, she connected and began watching the battlefield scenes and reading the reports. She gasped at the tens of thousands of Nosferatu and was visibly shocked by the new models, but her very first comment was, "Why was it edited like an entertainment media?" The machine spirit was bored, probably. I could have said, seriously, that's what you're hung up on? But honestly, I'd have made the same comment, so I kept quiet. Celine, wanting to make the footage more presentable, had gotten fixated on camera angles and direction, then went as far as to insert background music. It was half a hobby project for her. I liked VR, but she was into old visual media. I figured she just wanted to play director for once, something she could never do in actual military reports without getting yelled at. It was compelling. But how can I put this? It felt like propaganda. That's absurd. I was aiming for a pure entertainment piece. Came Celine's indignant cry. Well, leaving my melodramatic partner aside, we'd gotten the message across. At least now we won't have to worry about the valley for a while. Honestly, with 2 night orders already wiped out, we couldn't spare any personnel to fortify that side. Glad we could help. However, there are a few new issues. Of course. Fix one thing, and more problems pop up. It was like debugging software, and I hated it. But since we were still using their production facilities, I couldn't just ignore her. I gestured for her to continue. After some hesitation, she told us about a new threat from the north. Dragons. They're back again? A few smaller ones. They fled when they saw the severed head of a giant dragon we left in the north, but the people are shaken. They're asking if the guardian deity will come to protect them again when the time comes. PRA Chapter 59.2. So that was why the city seemed so dark on the way in. Even though the dragon's head was left out in the open, the rumor that I had disappeared after moving it must have spread, making everyone uneasy. No wonder. That explained why the citizens had welcomed my return with such bizarre enthusiasm. The East Garden Knights, who had been leading the charge in anti-dragon combat, fled north and haven't returned. Because of that, the people have grown even more fearful of the dragons. And the situation in the north since then? She gave a small shake of her head. Nothing had come back. I had to bite back a sigh of frustration. Damn it, Virgil, what is he thinking? He should at least know that the guardian deity reactivated and protected the holy city. I know the north is his home, but does he really think he can take on the holy city and win? No. More importantly, why are people even following someone who's been excommunicated from a theocratic country? It made my skin crawl how little I actually knew. We sent in undercover agents, but none of them returned. Not even the special envoy we dispatched to try and negotiate. Surely that man doesn't plan to confront the holy city. I'd like to think he's not that foolish, but even with the heavy losses from the dragon's attack, the holy city still had a population of 1 million. It might seem vulnerable sitting out on open land, but the city's intricate layout made it deceptively defensible. If you just blocked the main roads, it would quickly turn into a brutal urban battlefield where 100 people might die fighting over a single building, like a scene straight out of Stalingrad. And it wasn't like the knights had artillery, or even the concept of cannons, so mounting a siege should have been out of the question. Unless, of course, they had some kind of secret trump card. Maybe there was a hidden ruin, even the holy city didn't know about, where they were manufacturing tanks or heavy artillery. Still, we had absolutely no room to launch a campaign to the north ourselves. The only functional knight order left in the capital was the South Garden Knights, and they were a peacekeeping force meant for city patrol, not frontline combat. And while the so-called Central Knights sounded impressive, but in reality, they were just ceremonial guards for clergy and weren't even counted in Aurelia's troop lists. The North Garden Knights had lost half their number trying to stall the dragons, and the survivors were mostly wounded, functionally wiped out. The West Garden Knights were operating at less than 40%. There was no way they could spare troops for a campaign. How's the recruitment effort progressing? We've managed to produce gear calibers and armor, but there aren't many people who are compatible with machine spirits or fairies. We've issued a special ordinance to recruit qualified individuals from all walks of life, but the results have been underwhelming. Even if they manage to gather the numbers, they wouldn't be combat ready for another year or 3. Watching her rub her temple in frustration made me feel vaguely guilty. I mean, look, mechanized humans can become soldiers just by installing the minimum software. Sure, our strength varies depending on training, but you could walk into a recruitment center, register, switch out your body, and come out a usable soldier by the end of the day. Seeing their process take years really made me realize just how fortunate we'd been. When she had said they were short on troops, I almost blurted out, why not just install some software? It was hard to shake off mechanized human common sense. We would like to respond to the dragon threat, but the East Garden Knights took all the know-how with them, and we don't even have anyone who can serve as an instructor. I'll try to come up with something. I didn't have any special attachment to the holy city itself, but I felt sorry for all the intelligent life living here. Aurelia was working herself to the bone trying to rebuild things, so I'd do what I could to help too. Maybe I could get Celine to quickly mock up a simplified design for a ballista, based on the holy bow, and have it installed on rooftops in the suburbs. That should at least be enough to drive the dragons off. We couldn't give them an auto-aiming system, of course, but we could definitely make a basic aiming mechanism that even amateurs could use. Worst case, we could have a gear priest, who could directly connect with machines, handle the targeting. They were taking tax from people, after all, They should be doing at least that much. I'll head back and discuss possible countermeasures. Would it be possible for you to lend some of your warriors? I'm afraid not. I don't want to get involved in a human war. And I'm only someone they respect, not someone who can issue direct orders through sheer authority. The fact that she was grasping at straws like this showed how desperate she was, and understandably so. When you'd been excommunicating people left and right, even the useless ones, and constantly reshuffling regional leadership, you were bound to run into chaos and manpower shortages. Still, I understood the situation and even sympathized. I'd help eliminate threats, but I didn't want to get pulled into their internal power struggles. Sure, if I really wanted to, I could march north and hang Virgil from a tree. Our current forces were more than capable of that. But that would mean putting the northern region, what were they called again? Whatever. It would mean endangering the northern people, and that went against everything I believed in. This mess was the result of the Holy City's failure to stop the rot. I wasn't some convenient deus ex machina who could show up and fix everything. Stop expecting me to. I'd at least set up a hotline and have a rapid response system in place. That would have to be enough. Even the dumbest thug would freeze up if they saw the guardian deity in action. Still, as important as the Holy City was, the data I brought back mattered more to me. If it shed even a little light on the truth behind the network hazard, it could push planetary exploration forward. I felt bad leaving things in the hands of the few competent clergy still holding on by a thread, but for now, getting back to our base had to take priority. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Mechanized humans tend to value VR-based experiences as entertainment, while mathematical consciousnesses prefer novels and films with room for analysis and interpretation. PRA Chapter 60.1, 516. When I got back, something incredible had been set up. Woo! I worked hard on it. Celine, in her humanoid doll body, proudly puffed out her chest. And with good reason. The equipment she had brought into our old base was incredibly advanced. Practically straight out of science fiction, 7 hexagonal pillars, roughly the size of a person, were bundled together, with just the front row slightly lower and recessed. The whole thing looked like a futuristic computing device. Inside, it housed a pseudo-quantum computer, and since it was directly linked to Celine's main body rather than relying on remote access, the processing power was probably off the charts. Compared to the massive fleet command computers, its performance was like an ant to an elephant, but for us, this was without question the pinnacle of cyber warfare equipment we could hope to deploy. You really managed to get this ready in the short time I was away? Rustige's people helped with the transport. I'm more surprised by how fast you designed the thing. Even back in the day, Celine had been good at just about everything, but pulling this off, digging through old data and repurposing it into a functional new design without any blueprints, was impressive. Honestly, when it came to survival skills, she might be one of the best even within the integrated military. Between building my first body when I woke up and throwing together a full set of gear in record time, I was starting to feel truly blessed. So, I'm guessing this computer is completely standalone. You don't have to worry about any cyber contamination. Reassured by my partner's words, I connected the terminal containing the memory data from the biological unit, grandly referred to as the degenerate god, that we had extracted from base 5689. Beginning analysis. As Celine spoke, robotic arms extended from the wall and started working on a physical console, something I hadn't seen in ages. I see. Because it was a completely standalone system, direct operation wasn't possible, so this setup was the best compromise. There was something oddly surreal about it, cutting-edge tech being brute-forced into functionality. As expected, a lot of data got damaged during formatting. And it's riddled with trap viruses. But I've managed to identify the unit's specs. Oh. So it's, no doubt about it, an organic CPU unit. It's the same spec used by the old solar system nations. It tried to cover it, but that actually helps confirm it. Alright. Finally got a lead. Now then, besides the Ecliptic Republic Union, there were nearly 20 other nations in space claiming to be the rightful successors of Earth. We were in a state of tension with about half of them. No, more than half, and some seemed to hate us like we'd personally murdered their ancestors. Diplomatic relations had long since been reduced to nothing but physical negotiations, in other words, war, so the reason for their hatred was anyone's guess. I honestly had no idea why they loathed us so much. Sure, we'd been involved in the Solar Wars, but the Higher Consciousness Federation hadn't started it. We'd brought about a minor ice age using a high-mass cluster, but we weren't the ones who shattered Earth. In fact, we were among the most passionate Earth preservationists. And yet, they kept hurling insults at us, calling us demi-humans and AIs pretending to be people, and seizing any excuse to spark a conflict. They forced us to relocate more times than I could count, so I had always suspected them. And now, we had proof. But do they really have the capability to pull this off? That's what bothers me as well. In a direct cyber warfare scenario, maybe, but causing a network hazard like this? Highly unlikely. When it came to cyber warfare, we were ahead of the curve in this galaxy. We had mechanized humans who had digitized their consciousness. Mathematical consciousness is born as fairies of the cyber realm, photon life forms who spent trillions of years in endless debates and calculation, mucus-based beings who worshipped mathematics as sacred philosophy, and chlorophyll-based collectives, moss-like intelligences that gained higher reasoning through linked programming. In other words, we had a lot of number-savvy species. It was hard to imagine anyone breaching the obsessively designed protections created by that crowd and generating something as unhinged as this code, full of randomized instructions using a mix of ternary and base 15 systems. And besides, this felt too roundabout to be a standard disruption action. If they had the ability to do this, they could have just targeted our homeworld comms. With the right timing, they could have taken out far more than the 2,000 or so crew members aboard the 22nd Seed Fleet at Terra 16. Maybe they got cold feet, fearing that such an act would provoke retaliation from our 4 million strong fleet, and decided to attack a still developing planet instead, but that theory didn't hold much water there. After all, we'd arrived via random teleport. There was no way they could have followed us. Even we didn't know where we were going, since we were expanding a habitable zone by connecting space through unpredictable means. Calculating our teleportation path from gravitational wave coefficients alone would have been impossible. Then, what if they were already on board from the start? Was it the Ecliptic Republic Union? No way. They're already knee-deep in a skirmish with the Lyra Commonwealth Federation. They don't have the bandwidth to fight us on top of that. In fact, because they're at such a disadvantage, they even proposed an alliance with us, knowing it might offend the other old Earth nations. Yeah, that checks out. Even if they were fellow descendants of old humans, I couldn't see them as the culprits. Besides, while they were naturalists, they didn't entirely reject mechanization or genetic modification. They choose simpler mechanization over a regenerative treatment for injuries, used cybernetic implants to boost productivity, and were proactive about gene therapy to eliminate congenital diseases. In that sense, they were misfits like us. So even though we'd finally pinned down the likely perpetrator, out of more than 15 shady nations, we still didn't understand their motive. What were they trying to achieve by targeting Terra 16 and our 22nd Seed Fleet? Sure, our fleet had some high-value ships, like the flagship class Nagato 7, but it wasn't a force so large that it warranted this level of sabotage. We had fewer than 5,000 vessels of all sizes. Taking out a seed fleet or two wouldn't even make the integrated military flinch, and frankly, we didn't have any high-ranking VIPs on board either. The photon life forms, for example, had only said something like, "Let us know if you come across any interesting topics for debates," and hadn't joined us. The colonization effort was mostly driven by the mechanized humans and their obsession with building massive structures. Other species were just a token presence. And really, no one politically important enough to be a target for assassination would travel to a place that took 50 years to reach and return from. So was Terra 16 itself the objective? But even that didn't add up. It was just a typical rocky planet we'd stumbled upon, one that could become Earth-sized if you slammed a few meteorites into it. Barely outside the habitable zone. Just another pebble in a universe full of them. And yet, the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like Terra 16 was the only unique factor here. Did the preliminary survey pick up anything unusual about Terra 16? PRA Chapter 60.2. Did the preliminary survey pick up anything unusual about Terra 16? Negative. Just a regular rocky planet. Conveniently sized, that's all. Add 1 or 2 asteroids and it's the same mass as Earth. Yeah, that's true. There was no need for the higher-ups to hide that sort of thing. But considering the unknown phenomena happening on this planet, I couldn't help but feel like we shouldn't just dismiss the idea, strange as it sounded. What did the people who destroyed the seed ship fleet really want? Every time I think I've gotten my hands on a piece of the puzzle, the mystery just deepens, and it's frustrating. I could accept a completely blank puzzle, but at least I'd want to know how many pieces it's made of. Could it be that there's something on Terra 16 that could turn the whole universe upside down? And what are the odds of that? So little it might as well be a joke. But St. J. Verne said, "Are you referring to the idea that what humans can imagine, they must inevitably achieve?" As a quote about miracles, I think it's a bit of a stretch. St. J. Verne, the guardian saint of children, left behind words that could be interpreted as meaning that any event within the scope of human imagination will inevitably occur. If that was the case, then maybe my theory wasn't so wrong after all. Well, maybe we arrived at Terra 16 right when it was already targeted. There were no other ships in the vicinity right after the teleportation, except for the seed fleet. But hey, it's still a possibility, I muttered as I watched the robotic arm tapping away at the console, leaning against the computer. Honestly, that's the only possibility I could think of right now. Besides, this planet was definitely abnormal. Life forms here naturally generated substances that would never appear from normal reproduction, and common tools continued to function without aging just by simple prayers. And on top of that, there were mass-produced mobile weapon-class monsters. Their giant bodies couldn't possibly maintain themselves without anti-gravity units, so it was not something that could just naturally occur. I won't accept that it's not strange. Wait a second, there's a log showing access to Inanna 12. What? So it was the Ecliptic Republic after all? No, that's not it. It's just, didn't it occur to you how odd it was that the Inanna 12's corrupted pseudo-AI's navigation function conveniently still worked when it fell into the planet? What? Do you mean Inanna 12? It's likely that it was deliberately dropped. Her cold voice sent a chill down my spine. Really, what were they thinking when they drew up these plans? The hypothesis now was that the ship, which had turned into the Celestial Canopy Holy City, was dropped after the terraforming of the planet was completed, while making sure the crew didn't accidentally get wiped out. Like carefully planting seeds in a field that had already been plowed. Ah, I just found the prediction data for when Inanna 12 fell. Oh, what is it, Lieutenant? It said Block 22B crash-landed nearby. It's a mobile weapon production area. What? I immediately stood up and stared at the monitor. What appeared on the screen was the predicted sequence of events after Inanna 12 entered its self-destruction sequence, trying not to damage the planet. It seems that this data was either calculated or shared by the ship. We could see thrusters positioned at the bottom of the hull working at full force. Since the ship was a perfect sphere, the thrusters were able to concentrate on one side after the surface was adjusted, maximizing deceleration. Then, like a child's building blocks falling apart, it scattered in all directions. Among all that, the military weapon production section at the bottom center of the ship was falling toward the distant northern land. According to the predictions, it seemed to be mostly intact, and considering the planet's characteristics, it's likely to be functional. Did that mean we could mass-produce Titan II units? If we got our hands on that, over half of the problems we'd been struggling with would be solved. We could physically destroy the Valley of Death, eliminate the dragons coming from the north, and crush Virgil's petty schemes. It'd be like hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Celine, can you pinpoint the location as accurately as possible? I'll try. I held my breath and watched as the robotic arm continued tapping away at the console. After a moment, the right arm gave a thumbs up. I've pinpointed it with 98.79% accuracy. Nice. I high-fived her, and she immediately began typing away again, searching for any other useful information. Lieutenant, there's a term that's caught my attention. What is it? It was unusual for her to interrupt me, as I was already thinking about our next steps. But when I asked what was going on, She said she decrypted a word that was frequently mentioned in the damaged data. That code was Project Eden. It was the name of a plan that carried the name of the paradise from the old Earth religions, which was still passed down even now, albeit in a slightly altered forms. What could it mean? Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses, due to their binary code-based consciousness, are particularly vulnerable to digital viruses. As a result, when probing for dangerous data, it's common for them to use manually operated standalone computers. If they get infected, there are data types that can contaminate communication channels, which is why they take extra care to follow this process strictly. PRA Chapter 61.161. Yeah. With a sharp cry that tore through the air, Galata thrust her right hand in a piercing strike. I casually deflected it with my left, using the momentum to redirect it toward her face. But instead of driving my own spear hand into her flushed face, I ended up poking her soft lips with a squishy little boop. Alright, you're dead. The fulcrum, definitely a vital spot on the human body. One more round. Sure. She asked for it, so I backed off to reset the distance, thinking it was time to get into stance, when a sudden high kick came flying at me. A beautiful strike, making full use of her hips, legs, and upper body tension, but her distance control was a little sloppy. If left unchecked, the tip of her foot would have slammed right into my temple. I dodged it and swept her leg upward from below, grabbing her ankle midair. Kaya, thrown off balance, she couldn't hold her posture. Her core wavered, and a gentle push sent her tumbling backward onto her rear. I pointed a finger gun at her and muttered, bang. You're dead, you. I lost. Thank you for the match. We both stood and bowed. I had taught her the proper etiquette for sparring, and she managed a clean standing bow, though the frustrated expression on her face was impossible to hide. I just can't win. Of course you can't. If I started losing to someone who just installed a martial arts plug-in, my instructor would kill me. The reason I was training Galata in unarmed combat during our prep period before heading back to the Holy City was because she'd mentioned wanting to try out various skills now that she had her terminal opened. So I had her start with a close-quarters combat plug-in. I could understand her thinking, since she'd gotten comfortable with ranged combat, melee was the next step. But honestly, I didn't have much faith in this hand-to-hand combat software. Also, Galata, you're too by the book. And you're always attacking the moment you get a hit confirm signal, right? That makes your moves way too easy to read. Her movements were so predictable, it was almost comical. Sure, it was impressive that you could master techniques that normally took thousands, even tens of thousands of reps, just by installing a piece of software. But it was too standardized. For someone like me, who'd spent years brawling in real combat and VR, it just looked like a cookie-cutter pattern, an easy mark. It was like fighting a character from a fighting game using a real body. Sure, if she suddenly shot a wave of energy from her hands or teleported through shadows to appear behind me, I'd probably get clobbered. But when every attack came out in the same form, same rhythm, dodging and countering was child's play. I mean, come on, we live in frames, not seconds. But the software said you had an opening, she protested. That's just bait. I'm making it look like an opening to lure you in. Here, watch. To demonstrate, I shifted into a stance, left hand held at waist height, right fist placed on my right hip, knees slightly bent. A traditional karate stance. Her software would no doubt flag my overextended left hand, the forward-leaning left leg, and my slightly jutted-out chin as key targets. Now, can you tell which leg I've got my weight on? Your left, right? Wrong. Sorry. Despite appearing to lean forward with my right side, I lifted my left leg with ease, as if it were bearing no weight at all. It was a kind of feint using core control. I kept my center of gravity shifted back so I could retreat at any time. The seemingly vulnerable chin, the hand just begging to be grabbed, the overly forward left leg, all of it was bait. An invitation to attack. But the software couldn't pick up on such subtle cues. Unless you had ultra-high-resolution visual sensors capable of scanning internal structures, you'd fall right into the trap. And Galata, aside from her cybernetic subbrain, was still mostly flesh and blood. I train in unarmed combat for when I lose or break my weapons. If I started losing just because you installed a piece of software, that'd be a joke. So I really can't get strong overnight. Galata gazed up at the sky, clearly disheartened. I found myself asking, why the sudden interest in close quarters combat? Because last time, you left me behind, she said. Left you behind? During the assault. The cavalry was ordered to stand by. Yeah, but that was. She covered her face with her hand. Maybe she was just wiping off sweat, but something about the gesture felt heavier, like it carried something else. I know why. I do. But still, I wanted to charge in with you. Because I'm your retainer, she mumbled into her palm, and I had no words. Seriously, why does everyone want to rush into the front lines? It's not that I think you're unreliable. I placed a hand on her shoulder and pulled her into a quick, comrade-like hug. Her body tensed for a moment. Through her jumpsuit, I could feel her warmth transmitted to my artificial skin and the sensors hidden beneath it. Honestly, if you and the others hadn't held your ground back there, we would have taken at least 3 extra minutes to fall back. And if that had happened, we might have been wiped out. I know that. In my head. She lowered her hand and wiped off her sweat, still refusing to meet my eyes. But I could see a soft flush rising on her honey-brown skin. I still haven't repaid the debt I owe you. Was the one? You protected me, even when it cost you your head. She whipped around with a sharp motion, her face contorted into an expression I had never seen before. Fury. To me, losing one of my interchangeable synthetic bodies was a trivial matter. Well, it was the only one I had at the time, so it was important to me, but still, for her, who was closer to old humans, maybe it had been something else entirely. That's the tricky part. Our sense of value was skewed compared to the old humans, so I could never quite grasp it. Even in VR, death just meant a respawn. Even in a game with permadeath and no save points outside of hard checkpoints, the person themselves was still alive in baseline reality. And death was instantaneous, too fast for perception. I'd gone through countless simulations, but our actual death happened the moment our photon crystals shatter, so it was unperceivable to us. That's why, even as I watched her seethe, part of me felt a little sad. I couldn't truly understand her anger. If I'd been an old human too, maybe I wouldn't have made Galata this upset. Sorry. You're right. You still owe me. Just don't repay me in the same way, alright? Are you saying it's a burden for me to risk my life for you? No. I'm saying your beautiful body is irreplaceable. I touched her cheek, traced the bridge of her nose, ran my finger along the curve of her lips, then cupped her chin and pressed my forehead against hers. Her clear green irises sparkled under the sunlight, so beautiful, I felt they should be set in jewelry. These eyes, this nose, these lips, even if I could repair them, they can't be replaced. Don't treat yourself like you're the same as me, just because I can be swapped out. But, I explained, didn't I? You and I have fundamentally different kinds of life. Yours is a volatile soul, use it with care. That's what would make me happiest. As we held each other's gaze, she must have noticed the artificial pupil of my camera eye contracting to adjust focus. Her hand moved to my chest and grabbed me by the collar, clearly preparing to throw me. Still too slow. Wow. So I swept her legs out and knocked her down. If you want to prove yourself by force, land a hit on me first. Until then, cherish your body and live a long life, my dear comrade. You're impossible. Galata flailed her fists in frustration as I turned my back to her, waving nonchalantly and saying I had somewhere to be. In truth, I didn't. I just wanted her to have time to think things through. She still thought of me as some kind of holy figure, but in the end, I was just a single life form like anyone else. I only hoped she could come to terms with it and find peace with it. Chapter 61.2 Peking? That's beneath you, Reincarnation. Our morning trainings just happened to overlap, chieftain. I called out toward the thickets near the Great Mother, and the war chief emerged, lazily draping a towel around his neck. He'd apparently been watching us spar, though judging by his sweat-drenched tank top and waistcloth, he'd been training himself before that. No one can sneak up on you anymore, chieftain. I've got eyes in the back of my head, after all. Yikes, that's terrifying. He probably thought I was joking, but I wasn't. They were real. vision nodes embedded all over, hidden under my hair, providing a full 360 degrees field of view with thermal sensors and more. Unless you used thermal optic camouflage, it was impossible to get behind me. With a Type A synthetic body, you even got spatial sensors that picked up on atmospheric distortions, so even if someone hid via radio, heat, or light manipulation, you'd still detect them. So, oh pure and righteous God, what is it, oh hero of the Great Mother? You ever plan on making Galata your mate? Bwah. I couldn't help but make a strange voice from the sheer surprise. What the hell was he talking about? She's clearly got that woman in love look. Everyone in the tribe calls you the Great Mother's consort, but let's be real, you two can't exactly make children. Right, Elpoldi, that's crossing a line. Still, when she's being that open about her feelings, just staying silent seems wrong. This bastard had been acting all high and mighty since he got hitched. That's right, just the other day, our esteemed war chief of Rustigers took himself a wife. 3 of them, actually. He gained fame for fending off over 10,000 enemies in the Valley of Death, holding the line temporarily as acting commander. Plus, he brought back 2 or 3 unusually pristine skulls as trophies. So he became the talk of the tech gobs. A flood of marriage offers followed, and he ended up marrying 1 woman from Rustigers and 2 more from other powerful tribes. Apparently, that's normal for the tech gobs. And right now, they were in the middle of an extreme women's surplus crisis. After the recent flood of aberrations wiped out many warriors who stayed behind to defend their tribes, the gender ratio had temporarily skewed to roughly 1 to 3. The younger, most protected generation of girls had survived in excess. Thanks to repeated past disasters, the tech gobs practice polygamy. Depending on rank or personal renown, and with the chieftain's blessing, one can take up to 4 wives. He didn't go for a 4th out of deference, supposedly. Getting married before the tribe chief was already borderline insolent, so taking the full say would have been pushing it. Or so the elders said. But the cultural logic was so foreign, I barely understood any of it. Don't underestimate me, Ride Elpoldi. Despite appearances, I'm a man of many loves. Do you have any idea how many women I've held in these arms? Oh? Then surely the number must be impressive. Too many to count. In VR, that is. I should probably explain, our kind didn't really have much in the way of carnal urges. Most of that got burned out during our compulsory education period. Plus, when your ego was encoded into binary, the primal instincts got remapped into fun things, pleasant things, and interesting things. The nuances of love didn't come easily to us. My parents somehow overcame that and became mates anyway. But me? I'm still just a spry 245 years old, I haven't got a clue. Then how do you explain the way you mishandle the woman closest to you, chieftain? Ugh, you're still going on about that, war chief? Say another word about educating me on women and I'll kick you. That's terrifying. No way I'd survive being stomped by the leg that can break a Mimcoleon's neck. The unusually short for a Tegob war chief scampered off with a quick trot. I didn't shout insults at his back. I just scratched the back of my head in frustration. Now what the hell do I do? A romance between a mechanized human and old human, it was a trope beaten to death in operatic dramas. But when it's your own story, nothing makes sense. Just like everything else happening on Terra 16. Still, there was one thing I was absolutely certain of. I should definitely not bring this up with Celine. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Mathematical consciousness entities also undergo compulsory education to accumulate experience, often leading them to form natural partnerships with compatible mechanized humans. But the bonds they form run so deep that they can't be summarized by simple words like love or romance. After all, while many can eventually recover from the death of a spouse, when a partner dies, mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses alike frequently follow them in death. PRA Chapter 62.1 T/N. Remember how Aurelia and the clergyman used to call Nozomu demon? Going forward, I'll be going with devil instead. You'll find out twice soon enough. Sorry for the inconvenience. 6-2. I really wished she wouldn't make something so dangerous, but if Celine said it was necessary, then it probably was. What is this? It's a sniping railgun. What she placed in front of me with a heavy thud was a large railgun. Though it had a collapsible frame, the squared-off barrel, mechanical housing, and the recoil-absorbing stock were all arranged in a nearly straight line. My first impression? It looked like a giant box. It was surprisingly smooth and featureless. Celine seemed oddly particular about thumb pull grips, the kind you thread your thumb through to hold, and the design completely lacked a traditional grip. Except for the bolt-action lever jutting out, the whole body was flat and seamless. There was a strange sort of fetishism in its design. It's meant to be operated alongside a compact fusion reactor. You said you had something to show me, so I came. But turns out it's another one of your bizarre creations. I'd just finished my morning training when I got summoned, only to be shown this weird thing inside the Tiamat 25. Honestly, I didn't know how to react. Why the hell did we need a sniper rifle now? My railgun already had an effective range of over 3 kilometers. And when combined with Celine's observation support, I could hit targets at that distance without needing something like this. Then why go through the trouble of making it? Most likely, it was meant to be used by the warriors. Because this one had a scope. With the recent update, we're now able to create small pseudo-intelligences. Just center the target in the scope, and it'll calculate everything from lead to wind speed. You went and made another device for all humans again. Haven't seen a scope in ages. I flicked the scope mounted on top of the weapon with a ching. Unlike the tubular scopes I was used to seeing in VR, this one looked like an old generation VR headset, bulky and wired. From the way it was constructed, it seemed like you were supposed to strap it onto your head before aiming. Looking closer, I also noticed 4 small drones nearby, each about the size of an egg, with dragonflower-like wings. Celine used them as relays. These must be the spotters. So, what exactly is this for? To protect you. There's one major concern on our next excursion to the Holy City. When I asked what the concern was, Celine said the silence from the north gave her a bad feeling. She sent me a tactical forecast protocol output to back her up. You're aware that the enemy has Class 2 weapons, correct? Oh, you mean the holy bows? We categorize weapons into threat levels. Class 1 weapons, like railguns, could destroy a brain shell with a single hit if they landed right. Class 2 weapons were capable of destroying synthetic bodies. Class 3 weapons couldn't destroy them outright but could still cause serious damage. The holy bows carried by the Magiusgear Knights were advanced anti-mechanized composite bows. At close range, say, within 50 meters, they could probably pierce Type C Model 2 body's defense. The arrows could also explode inside the body, causing fatal internal damage. They might not have enough power to shatter a brain casing, but they were more than enough to render someone incapacitated. In such a situation, the enemy is likely to consider assassinating you as the easiest way to turn the tables. Well, yeah. Over there, I'm basically half a living god. Hard to bring me down politically, I guess. Exactly. That's why they might conclude that killing you, proving you're not a god, is the simplest option. A god wielded power because they were untouchable. They didn't age. They performed miracles. They brought benefit to the people. But above all else, they didn't die. Because I had resurrected, I'd gained their worship. But if I were to die, they could easily dismiss me as just another so-called saint. And if that happened, dismantling the already fragile holy cathedral would be simple. I see. No matter how I looked at it, I was still the biggest weak point. That's why I'm thinking of forming a counter-sniper unit. Still, you really went all out with this thing. It's insanely heavy, isn't it? Though I picked it up easily with one hand, it probably weighed around 15 kilograms. Without a powered exosuit, carrying it was doable, but aiming it? Not a chance. Clearly, this was a case of prioritizing performance at the cost of practicality. Another one of her wild designs. I figured it'd be essential for deploying to the outskirts of the city to protect you. You're as overprotective as ever. To think she'd go this far just to keep me safe. I could actually feel the weight of how much she cared for me. Also, I'd like your permission to train 5 warriors as snipers. Alright, go ahead. With our forces nearly replenished, we were set to depart for the Holy City next week. Celine really was thorough with preparations. Well, there was probably nothing to worry about. Or so I thought. And I kind of wanted to punch myself for it. To the devil who poses as a saint. He probably meant to say judgment. Or death. Or something dramatic, but the man aiming what looked like a railgun at me while I rode down the boulevard atop my pack wolf never got to finish. He was shot mid-sentence and scattered into pieces! That gave me a damn heart attack. Thanks, Reincarnation. You saved me. As I paraded through the crowd in my saint's role, I'd intentionally worn something revealing to ease the people's hearts, exchanging a few words here and there as I went. I never expected an assassin to be hiding among them. And it was a face I recognized. His clothes were in tatters. His face caked with mud, beard unkempt and overgrown. But with a little program correction, I could clearly tell who it was. A former high-ranking gear priest, one who'd been excommunicated. He must have escaped north and been incited by Virgil. Damn it! Heretic bastard! I took care of the second one with a quick draw from my railgun. I yanked it from its holster, set it to non-lethal power just strong enough not to over-penetrate, and fired once into the heart, then twice into the head. Completely neutralized. Another excommunicated priest collapsed, dropping a crude railgun from his limp hand. "Nozama, I see him!" Galata shouted a warning as she drew her gun, but I was a beat faster, raising my railgun under my arm. I put 2 rounds, one to the chest, one to the head, into another would-be assassin behind me, ending his miserable life, and of course, chaos erupted around us. But among the faithful, their devotion ran deep. "Protect the saint!" they cried, rushing toward me, trying to shield me with their bodies. No good, this would only make it harder to move. Just as I was starting to panic, 2 bodies suddenly dropped from the rooftop of a nearby building. Each one carried a messenger bag-looking item, both analyzed positive for explosive traces. "There's still more. Chieftain. Get out of here now." "Don't be ridiculous. I can't run over civilians." PRA Chapter 62.2 "There's still more. Chieftain. Get out of here now." "Don't be ridiculous. I can't run over civilians." They even brought explosives. They were serious. While being surrounded by a wall of devoted civilians, who were more of a hindrance than help, I scanned the area and spotted movement rising from the shadows of a distant building. In their hands were holy bows. The 3 figures, seemingly ready to blow me up along with the civilians, had fitted absurdly oversized, grenade-like arrowheads to their arrows. "Enemies at 1, 4, and 11 o'clock. I'll handle 1 and 11. Leave the rear to me." Still being jostled, I raised my railgun and fired, taking out the Magius Gear Knights disguised as civilians wielding holy bows. At the same time, I heard the thud of another enemy collapsing behind me. Galata must have handled them. "Lieutenant. Are you injured?" "Not a scratch. But check for any civilian casualties. Full perimeter scan." I had Celine remain on alert, worried there might be suicide bombers hiding among the crowd trying to shield me. Several small drones buzzed down, their wings fluttering as they began a detailed scan. Thankfully, it seemed there were no such enemies. We managed to quell the chaos and enter the celestial canopy, but I couldn't help feeling ashamed of my own carelessness. To think they actually tried to assassinate me. "That's why I told you, preparation is vital." "Thank you, Celine. You always cover for my blind spots." After patting Celine's doll-type frame, who had jumped into my palm and sent a smug little emoji, I was greeted by Aurelia, who came sprinting at full speed, her mechanical legs clicking furiously. "Are you all right?" "Thankfully, yeah." Her veil was the only part of her attire suited for formal occasions. She hadn't even bothered to lift the hem of her cassock dress as she ran up to me, clearly in a panic. She must have dropped everything and come straight here. I opened my arms to show I was unharmed. "That's the first time I nearly got assassinated. Quite the novel experience." "This isn't the time for jokes. If something happened to you, it would mean the end of the Celestial Canopy Holy City. That's why I insisted on sending Magius Gear Knights for protection." There was nothing I could say in return. This was the cost of prioritizing public sentiment. I offered a sincere apology and promised to accept an escort from now on. Then, ahead of schedule, we proceeded to the reception room for our meeting. It felt like my heart stopped. "I can't believe someone tried to assassinate you." "Same here. But more than that, this is troubling." What I pulled from my coat was the gun the first attacker had drawn, a weapon meant to assassinate me. It was a small railgun, unpowered. But if the wielder could manipulate gear spell, it likely could have been fired. The real issue, however, was that this toy-like, palm-sized railgun seemed powerful enough to destroy my entire frame with a direct hit. What's more, if a shooter without cybernetic enhancements used it, they'd likely die from the recoil alone. A weapon like this wouldn't be found under normal conditions. You can't make something like this in the Celestial Canopy Holy City, can you? Of course not. Something this underhanded. Then this is bad. It means Virgil has a factory somewhere. At my conclusion, Olia's eyes widened in realization. We now understood why Virgil was holding his ground so confidently up north. He had secured the facilities needed to take on the Holy City itself. We didn't know when he got them, or how, but he clearly had the means to manufacture weapons powerful enough to justify his boldness. And I had seen it for myself. When Inanna 12 fell apart, it scattered military production units, factories, across various regions. It wouldn't be strange if one of them landed in Virgil's territory. Then we need to head north. But if he has weapons like this, it's too dangerous to send the knights. That's why I plan to go to the northeastern forest, to trap them. The moment I said that, she shot to her feet and shouted, "The northeastern forest? Absolutely not. That place is even more deadly than the Valley of Death." I'd heard it was off limits, but is it really that dangerous? There are demons in that place. Ones who use heretical magic without any terminals or gears. I can't let you go there. Oh? Magic? Magic. Huh. The moment I heard that word, I felt my excitement rising. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Crude railgun, a hastily assembled, single-shot weapon with no concern for the user's safety. Still, its output appears strong enough to destroy a Type C Model 2 synthetic body, even if it can't shatter a brain shell in one hit. Naturally, repeated shots to the brain would likely result in fatal damage. PRA Chapter 63.163 The forest to the northwest of Celestial Canopy Holy Capital was known as a forbidden land, belonging to no domain. An area of 5 kilometers around it was strictly off-limits, and settlement was prohibited within a 50-kilometer radius. The reason for such intense isolation, they said, was because demons lived deep within its overgrown woods. Demons who wielded magic and hunted humans. There's no intel on that area. Every expedition team we've sent has been wiped out. It's been a forbidden land since the era of the divine ancestors. Well, that's grim. So even if she told me she didn't want me going there, I now had all the more reason to do exactly that. The Valley of Death was manageable. We'd culled the threats there, so things should stay quiet for a while. But now that we'd discovered Virgil had acquired a factory in the north capable of producing railguns, securing Block 22B, where we could mass-produce the Titan II, has become an urgent priority. We had to line up our guardian deities and make those heretics understand, otherwise, we'd be looking at massive casualties when war broke out. We couldn't afford to let humans killing each other. I wasn't about to let such idiocy slide, but those demons are truly dangerous. Olia said. They don't speak, attack any human on sight, and hang their victims upside down to skin them alive. It sounded like typical propaganda meant to exaggerate the enemy's savagery, but coming from the Cardinal Assistant, the words carried weight. She likely knew the details of the failed expeditions, and had probably seen the aftermath herself. So odds were, things like that really had happened. Still, I don't believe I can take out an entire dragon horde with just one guardian deity. And I certainly can't keep the northern forces in line on my own, not when they're still united, even after being excommunicated. That may be true, but Block 22B is the only military section that landed nearby, and it's in that forest. I'd say it's a gamble worth taking, wouldn't you? Then she probably meant to suggest reallocating some of her forces to ours, but I raised my hand to stop her. Virgil could launch an attack at any time. We couldn't afford to weaken the city's forces here. Sure, Celine could operate the Titan II remotely, so we could still put on a show of force if needed. But if the enemy decided to charge in any way, we'd be stuck relying solely on the city's defensive troops. They were already struggling to rebuild their forces. If they spread themselves too thin and ended up with nowhere left to return to, it would be beyond foolish. Each night order had to stay in Holy City as a deterrent. Don't worry. We've reinforced our forces too. With the help of the factory zone that was previously off-limits. Exactly. We put together 5 multi-legged combat vehicles there. They won't lose to any run-of-the-mill enemies. We've even bumped up the number of tanks to 3. At the Inner 12 facility, we'd set up a routine to keep producing parts even when weren't around. When we stopped by after returning home, we found that 5 APCs had just been completed. That allowed us to carry far more personnel and supplies, so we recruited another 20 from the Tech Gobs and another 20 from the Sylvanians. Our total force had grown to nearly a full company of around 100 troops. And since we'd also begun mass-producing mortars, though they weren't particularly useful in dense forests, our firepower had scaled up significantly. We couldn't take on a giant Nosferatu, but anything else, we could probably wipe out. In that case, there was no reason we couldn't fight in the Forbidden Land. Very well. I'll give you all the data we have. Though the last scouting team was dispatched back in the Divine Ancestors' time, so I can't say how useful it'll be. Having something is still a lot better than nothing. I'll take it. Please, be careful. The current balance holds only because you are here. Don't forget that, even for a moment. I understood. Virgil hadn't made any bold moves because I'd been running rampant. That's probably why he resorted to assassination instead. And he'd used some men whose loss wouldn't even sting. That's why I'd remain cautious and avoid recklessness. I made that promise, and only then did Aurelia finally relent. She connected her terminal to the console in the guest room and began extracting the data. After one more warning to be careful from her, I boarded a newly built dichotomous 4 and descended to the surface, avoiding public eyes on my way out. Not even Virgil had the means to blow me up along with this vehicle. If he did, he would have used it as his opening move, so I traveled through the streets without worry. The footage is pretty grainy. I was reviewing the information with my feet kicked up on the console when Celine popped out of the breast pocket of my coveralls. Lieutenant, your posture is most unbecoming. Hard to stay formal after sitting in that stiff meeting. Anyway, what do you make of this? The data is ancient, so some degradation is inevitable. Shall I try enhancing it a bit? She began scanning the data from what looked like a recorder once attached to an ancient Magius Gear Knight's helmet. Then, using informed guesses, she reconstructed the corrupted sections and ran a correction routine. This was the difference between mathematical consciousness and pseudo-intelligence. They were like us, they could work off experience and gut instinct, the kind of fuzzy logic that's hard to put into words. They weren't rigid systems that needed everything precisely defined, like someone who'd draw a guy eating ramen with his bare hands unless you spelled it out first. Looks like a dense forest of ferns and cypress. Ugh, that's a pain. Limited visibility is the worst. The knights back then were struggling with it too. They're cutting through the branches with their blades, but... Here, as the enhanced footage sharpened, we saw one of the knights at the front abruptly vanish from view. Looked just like a scene out of a jungle horror flick. Like he was attacked by one of those monsters you need a muscle-bound action hero to take down. That's a hand. Something pulled him out of sight. How the hell did it get that close without being noticed? PRA Chapter 63.2. The footage resumed, accompanied by a scream. Brief as it was, it made clear the person had been killed almost instantly, and that the Magius Gear Knight's armor had been completely useless against whatever demon lurked in that forest. Either it had used some kind of advanced relic, or some still unknown phenomenon unique to Terra 16 had been at play. Either way, it looked like we had our own headache to deal with. They seem highly skilled in stealth too. We'll see how much help sensors and recon drones turn out to be. With how dense the forest was, visibility barely stretched 5 meters. Beyond that, the view was completely blocked by branches and foliage. Unless we flooded the place with recon drones, it was going to be dangerous. Otherwise, someone might turn around to warn the rear guard, only to find there's no one left. Your classic horror movie setup. But unlike your average horror movie victim, this knight was smart. He made the snap decision to retreat and took off running without even screaming or calling out to his comrades. He must have prioritized getting the intel back alive. Unfortunately, even that effort seemed to come too late. The footage jolted suddenly, then flipped 180 degrees and froze. A moment later, the perspective remained unchanged while the body collapsed, strongly suggesting he'd been decapitated. Ah, I see now. They must have retrieved the footage from the armor after it had been thrown out. That explains all the dire warnings about how dangerous the place was. Still, I was starting to think the recon team might have brought this on themselves. First of all, people who live in forests tend to value those forests. If you come barging in with gear armor, hacking away at branches like they're in the way, you're bound to piss someone off. Also, the beginning of the footage showed quite a sizable group. If the locals had an insular culture, that kind of mass entry could easily be seen as an invasion and provoke retaliation. And finally, they made camp right outside the forest before heading in. That alone could have been seen as defiling sacred territory. Without even trying to understand where the locals' boundaries lay, they marched in with the values of the holy city. No wonder communication wasn't an option. So, when we go, we'll need to be extremely careful not to provoke anyone. If these demons treasured the crashed section the way the tech gobs did the Great Mother, then we'd be looking at a full-on war. Just for a second, I caught a glimpse of someone holding the knight's head. Caught on camera while throwing it. I'll enhance it. But between the backlight and the motion blur, don't expect too much. As she applied the image enhancement, the faint shadow captured in those few frames gradually clarified into a humanoid shape in monochrome, and my excitement skyrocketed. An elf? Sorry, what? That silhouette? Tell me that's not an elf. The shape I pointed at in excitement was the very image of the fantasy elves that show up in every fantasy story imaginable, an archetype that had traveled far beyond its origin in the works of Saint J.R.R. Tolkien, not an official saint, but one many of us revered like one all the same. Myself included. Tall and slender, long hair seemingly braided in complex patterns, and a head that bore sharply pointed ears like censer. This was an elf, no doubt about it. I'd suspected someone who helped shape Terra 16 must have loved fantasy, and now I had proof. If this wasn't the guy who killed our ally, I'd be raising a glass to celebrate with him. I started pulling up reference materials next to the paused, enhanced image, everything from the clunky elves in the VR fantasy games I'd been playing before being roused, to salvaged data from all corners of the world, and even creative works produced after mechanized humans joined the Higher Federation. I lined them all up, absolutely convinced I was right. Then Celine, looking thoroughly annoyed, waved her arm and collapsed all the data windows. Lieutenant, you're jumping to conclusions. Even the tech gobs just had a goblin-like appearance, but they weren't actual fantasy monsters. But they looked the part. That counts for something. Are your optical sensors that selective? What about the exposed servo motors, the camera eyes, the dangling cables? But this is elves we're talking about. The elves. Celine gave me a flat, unimpressed look. You do realize you are essentially just like an elf, right? That's where she was wrong. Sure, we didn't age and couldn't die unless we were killed. And yeah, some people even wore pointed or leaf-shaped synthetic ears as fashion statements, maybe convinced they were elves. But it was not the same. It was about the romance they embody. Mechanized humans really do veer off in bizarre directions sometimes. Could you not act so distant all of a sudden? Even as we bantered in cyberspace, the dichotomous four rumbled steadily forward under autopilot, carrying both me and my dreams of fantasy straight toward the comrades waiting for us on the outskirts. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. While the Church has canonized some of the great minds behind science, there are many who also choose to unofficially revere the creators of salvaged, undying masterpieces from the past. Religious officials, essentially archaeologists in old Earth, usually just shrug and say, as long as you just keep it as a personal hobby, do as you like. PRA Chapter 64.164. Even from the horizon, the forest looked so dense it made me want to groan just at the sight of it. Thick clusters of moss-covered ferns and podocarp trees filled the space, resembling the types commonly used during the mid-phase of planetary terraforming to boost oxygen levels. Actually, no, they were the exact same species. Both were tough and easy to propagate, so they were planted en masse and later either converted into biofuel or burned to ash via orbital bombardment once their job was done. This forest was likely one of the leftovers. And if this was the infamous Forbidden Northern Forest, then all the more reason to suspect something was up. These were genetically modified to survive even in high latitudes, sure, but they weren't designed to flourish this well without human maintenance. No doubt about it. Elves still lived here. Funny how just thinking that made the place feel suddenly mystical. Human perception is such a strange thing. Filtered through dozens of lenses and buried under countless biases and adjustments, even something genuinely dangerous could end up looking beautiful. It's honestly a bit of a problem. But whatever the case, elves. I hoped we could make contact peacefully. This is gonna be rough. We could really use a recon satellite. Then again, the skies were eerily quiet, no signs of radio waves. Either no satellites had survived, or the remaining ones had been deliberately hidden to avoid detection in case of emergency. We used to be able to connect through them to a vast communications network and shared memory area, exchanging all kinds of data. The world now felt painfully small in comparison. I hadn't dared try sending out a signal, if nothing came back, or, worse, if a kinetic strike came raining down in response, I'd be screwed. But maybe, just maybe, one satellite had survived. Honestly, I'd even settle for a launch platform to put up our own. Though if we had that, we could start expanding into space, which would solve one of our major objectives, making detailed surface reconnaissance unnecessary in the first place. What's the plan, Chieftain? If it's a forest, it's our domain. We could scout it, even if the layout's a little unfamiliar, Riedelboldi offered, but I pulled myself out of the high-resolution video feed from the Dichotomous 4 Model I drone piloted by Celine and shook my head. Just because the elves are hostile to humans doesn't mean they'll automatically be friendly with tech gobs. We need more detailed intel before we do anything. Still, standing around outside won't get us anywhere. That's why we're scouting. As we spoke, a recon drone launched from Celine's Dichotomous 4. Unlike the tiltrotor-equipped boxy frames we'd used so far, this one was spherical, about the size of a ping-pong ball, with wings like a dragonfly's. Lightweight, compact, with minimal heat signature and low noise. It only had a 6-hour flight time, and its signal could barely reach 30 kilometers, but for stealthy reconnaissance, this Type B Model I drone was outstanding. Back in the day, most exosuits came equipped with one or two of these standard-issue scout drones as auxiliary sensors. Only now, thanks to our upgraded factory and ECM-capable platforms, were we finally able to deploy them again. From a military standpoint, they had their limitations, but they had one overwhelming advantage. You could afford to lose as many as you wanted. They were easy to manufacture, used only mature tech, and didn't leak any sensitive information even if captured. And they still met the minimum required specs. Truly, they were the foot soldiers' most reliable eyes on the front line. That said, because of their size and unique flying pattern, they frequently took random evasion paths to avoid ambush. They'd earned the rather unfortunate nickname of gnats. I had a feeling the original designer meant to model them after dragonflies. Wanna take a look? Still can't get used to these face covers. I handed him a compact visor specially made to allow monocular life forms like him to view in stereoscopic 3D. Watching him unconsciously sway left and right in sync with the gnat's aerial maneuvers was a bit amusing. Whoa, so fast. It feels faster than it actually is because it's small. Its top speed's about the same as a pack wolf. A dozen gnats took off, pairing up in twos and flying in coordinated routines to cover each other's blind spots. Half hovered above the canopy to gather data, while the others slipped quietly into the forest below. Inside, the forest was, surprisingly, normal. Trees thrived, flora and fauna interacted, and the whole ecosystem seemed designed to support a healthy cycle. Small creatures like squirrels scurried around, nibbling on young shoots and bugs. Their droppings, corpses, fallen leaves, and decaying trees fed the decomposers below, which toiled to return nutrients to the soil. It was a typical Earth-like scene. I was almost disappointed not to see any fantasy animals. It really was just an ordinary forest. Made it kind of hard to buy the whole demons live here thing at all. Drone 8 down. Whoa, what? Just as I was thinking that, the illusion shattered. One drone suddenly went offline, as if to say, time to get to serious business, buddy. It wasn't a cyber attack. It was physically knocked out of the air. Damn it, its partner, Drone 7, is down too. It happened almost simultaneously. The gnats had roughly 240 degrees vision, no full coverage optics embedded in their shells, so they were programmed to fly in sync, covering each other's blind spots. And yet, both were struck before they could even detect the threat. How the hell had someone spotted them in mid-flight? They weren't equipped with optical camo, but their small size and high speed made them nearly impossible to notice unless you were really watching. In terms of defense, speed was their armor. To take out both from their blind spots, without being detected, that would take serious tech. Unless it was some kind of anti-drone weapon. Or even a drone killer, a drone that hunts drones. Drones 5 and 6 just went down. I'll divert drones 3 and 4 from above. We need to find out what shot them down. Wait, no, 3 and 4 down too. What the hell? We were keeping them airborne at high altitude. Wait, it looks like we can analyze the footage from drones 1 and 2, which were in mutual surveillance mode. PRA Chapter 64.2. Damn it. This was the problem with cheap units that could be deployed en masse. They became useless if they were outmatched by better equipped enemies. It worked out this time thanks to the sheer number we threw at them. But losing half the force just to get one hint? Hardly worth it. I really wished we had a spatial dominance radar system now. That is. An arrow? No, hold on. The drones were charging in at 200 kilometers an hour. Not even a shotgun blast could hit them at that speed. And come on, Celine, the surveillance team was hovering at 500 meters. Even so, Lieutenant, the data doesn't lie. The footage projected in front of me was frame-by-frame footage captured by Drone 1. And yeah, hard as it was to believe, something that looked like an arrow had pierced through drones 3 and 4, fired from the ground. Worse still, after piercing through and blowing them apart, it kept flying upward before vanishing from view in an instant. No, come on, what kind of initial velocity were we talking about? That's not a speed you could fire an arrow at. What the hell happened that allowed it to hit, let alone pierce through and keep going? Drones 1 and 2 lost. Oh, come on. Give me a break. Drones using randomized evasion patterns were getting shot down one after another. That could only mean the enemy had reflexes and combat ability on par with a Type B synthetic body, and if those arrows were anything like the ones equipped by the Magius Gear Knights, then they were most likely Class 2 lethal weapons. A Type C body wouldn't stand a chance, it'd be skewered clean through. Wearing an exosuit might help a little, but it'd still be dangerous as hell. The remaining units are being taken out one by one as well. I don't enjoy being kept in the dark like this. But I suppose I've got no choice. I disconnected from the dichotomous 4 and climbed into the exosuit I had parked at the rear. Lieutenant, what are you doing? I need to find out for myself if there's any chance of peaceful contact. It's too dangerous. Don't worry, Celine. This body's replaceable now. No need to fuss over me. Fortunately, unless I got decapitated, I could still escape even with heavy damage. Plus, we had recovery drones and a whole squadron in reserve. It'd be fine. Gotta take advantage of the perks of being a mechanized human, or what's the point? You're doing something reckless again, Celine. I'm no longer using a Type D body. Aren't you being a little overprotective? Once I slipped my body into the cracked open back like stepping into a costume, the onboard pseudo-intelligence registered that I was in position and sealed the exosuit shut. At the same time, a connector extended toward the back of my neck and auto-linked. The OS connection initialized instantly, and the boot protocol wrapped up in seconds. Even in a civilian model body, the patched-up Type C exosuit should keep me from dying outright. Thanks to the extra sensors I'd installed, my perception was enhanced enough that I wouldn't be blindsided by horror movie-level jump scares like that Magius Gear Knight data. It's just a little meet and greet. No need to worry so much. Well, I'll admit our approach this time was a bit tactless. Showing ourselves as a sign of goodwill isn't a bad idea. At least take some guards with you. They're not like me, they can't just swap out their bodies. I don't want to put them in unnecessary danger. If it comes to a fight, so be it. But showing up in force might just provoke hostility. Minimal weaponry should suffice. I holstered a railgun in the pistol sheath on my thigh, strapped on a mono-atomic blade, and jumped out of the rear hatch of the now spread-legged dichotomous 4. It stood about 3 meters tall in this configuration, but thanks to the shock absorbers in the waist and knees, I barely felt the impact when I landed. Sigh. You never listen once you've made up your mind, do you? Sorry to worry you. If you're aware of it and still do it, that makes it worse, Lieutenant. Anyway, I'm putting everyone on high alert. I didn't argue with Celine's insistence on that point. Instead, I walked alone toward the forest's edge. If the enemy turned out to be some incomprehensible monster with no ability to communicate, only kill, then so be it. But if this was all just a misunderstanding due to a different form of communication, then I wanted to do something about it. After all, we're part of the High Federation, a bunch of lonely brains desperate to ally with any intelligent life we come across. And come on, they were elves. It'd be a waste to go all scorched earth on a forest full of elves like some cheap $20 CG set. I couldn't wait to see what kind of encounter was waiting for me. Nozomu? I'm going to. If something happens, I need you ready to jump in. Stay back and command the tank unit, Galata. But it's reassuring having you by my side, but knowing you're ready to cover me from behind is just as dependable. Please. Galata, who had been trying to dismount from the commander's seat of the manned Sashigame I'd assigned to her, was trying to come with me as an escort. I gently held her back. If it came to unavoidable combat, having someone at the rear who could shoot reliably would be a huge help. Especially someone like her. She had the control software installed, so she could operate the complex systems far faster than the tech gobs or Sylvanians. If things go south, I'm shooting immediately. Got it. You're authorized to fire at will. Entrusting that authority to my equally worried comrade, I headed for the forest with a light, eager step. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Standard Type B Model I Recon drone. Nicknamed Gnats, these small recon drones are widely used and come standard with most exosuits. They're invaluable for tasks like clearing dangerous interiors, scouting from the air, or standing guard during rest periods. The concept behind them is simple, cheap and expendable. Even their destruction is considered part of the reconnaissance process. PRA Chapter 65.165. In front of the forest adorned like an evening gown with lush greenery and a layer of lichen, I turned off all olfactory filters and took a deep breath. For this frame, breathing was merely a gesture meant to draw particles into its sensors, a warm-up to distribute fine particulates across the densely packed receptors lining the nasal cavity. Still, it could smell in the traditional sense too. Usually, I filtered out all unpleasant stimuli, like the stench of death, so I wouldn't have to actually experience them. But every now and then, it wasn't so bad to take in the raw sense of the world. It was similar to what I'd often experienced in VR, but the sheer density of sensation here was on another level entirely. There was that distinctive mix of musty soil and the green scent of decaying leaves, the vibrant aroma of living trees, and the lingering musk left behind by animals. Man, that reeks. To put it plainly, it stank. Not that I didn't expect it. This wasn't some neatly managed park, after all. It wasn't going to smell purely pleasant. Still, there was a lot to learn from it. Even near the edge of the forest, there was ample small animal activity. No trace of blood. No metal particles or explosive residues. It had to be elves living in this forest. There was no doubt in my mind. Hello there. I cranked up the speaker volume and called out loudly in the common tongue, but no response came. Even the airborne drones I had floating nearby picked up nothing. The motion sensors, which analyzed images to detect significant movement, registered no anomalies. Same with the audio sensors. Nothing on radar either, and the only heat signatures were the small critters scattering in response to my shout. Looks like I'd have to take my time with this. I respectfully request your presence. Is anyone there? I tried probing deeper into the forest using every communication method available, compressed radio wave signals, everything, but still got no response. The trees simply swayed in the breeze. Their silence a chilly answer in itself. Well, I guess I'll have to step in. It's too dangerous. Proceeding is not recommended. What if your brain shell can't be recovered? Come on. Have a little more faith in my Class A melee combat badge and samurai title. I'd been officially recognized as someone unlikely to lose in close combat, earning the right to call myself a samurai. I wasn't going to get backstabbed and end up like some disposable soldier in a horror flick. Besides, even if I was a bit worn out, this body was still a mechanized frame. Getting my throat slit or chest pierced wasn't enough to kill me anymore. Carefully monitoring for any response from deeper within, I took a single step into the forest. Nothing happened. The crunch of fallen leaves and lichen underfoot didn't seem to offend anyone. Collecting a sample, understood. Please send it over with a drone. Using tweezers maintained in a sterile state by a swarm of nanomachines, I picked up a fallen leaf and placed it into a small sample case. I also grabbed a few pill bugs that had scurried out from where I'd cleared the foliage and sent them over. Selene would analyze their genetic makeup and structure. Next came a slightly riskier move. I picked up a patch of lichen and a fallen tree branch from the ground, simultaneously maxing out my sensor sensitivity as a precaution. This was the first real test to see if I'd provoke the elves' ire. In the memory archives Aurelia had shown me, the knights had entered the forest with little regard. Not only did they come in large numbers, they stomped on roots without hesitation and hacked away at branches to clear a path. To any being living in this forest, that was a blatant act of aggression. It could be seen from the old archives that elves were the type to break an equal number of bones in retaliation for every twig snapped. The knights had repeated such thoughtless behavior, it was no wonder they'd stirred up the elves' wrath. But the question was, at what point exactly did it count as disrespect? Calling out to the forest and the merely stepping inside hadn't triggered a reaction. So I needed to figure out what would prompt them to make contact. For the first test, I tried taking something from the forest. Still, no response. It's quiet. Lieutenant, analysis complete. The flora and decomposers are consistent with standard planetary terraformation packages. Just as I was debating whether to take a more aggressive approach, or if venturing too deep would be too risky, Selene had already finished the analysis. I checked the data she sent over. The genetic profiles matched the typical plant decomposer sets used in standard planetary terraformation protocols. But don't the genes look a little too clean? They're a bit too typical for something that's supposedly evolved on its own for 2,000 years. They look practically brand new. It goes without saying that naturally reproducing life forms show genetic drift over time, gradually adapting to their environment through the survival of stronger individuals. 2,000 years should have been more than enough time for that. Even if not full independent evolution, there should have been at least some genetic variation to suit this high-latitude climate. Yet the analyzed genes looked almost factory fresh. In other words, they had the unnatural quality of something recently output from a plant. What does this mean? Just a hypothesis, but maybe there's a functioning terraformation base still active somewhere nearby. There's not supposed to be a base here, though. PRA Chapter 65.2. I unfolded the map, thinking maybe I'd remembered wrong, but no, there was no terraforming base centered around this forest. Then how do I explain the existence of flora and fauna that clearly originated from a plant? There was no reason they'd have been imported, and there was no way their genetic integrity could have been preserved like this. Besides, the strange phenomena occurring on this planet were supposed to be machine exclusive. If some unknown force were maintaining homeostasis, then the crew of Inanna 12 shouldn't have ended up freeze-dried. So what was the problem here? The moment that thought crossed my mind, my senses blared out a warning. Even before the alert about an incoming projectile had finished sounding, my hand was already reaching for the weapon at my hip. I drew my monoatomic blade and, on instinct, struck down whatever had been fired at me. That reaction came purely from experience and instinct, not from software or any advantage of my frame. It was that ambiguous, indescribable sense, what you might call killing intent, though it was actually a culmination of various signals too complex to easily put into words. And what my blade cut down was an arrow. Judging from its trajectory, it had likely been loosed from over a kilometer away. Strangely, the arrow was entirely wooden. Its tip was fashioned from the sharp outer shell of an acorn-like nut, and its fletching was made of dried leaves. A bizarre design. There was no way something like that should have been able to fly such a long distance. Lieutenant, not an attack. A warning. As I flicked the blade clean and returned it to its sheath, I noticed something tied near the arrowhead. It looked like a message, something wrapped in a large, folded leaf. Well. Now this is starting to feel like a proper fantasy, Selene. Is this really the time for that? To follow that trajectory, it would have had to reach supersonic speed. That shape shouldn't be able to handle that kind of velocity, and with those materials, it should have disintegrated mid-flight. Still curious, I unfolded the message. What I found was rather astonishing. It was written in blood. That alone would have been a nice touch, theatrically speaking. But the blood hadn't fully dried yet. It looked fresh, and it wasn't just ordinary blood. It was pure white smart blood. Not that that was surprising anymore. It was common enough, flowing in the bodies of the tech gobs, and even those aberrations we'd fought so far. But the language used in the writing was compressed script, essentially a literary form of compressed radio wave language, similar to a matrix-style two-dimensional barcode. In other words, it was a written language that couldn't be read without a machine body. Huh? Why? Why would elves be using binary-coded script? I told you not to jump to conclusions. While I was still reeling from the confusion, Celine, sharing my visual feed, read the text aloud. The sacred forest is not to be trespassed. The meaning of the 2D-coded script was rejection. A warning not to proceed any further. But turning back wasn't an option. My hopes of seeing some classic elf stereotype had taken a massive hit, but in exchange, a different possibility had emerged. A clue to the mystery at the heart of this planet's strange phenomena. If you can hear me, answer. I'm with Higher Federation's 22nd. Right before coming here, I'd asked Toria to let me see her directly linking up with an inner 12 control system, what they referred to as Sanctus Gear. What I witnessed then was truly strange. A partially mechanized human, with only a rudimentary subbrain, managed to activate an entire factory system through a flawed interaction with a corrupted pseudo-intelligence. Inner 12 pseudo-intelligence had been left corrupted probably because there were no surviving qualified engineers. Without a proper specialist, no one could restore a pseudo-intelligence that had suffered such a powerful attack that killed mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses. And the surviving crew members had chosen to embrace the fact that their creations were influenced by external factors with unknown principles and incorporated it into the holy scriptures as gear spells, even though they knew it would overload the brain. Even if not a single sensor could detect anything. They just let it go, because it worked. I don't understand that mindset, but I have to admire how they turned it into what is, effectively, a form of magic. Because what had happened before my eyes was magic. Feeding corrupted code into a corrupted machine shouldn't restore normal functionality. It wasn't some basic math trick where two negatives make a positive. And yet it worked. Which meant this planet really did have magic. So I should have been ready for the possibility of being attacked with magic. Lieutenant, ha! I shouted in compressed radio wave language as 3 arrows launched toward me. I slashed all 3 from the air. Each arrow came from a different angle, and their timings were staggered. Cutting them down with a single swing took a certain knack. Like drawing a continuous line in a single stroke, I had to recognize the exact space each arrow would pass through, then adjust my arc mid-swing to intersect all of them. But this time, every arrow was supersonic, almost bullet-fast. That pushed the difficulty to a whole new level. Damn it, so they really won't listen. I told you so. What's wrong with hoping for a chance? You can't complain when that chance kills you. Still. I mean, come on. They're elves. I wanted to at least talk to them. No joke, this was brutal. With the arrows traveling faster than sound, they were extremely heavy. And this wasn't a clean slice situation. I had to deflect them with the blade as I cut, or they wouldn't be neutralized. The strain on my arms was insane. I thought my elbow was going to give out. If I were still in my old body, my forearm would have torn clean off. More importantly, Celine. Anything on the sensors? Still nothing. This is totally absurd. How the hell is magic letting those arrows go supersonic? Whatever the case, we couldn't detect any activation of the magic. None of our sensors picked up a thing. I was just left to deal with the effects, completely blind. And those effects were enough to destroy my frame if they connected. So, I had no choice but to respond. Now then. What do we do about this? Nozomu? Get down. Suppressive fire incoming. Wait, what? Glitter, hold. Oh, fire. Right, I'd forgotten I'd given her permission to open fire at will. And right as I remembered that, the forest around us exploded into chaos as an overwhelming barrage of gunfire tore through the trees. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The placeholder term magic is used to refer collectively to phenomena in which machines move without power, to connections between systems that should not be linkable, and to techniques that produce effects in violation of known physical laws. PRA Chapter 66.166. I did authorize free fire, but I hadn't expected them to go this far. My field of vision was lit up red, marked by the danger zones linked through IFF to the FCS. Except for the single path stretching from my position to the forest's edge, the entire area was bathed in red. There was no mercy. Nose-mounted machine guns and vehicle-mounted guns spewed bullets everywhere. Cold guns hammered the forest in a desperate attempt to suppress any enemy retaliations. To increase pressure, the vehicle convoy that had held back now began to advance. At the same time, the forest returned fire. Whoa, I'm hit. You okay? It's stuck in your shield. Protect your head and chest. Even the dismounted infantry were being targeted. Arrows ricocheted off APCs and tanks alike. Damn it, Glitter, this is way overboard. There's no walking this back. The forest had been severely damaged. At this point, total war was inevitable. Nozama? Fall back. Got it. But you've gone too far, Glitter. But we're talking about your life here? A couple of those things sticking in me won't kill me. Glitter either didn't hear me or chose to ignore it. With a frustrated scream, she lobbed a frag grenade into the forest, likely for suppression. It landed with a roar, gouging a chunk out of the terrain, and the weakened submunitions rained down like soft hail. I knew she was trying to keep enemies away from me. But this close to the edge, it was getting scary. Even if the main gun didn't have full power due to insufficient equipment, it was still more than capable of destroying my frame. Heck, this is terrifying. Crouching low and making a run for it, I suddenly felt a presence. The senses didn't pick anything up, but my honed instincts and an unquantifiable sense kicked in. I moved reflexively, and managed to catch a wrist holding a blade inches from my neck. I locked the weapon with my right hand, stepped half a pace back, and drove my elbow backward. The strike landed squarely on the attacker standing behind me. The impact was shockingly hard. Not human, but also not armor plating. The sensation was strange, simultaneously soft and firm. Before I could process that odd combination, I seized the moment the enemy faltered from the hit to their gut. Using the hand I had grabbed as a pivot, I threw them with a modified shoulder throw. I swept my leg and hip, using their shoulder as the fulcrum, slamming them to the ground with enough force that they couldn't even roll with it. And finally, I saw them clearly for the first time. A humanoid drone. It was an autonomous machine, a humanoid automaton. Its silhouette was almost indistinguishable from a human, but its joints were spherical, powered by magnet servo motors coated with magnetic plating. Grooves for panel seams lined its body. One glance told you it wasn't human, as human-like as possible, yet clearly inhuman. This wasn't built to higher Federation specs, it was more in line with designs favored by the old humans. In fact, it looked more like a servant or a companion unit than a combat drone. Throwing techniques had limited effect on mechanical bodies. It seemed her balancer had momentarily broken. Yes, her. The form was that of a slender woman, but she rebounded with impossible agility, launching a kick as she sprang up. I swung her captured wrist to deflect the attack, then brought my left arm down hard onto her jaw. Though her neck looked slim, it was reinforced with dampers. The blow merely caused hairline cracks in the outer armor as the impact was absorbed. Pseudo-soft armor plating. This was well beyond my expectations. My brain started struggling to keep up. The Ecliptic Republic Union usually despised humanoid machines. Their multi-purpose drones weren't humanoid at all. They favored box-shaped frames with legs and articulated arms for housework, specifically to avoid being mistaken for humans. This one, though, her segmented panels, camera eyes, and bamboo leaf-shaped ears for better sound pickup, she was dangerously close to violating the old solar treaty. She looked too human. It felt weirdly soft when I struck her, suggesting the use of organic materials in her body, but the internal structure was terrifyingly rigid, nearly identical to a suicide mine, a self-propelled humanoid drone designed for VIP assassinations. Still holding on to her arm, I used her attempt to rise from the rebound of her kick to pull her back down and locked her in place with a joint technique. Standard procedure in anti-mechanized personnel combat. I twisted the wrist, then her elbow, then her shoulder, breaking the connections one by one. At the same time, I brought my leg up and smashed the elbow joint of her free left arm. It was like cracking crab legs, you just had to twist hard in a direction they weren't meant to bend! Exclamation mark. Was that pain? Did she just cry out in pain? I was stunned. Normally, machines like this didn't feel. They just registered damage through sensors as numerical data, because pain and fear were unnecessary in a weapon. They only slowed you down. There was no logical reason to install such features, but this humanoid drone, who looked like an elf, of all things, had just reacted as if in pain. My curiosity piqued. I grabbed hold of her bulky frame. I threw her over my shoulder, grabbed both legs, and pinned her down with brute force so she couldn't struggle. Then, I bolted through the narrow gap in the suppressive fire, heading for the edge of the forest. What the hell was happening here? Just as I was about to leave the forest, my body moved faster than the projectile warning. An arrow had been fired, but it was aimed straight at the head of the drone I was carrying like a rice sack. I thrust my left hand into the line of fire and deflected it with a clenched fist. The outer layer of my skin was gouged open, revealing the multi-scale subdermal armor beneath. White blood splattered out, but this level of damage was nothing. Clicking my tongue, I couldn't help but be stunned by how far the enemy would go to protect their information. They were absolutely determined not to let any prisoners be taken alive. PRA Chapter 66.2. Anyway, how had this drone managed to slip past the visual sensors on my rear flank and get so close? If not for my instincts, I'd have lost my head to that sneak attack. Well, unlike an old human, I don't have anything important in there except wiring. But still, I wouldn't have been able to react. Was this also magic? Lieutenant? What are you carrying? It's a valuable source of intel. Might even be useful for negotiations. I sprinted at full speed, ducking under the cover fire, and somehow made it back to our lines. Still, arrows kept flying past at supersonic speeds. We couldn't afford to relax yet. Get behind me. Reincarnation. You look like a porcupine. The warrior chief who ran out from behind Dichotomous fought to shield me. Well, he looked like hell. The shields in his subarms were riddled with arrows, and even his exosuit had taken several hits. It was a mess. I knew the tech gobs also respected commanders who led from the front like we did, but for him to hold out this long. The guy's got guts, as usual. All of it's hitting the armor. Just run already, Lord Nozomu. Hurry. Please. Peter called out from the APC's hatch, firing his cold gun as he did. I obeyed and dove in. The hatch closed immediately, and I could feel the vehicle begin to back away. We're pulling out. They shouldn't be able to shoot past the hills. Fall back to our initial position. Damn it, their fire's getting denser. Shields. We need new shields! Exclamation mark. Thus began our chaotic retreat. The Dichotomous 4S and the Sashigames began moving in reverse at a slow pace so the exosuit troopers could keep up, all the while continuing to fire. The enemy's attacks were intensifying, and it was becoming harder to tell how many of them there were. As arrows hammered the APC's armor, I lifted my head to check on the others, and that's when another kick came flying at me. The elf lookalike, who had been writhing in pain, had apparently adapted to it and launched a double-legged kick while still lying down. Using the recoil from her waist and back, the kick resembled a pro wrestler's counterattack from a downed position. I twisted my neck to dodge it and caught her leg as it grazed the side of my head. I dislocated the knee to neutralize her. That should keep her quiet for now. Her jade-colored eye camera glared at me with murderous intent, but honestly, what shocked me more was how human-like she had been made. Wait. Hold on. I flipped her over, using what parts of her body could still move, and found nothing where a terminal should have been on the back of her neck. No ports. Not on her wrists, not on her shoulders, none of the standard connection points were present. What the hell was going on? A humanoid drone should always be equipped with direct input ports for command upload. In fact, they had to be. Because of the risk of remote hacking, high-end drones were typically built with isolated designs, separating communication systems from command pathways. That's why they needed direct input ports, both to relay commands and to recognize who their master was. But this elf lookalike had none. She wasn't just hiding them under synthetic skin. They genuinely weren't that to begin with. Lieutenant, I'd hate to interrupt your fun time, but can we not phrase it like that? That drone is emitting a compressed radio wave language made up of mixed trinary and quindecimal code. She is dangerous. I recommend destruction. Well, that explains why she couldn't understand us. And yet, the earlier warning had come through in binary. So, maybe she could understand us after all. She's a valuable intel source. I'm taking her in alive. We don't have the equipment to dismantle her. You're as casually violent as ever, huh? Worst case, we'll do it out in the open. But we try communication first, got it? Man, my partner really said that with no hesitation. I restrained the thrashing elf lookalike by tying her up with one of the spare 3D maneuver wires inside the vehicle, wrapping her tightly until she couldn't move. Then I made my way into the commander's compartment. God's consort. I'll take over controls, open it up a little. I squeezed into the space between the Sylvanian operating the controls and the vehicle chassis, unspooled a cord from my neck, and jacked in. I linked into the tactical net and assessed the status of each vehicle. We weren't in a perfect horizontal line anymore. We'd formed a crane wing formation and were slowly retreating, keeping in mind the possibility of an enemy charge emerging from the forest. Classic Gullitor, cautious and clever. Gullitor, I'll take command from here. Roger that, Nozomu. Should we keep falling back? Yeah. Pull back until we're out of their range. Also, cease fire and get the troops on board, we're speeding up. The enemy's attacks couldn't penetrate our APC armor. But if their arrows could still embed into the troopers' shields, it was safer to bring everyone inside. As we slowly pulled back, I started to regret how excited I'd gotten earlier. I should have known better. Encountering a real elf was about as likely as winning the cosmic lottery. Still, obtaining a living intel source was a huge win. I had a close call, sure, but I told myself it had been worth it, and focused on leading the convoy forward. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Humanoid drones, machines made in the likeness of humans. In most nations, treaties mandate that they be designed to remain distinguishable from actual humans. Some countries consider mechanized humans to be drones, but the mechanized humans themselves, who view themselves as human, frequently voice strong objections to this.